to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Okay, good morning. We will call the December 2nd, 2025 Volusia County Council meeting to order at 9:01. I will give you a brief synopsis of how we will start. In just a moment, I will invite Diana Dixon up from the Central Florida Free Thought Community for our opening invocation and ask you to stand. You can stand if you care to, and then we will go right into the Pledge of Allegiance. And so, Diana, if you want to come up and start us off for the day.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to begin this meeting. This morning, we take a moment to reflect on the shared responsibilities we hold as members of one community. Each person in this room has a chosen path of service and a choice, and that choice matters. The work done here shapes neighborhoods, supports families, and helps create the conditions in which people can live with dignity and opportunity. Let this pause help us settle into a spirit of cooperation, patience, and commitment to the common good. Writer and activist James Baldwin once said, "We are responsible for the world in which we find ourselves, if only because we are the only sentient forces that can change it." His reminder calls us to approach today's discussions with clarity, courage, and care. May this meeting be guided by thoughtful listening and genuine respect. May the decisions made here reflect fairness, evidence, and a sincere desire to improve the lives of all the residents, including those whose voices are not always heard. And may each person at this table feel supported in the work ahead. Thank you, and may this time together move our community forward with wisdom and compassion. To the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, liberty, justice for all.
When you grab his stuff, you need to ask him for his password.
Okay, good morning. It's good to see everybody here. We always start our meetings with public participation. I don't see any, but I feel like it's walking up behind me. Is that you? Did you hear it? Okay. Okay, before I start public participation, I'm going to ask the clerk, Carissa, to call the roll so that you know who you are speaking to. Carissa, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Reinhardt,
Here.
Mr. Robbins,
Here.
Mr. Santiago,
Here.
Mr. Dempsey, Mr. Johansson,
Here.
Mr. Kent,
Here.
Mr. Brower.
Here. Thank you. So we do have a full quorum this morning. When I call your name, if you will come up to the podium, there is a button on the left-hand side of the podium that if you push it, it will go up or down to adjust to your height. Please make sure that there is a microphone near your speaking voice so that everybody can hear you and the people listening online can hear you. You have 3 minutes to talk about anything that pertains to county business, and we just ask that you be respectful of those in the room and those listening in of all ages. First, we have Salvatore Gentoli. Close? Oh, got it.
All right. Well, good morning. My name is Salvatore Gentoli. I'm with SMA Healthcare, and I'm here to provide you with a brief update on our services in Volusia County. So we provide a robust array of healthcare services here in Volusia. We have primary care, we have pharmacy, we do outpatient counseling, as well as residential treatment and inpatient crisis stabilization. We provided treatment services to over 21,000 citizens of Volusia in our last fiscal year. Volusia County comprises about 54% of our total revenue across our 6-county footprint. We had $98 million in total revenue, $96 million in expenses. As a nonprofit, any margin goes back into staff pay as well as program improvement. One of those programs that we finished improving at the beginning of this year was the Chet Bell Crisis Center that's located over at 1150 Red John. We completed a renovation there to eliminate the institutional look and feel of that building, as well as improve patient and staff safety. We also started a graduate medical education program for psychiatry, so we're now training doctors to become psychiatrists. It's a 4-year rotation program. And the goal there is to help with addressing the shortage of psychiatrists that we have here in Florida. The most exciting news that I have for you today is that we're going to be doing a ribbon cutting over in DeLand at 1255 Stone Street. That is our new West Volusia Outpatient Care Center. Mr. Reinhardt will be speaking. Thank you so much for that, sir. We do hope that you can join us. This building will provide a full continuum of outpatient care in West Volusia. It's 22,000 square feet. It's going to have outpatient counseling, medication-assisted treatment, psychiatric medication management, and eventually we're going to have primary care and pharmacy there as well. And then just in closing, I wanted to remind everybody that we are available 24/7, 365 through our crisis line. That's 1-800-539-4228. That's a free service. The mobile crisis response team can come to anybody's location in Volusia County given an hour's time. I'm happy to provide any of you with a tour of any of our facilities. All you have to do is call, and if you have any questions, just let me know. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you for your comments. Adam Macker.
Adam Macker, DeBerry, Florida. Last month, I provided this council with 9 affidavits of criminal conspiracy. I have another one to add to the list today. To catch you up to speed with where I'm at, I came up here because there was a murder plot on my life. People wanted me dead. I believe Sheriff Chitwood is connected to those people. So I came up here, rode my bicycle, because my license was suspended because of fraud, to meet with Chitwood. I was unable to get a meeting. I'm going to do the same thing again when I leave here. I'm going to go up there and sit in his office and try to schedule a meeting. I was lucky enough to meet with Inspector Gordon, who advised me that all my complaints are being told. Now, there's evidence left, right, and center on my website of financial crimes and all types of hideous stuff. But he advised me that my latest 2 complaints, which I brought a copy for both of you, for all of you, because I'm going to provide them to you. That way, if I have to submit a complaint to the Commission on Ethics, I have everything. You've had everything presented to you properly. My last 2 complaints were submitted in August and October of this year. In August, I submitted both federal depositions. I provided you a copy with that, Jeff, already, in which Stickles lied under oath, claiming he doesn't own multi-million-dollar properties that were purchased in cash, appear to be purchased in cash according to the background check. Well, Inspector Gordon had let me know that I had the wrong Stickles. So I did my research last night. I did background checks again, and when Jason Scott Stickles, ELS, his #1 alias is Jason Stickles, LES. Okay, so we can go ahead and add real estate fraud and forgery to this police officer, and it's being covered up by internal affairs. You know, and my life has been destroyed by corruption in this county. I would like I know you don't answer many questions, but I would like you to think about how does it feel to be on the council of what is likely the most corrupt county in the entire United States? I mean, my life was stripped away from me. Fraudulent judgments reported to my credit profile. I had almost perfect credit in 2021, almost 850. My credit dropped. I mean, it's in the shitter now. I'm just fed up, and I'm honestly done asking for justice. I'm demanding it. Today, I'm providing you service again with the complaints, the last 2 complaints, and the affidavits. I'm sorry, the background checks of Jason Stickles. Dawn, you're staring at me pretty hard over there. You're a lawyer, right? Mediocre at best, but nonetheless, you are a lawyer. And so you can make sense out of this. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that it's the same person falsifying information. Just because we have police officers and corrupt law enforcement that continues to hide it, it's just unfair. It's not acceptable. You know what I mean? And I've had enough. It's like my 12-year-old son, he suffered with this for 5 years. We don't even have a vehicle because my license was suspended by fraud. I just want justice. So I'm going to provide you guys with service, and that way, if you don't do your job properly, I can submit a complaint to the Commission on Ethics.
Thank you for your comments.
Chairman, point of order.
Excuse me, and what's your point?
Would you mind, Chairman, reminding the public when they come up to their meeting that we respectfully request that they don't use foul language? We have women and children not only in these chambers but listening online, and I find it wildly inappropriate for anybody to have to listen to language that, you know, we don't allow children to listen to. There's ratings, and it was inappropriate. And this is not a back and forth right now. We don't do that. That's not the way our rules operate. And I'm a rule follower. So I won't respond to your outburst because you're out of line.
You're gonna You're going to have
You're out
to
of line.
be in order or you'll be escorted out. Okay. All right. Councilman Kent, I think you just did that quite effectively. We have a you're well, welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. Your right to speak, your First Amendment right, is really important, and sometimes that happens.
And Chairman, if I may, and that's why I said respectfully request the speakers not to use foul, inappropriate language. You know, we've been counseled by our very competent legal team that we are limited with what we can demand from the public when they get up here and speak. But we can request that they not use that type of inappropriate language that I don't want my wife to hear and I don't want my children to hear. And I think there's many others in our community that think similarly to me. There's a time and place for it. The time is never. I'll let him figure out the place.
Right, and which is why I start every meeting with making that request. You just made it again. I honestly wished you would have done it at the last meeting. That was pretty disrespectful.
If it ever happens again, trust me, I will, because there's not much that I regret, and I regret that I didn't speak up at that moment to help you get control of the situation. But
Understood.
thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Okay, unfortunately, Wendy Anderson, you're next. Not unfortunately for us, but for you. I know I don't have to ask you to watch your language.
Well, you know, I do have to talk about a dirty thing, but I'll try to keep the language clean.
Speaking
Okay.
of cesspool.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Brower and council members. I am Dr. Wendy Anderson, and I live in DeLand, District 1. I'm making a brief announcement this morning to fulfill a requirement by the Florida DEP to recruit homeowners for a state-funded study. I am an environmental science professor at Stetson University. As a faculty member affiliated with Stetson's Institute for Water and Environmental Resilience, which is Stetson's environmental research and community outreach arm, I have been working on water quantity and quality issues in Central Florida for the past 11 years. We all understand that septic tanks are one of the many contributors to the nutrient pollution that causes algal blooms in our springs, lakes, and rivers, including the St. Johns River and the Indian River Lagoon. Nearly 2 years ago, Chairman Brower, you introduced me to the entrepreneurs at Reovation, who have developed a cost-effective drop-in system for use in existing septic tanks that they claim can reduce nitrogen in septic effluent by the state standards of at least 65%. Subsequently, Stetson applied in July 2024 for funding from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection's Innovative Technology for Harmful Algal Blooms program to serve as the independent third-party testing organization to evaluate the effectiveness of these products. This project was ranked number 1 out of 54 applications for this program in 2024. Our contract with DEP is now underway, so the Stetson Institute for Water and Environmental Resilience invites residents of the Lake Beresford Terrace and Lake Beresford Palms neighborhoods along the north end of Hontoon Road to attend an informational meeting on December 16th at 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Sandra Stetson Aquatic Center at 2636 Alhambra Avenue in DeLand to learn about an opportunity to participate in this research project that is focused on improving septic system performance. We are seeking 40 households to participate in this study at no cost to the homeowner. Selected participants will receive a free septic tank pump out and inspection, an evaluation of tank suitability for the study, random assignment to one of the 4 experimental treatment groups with different configuration of biomaze products. This includes 8 controls with no products installed, with bi-weekly performance monitoring for 1 year. Option to keep, and finally, an option to keep the installed aerator and biomass system at no cost or have it removed at no cost at the end of the study. For full details on the project scope, site eligibility, homeowner responsibilities, and contact information, please review the website at www.stetson.edu/FDEPINV54. Thank you.
Thank you thank you very much for that update. This is huge. I'll talk about it in our closing comments. David Jewell.
Good morning. I'm David Jewell from Ormond Beach, unincorporated Volusia County. Yesterday, I visited Ormond Beach Planning and Development Department seeking facts surrounding a St. Johns River Water Management warning letter, which has a city airport sports complex construction site currently shut down. The city site was pumping dirty water into A14 Canal, which connects to the Grover Branch Creek, which flows into portions and through Volusia County and emptying into Tomoka River. Along with this, 7 acres of excavations have occurred so far at this site. My questions were also about a $400,000 grant which the city of Ormond Beach received between 2014 and 2016 from the EPA to assess pollution at the airport. What were the findings? I spoke to Ormond Beach Director of Planning and Development. He was aware of the grant, but nothing of the findings or even if the assessment had been done. He referred me to Mr. Alex Schumann, a city engineer, who I have not heard back from yet. I'd like to read from page 3 of the original application to the EPA. These are the city's words. The city has concerns over unknown and potentially significant contamination that may have been associated with 15 years of past activities at the former U.S. military base once located in the airport area. Petroleum products and hazardous materials commonly found on military bases include chlorinated solvents, petroleum fuels, engine maintenance products, pesticides, toxic heavy chemicals, radioactive materials, lead paint, asbestos containing materials. The airport has been a built up, but potential contaminations have not been delineated nor removed to the city's knowledge. Toxic substances have been used on this site. Love Canal in Niagara Falls, New York was responsible for birth defects in children as young as 3 years old dying from cancer. Discovery was in 1977. The commission is active today. $98 million in compensation so far and $200 million in the courts still remain. We don't need another Love Canal in Volusia County. This
Thank
is
you.
where our children play.
Thank you, Mr. Jewell. You will be contacted. Angela Para.
Morning. In case you don't remember, my name is Angelo Parra. I live in DeLand. I'm a playwright, a college instructor of performing arts, a painter, and the author of Playwriting for Dummies. Many arts folks over the past months have emphasized to you the economic benefits of funding the arts. Every dollar earmarked for the arts brings in $2 in economic benefits, business. If your financial advisor told you that making an investment of $612,000 would, within a year, pay off double that, wouldn't you jump at it? Something I think that hasn't been brought up is the health benefits of the arts. For instance, the American Psychological Association says visual arts can bring enjoyment and encouragement Expressing oneself through the arts can also have physical and mental health benefits. The World Health Organization points out art can help us process difficult emotions in times of emergency and challenging events. The creation and enjoyment of the arts help promote wellness, and so on. To be fair, try as I might, I was unable to find any authoritative references to the health benefits of motocross racing. Even after hundreds, maybe even thousands of your constituents have protested the withholding of arts funding, and even after 19 former Volusia County Council members signed a letter opposing the freeze, why are we still needing to come before you about this? My guess is that some of you are having trouble walking back that harmful decision. Dale Carnegie, author of How to Win Friends and Influence People, said, "Keep your mind open to change at all times. It is only by examining and re-examining your opinions and ideas that you can progress." Another quote, "Mistakes are always forgivable if one has the courage to admit them." That was said by the noted Asian guru, Bruce Lee. Lastly, the late Australian theologian Desmond Ford said, "To change one's mind is the best evidence that one has one." As an artist and one of your constituents, I ask, no, I plead with you to hear us. Does it make any sense to withhold funding from over 30 nonprofit organizations that serve your constituents? Thousands of children, teens, adults, seniors, thousands. Please reconsider that suffocating decision. What a post-Thanksgiving gift it would be if you changed your minds. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Lloyd Bowers.
Lloyd Bowers, Beachside, Daytona. Before I start, Councilman Dempsey, as a fellow member of the Florida Bar, you are an excellent lawyer, and I want to make sure the room knows. Good morning,
Can you give him
Chairman
10
Brower.
more seconds?
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Brower. Good morning, members of the council. Thank you for your ongoing service to our community. I don't think that people thank you enough for what you do up here. I'm here today to let you know how truly humbled I am by the recognition you proclaimed on November the 18th, naming that day Lloyd Bowers Day in association with the unveiling of my plaque outside of the council chamber. It's a tremendous honor, not just for me, but for all those who have contributed to making Volusia a truly special place. But today I come before you with a simple request, a request that is focused on upholding a decision that you already made on February the 18th. I'm asking you to maintain the cultural grant process approved by you on February the 18th after all the work that was done by the Cultural Council, and allow those funds for this year to be distributed to the arts organizations through the review process as we presented to you by the Cultural Council. I know there are concerns about public funding for the arts, and I respect those perspectives. However, this request is not about asking for future commitments. It's about honoring the work that you've already approved. These grants are not just funding for the sake of funding. They represent an investment in the local artists, local organizations, and local cultural programs that make Volusia County vibrant and unique. The process that was set in motion early this year is one that's already been reviewed, discussed, and agreed upon. By upholding it for this year, you can ensure those grants are distributed to the organizations and individuals who rely on them to continue their important work for this year without needing to revisit the broader policy decisions for the future. I understand that funding is always a delicate issue, but these grants are a way to support the arts in a meaningful, structural manner that you've already established. By allowing this process to go forward for this year, you can continue to provide crucial support to our local arts organizations and honor those decisions already made. Thank you again for your time. Thank you for your service to Volusia County and for considering this request that you reconsider your decision. I hope you will uphold your prior decision, approve the grants that have already been put in place, and continue to support the cultural landscape that enriches us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ronald Scott. forgot to ask you whenever all the speakers come forward, just tell us where you live in the county. You don't have to give your full address for safety reasons, but your representatives up here would like to know where you reside. What
Okay,
city?
my name's Ronald Scott, and I live in Victoria Gardens. I retired from the Sheriff's Department after 28 years. And I found I was going to run for sheriff in 2016, till I found all the files were rigged. They were missing. Up there right now is for the Medal of Valor. That was given to me in front of the county council here. When I went to speak to the council last time, where Mr. Kent is sitting, Johnson started yelling and screaming at me and swearing at me that I was a liar. Now I brought in just part of the things. This Medal of Valor was given to me in front of the county council. Council decided to name a day after me, which Human Resource has an open day. They have no idea why it's there. Johnson says it does not exist. Okay, the next thing was my education. LEA, Law Enforcement Assistance Administration, I signed a contract with them to go to Rollins. They took care of Rollins. They took care of all my degrees till the last day. In turn, I had to work minimum 3 years in law enforcement. I was in Volusia County Sheriff's Department at the time. I received a bachelor's and master's degree with honors. They're not in my file. I was told FDLE even sent a letter to Sheriff Chitwood to IA. He decided Rollins was not good enough for the file. That's not in there. Dr. Kelly put it in 34 years later. This is just part of the awards. I asked Johnson, why? My answer was, education in this county is worthless. The only thing that means anything in this county is your name. Now, working patrol, we had heard of evidence missing, property missing. There are no checks and balances in this county. No one investigates the sheriff's department. The property can be missing, nothing will be done. When the cases are closed, where does things go? We don't know. There's nothing going on with it. I've tried everything to get things straightened out. It was a waste of time. I can name all different places that I called, including the ethics committee. They sent a letter to him. They told me at first I could sue him. I'm not looking to sue him. There's a lot of people that retired from the sheriff's department. I can't be the only one.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay.
Morgan Denny.
Morning. Morgan Denny, Historical, Mission City. I was at the last county council meeting, and I asked you if we wanted a meeting with Mr. Bartlett and Mr. Rechtenwald and Susan Conch and a few other people to get them all in one room. And you said that you would ask. Did you ask?
Yeah, let me stop you before you continue on. Our rules say that we don't do what we're doing right now because we would never get through this meeting if we have a conversation. I met with every one of those. Your case is under investigation. It's in code enforcement, and there'll be a resolution to it. I can't make that any faster. That's where you are.
I'm confused on.
I know you are.
But we gonna get our meeting or not?
Chairman, point of order.
What? Yes. What is?
You have expressed to the public and this gentleman that this is not part of our rules. We don't do a back and forth, and the back and forth is continuing. My recommendation, take it or not, is he can ask his questions. He has his 3 minutes. He can do whatever he wants, but the second we engage back and forth, we're breaking our rules, sir. I appreciate that you shared it, but he's continuing to ask the questions.
So if you have a statement that you'd like to make, go ahead and make it.
Well, I was at your town hall meeting, and like I say, you for 15 minutes said communication, communication, communication. You don't call anybody back. Mr. Bartlett said, we need property, got to have property, got to have property for retention. He's bent over backwards to give away the property that we're wanting, the right of way that was dedicated to the public forever. And as we speak, it was, it'll be a year ago, January, they put a stop work order on this gentleman out there. He's wide open, hasn't quit. He's here recently, built bridges, put fences over this right of way. And like I told you before, Mr. Bartlett, it's been personal between him and us, and he is abusing his power, and there's no doubt about it. And once again, we would like to have this meeting. And you said something to me at the end of the meeting, at the town hall meeting, when I told you that we've been trying to get a hold of Mr. Reckenwall for 3 years. And you looked at me and you said, well, he's taking the candy. Can you tell me exactly what that means?
I never said that.
Exactly
That's a
what you
lie,
said.
and that is an absolute lie, and I'm not going to entertain this any longer.
People standing next to me, I had to turn around and ask them, what does that mean? Or what, did you hear what he said? And they said, that's exactly what he said. Shake your head no all you want. That's what you said. Thank you for your time. I guess we're not getting our meeting. And I'll be calling the Commission on Ethics myself. I'll be sending a letter.
That says a lot about who we're hearing from. Tim Smith.
Hello, my name's Tim Smith. I live in Mission City, New Smyrna, unincorporated Volusia County. Been dealing basically the same thing with Mr. Denny there. We've had water issues been dealing with this whole thing for since January of 2023. Been in contact with Mr. Bartlett, numerous meetings, and he has done some things, to try to help out some of the problems. I've had a meeting back on August of last year. Mr. Robbins was at that meeting. That was at Mr. Styler's house, property, where some of these issues that we're having. We all kind of, as neighbors that were there, quite a few of us, Mr. Bartlett, like I said, Mr. Robbins, Mr. Styler had his engineer there, his lawyer there, and we were under the assumption that this right-of-way was supposed to go east-west per Mr. Bartlett, and that got changed that day. It's going north. And when you east to west, it's only, if you look at you guys' maps that we got from the county for the right-of-way, it's a little over 600 feet straight. That plan sent it 6 blocks to the north, which to me, I think it's a lot longer run. Restriction, because you're going to make an elbow turn. But we agreed to it. Mr. Robbins was there too. That was then, a year ago. They dug a little, Mr. Styler's the only one that's dug really anything on his property. County hasn't really done anything. Here we are, still got water problems, and that ditch that goes to the north that we all agreed on, that has to go through other people's private property, and none of them people said that they agreed to that. And at that meeting we had that day, they said everybody was on board and said, oh no, Mr. Styler did, Mr. Bartlett did, Mr. Styler's attorney said that day, oh yeah, all them people agreed to that. I've talked to them people, and them people, they weren't even there, and they should have been invited there if they're going to use their property. Why weren't they even at that meeting? I questioned that. I thought that was pretty strange. But after I talked to them, they said, we didn't agree to none of that. So that plan to me, plan B, is out the window. We still got a water problem. Why can't we just go straight with it for 600 some feet instead of going 6 blocks to the north? It just don't make sense. Cost effective for the city or the county. The county came out, I had the county come out, Louis Trivet came out prior to that meeting, and they put a 36-inch culvert under the street right there. Spent a day digging the street up. They know that that's where the water has to go through our area right there. Why would you spend the money and the resources to do that, and then it just stops right there? Don't make sense. And it's like Mr. Denny said, Mr. Styler, he came to my house last week, matter of fact, knocking on my door. I don't have a problem with Mr. Styler. If he wants to do whatever he wants on his property, that's his thing. But I have a problem with water,
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Richard, that's what I was going to say.
Richard Malzowski. I'm from also Mission City, 369 Ralph Avenue. We have a mosquito ditch that runs behind our property, right? What they're proposing with Mr. Steitler's property is to actually divert the water down a mosquito ditch and route it to Pioneer Trail. If you know where Pioneer Trail is and where those mobile homes are and how they have flooded, routing more water there is just irresponsible. I've actually taken some of the topographic reports. I'm a graduate of the University of Texas. I have some friends at Texas A&M, which is the foremost qualified water management school in the country, probably in the world, and I've showed them the maps, and they say it should go directly back where that easement is, right through that right of way. And they said it doesn't have to be a ditch. It could be a culvert, a drainage thing. So that way Mr. Steitler could then build over top of his property. But to route it down a mosquito ditch that they never get cleaned out. In 10 years where I live, that's never been cleaned out. And route it down Pioneer Trail and flood those people out? I don't know. It doesn't feel good. So the ask is, and it doesn't have to be now, is that we look at this and really take a genuine look about what we're going to do for the people of Mission City versus one person. This is about the whole community. And you see 3 people here, but there are so many more that have to work, that have jobs, that are taking care of their families because maybe they have a sick one. It's on hospice, right? It's the community that I live in. Honestly, I respect you all, but we expect better. That's what we expect. And we just don't understand why, when we ask for meetings, people don't show up. I've been to them. They just don't show. And they work for us, don't they? Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you for your comments. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. A couple of things on your consent agenda. Items H and Y. H is your missing middle affordable housing. I'm not quite sure exactly what that is, but I asked you several months ago to look into Clyde Morris Landing because the police are out there all the time. The sheriff's office out there all the time evicting people. Is that what you're planning for affordable housing? I asked you to look into what went wrong with the affordable housing on Clyde Morris Landing so that we don't repeat it. So before you do this, would you look into what are the demographics that causes the police to be there 7 days a week, 365 days a year before we continue it? Secondly, on why the parking garage. 20 years ago when you expanded the Ocean Center, the city said you didn't have to build the parking garage immediately because you were short of funds and you did it in-house to save funds. Well, it's been 20 years and the parking garage is not there and we need it. We need it desperately because the Peabody, the Ocean Center, etc. But where do the cars go? You see backups all the time when the Peabody and the Ocean Center have events at the same time. We need to look at the parking garage there. I miss every year the first week in March. I'm told you did not discuss what core responsibilities for the county was during that meeting. Generally, I attend every single meeting that you have, and you've never discussed publicly what core responsibilities for the county were, and you denied the arts because it's not the core responsibility. So what is the core responsibility? You may have discussed it in a workshop, but I've not heard about it anywhere. So it's imperative to me that I understand why you're doing what you're doing. If you explain it and say, well, we have to worry about our finances, we're worrying about downturn in the economy, we don't want to be underwater, etc., I can understand that. But then tell us what your core responsibility, so we know in advance what you're going to cut out. Dog Beach. I talked to my city commission about the Dog Beach and the response between the county and the city. Apparently there were no response. Why did Ormond, the city of Ormond, get to make a response and support the Dog Beach, but we lost half of our city and there was no asking of the city? I think it's a cooperative. If it's in the city jurisdiction, you should work with the cities. And lastly, I don't have time, but I will talk about the Kirk issue and what happened last week. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ifana Pinansky.
Writing my speech. Thank you very much
fresh.
for taking the for taking the time to talk to us. It's my second or third. It's my third time now, and public speaking is still not fun. I don't like it. But I just wanted to come up here and to express some of the same things that you keep hearing, that we need to fund the arts. I don't understand why a movie that might have been controversial, maybe when you all were growing up or something, or like before I was born, is controversial still and enough to remove the art funding, especially that Athens took out their bid. So they said, okay, you have a problem with us. We're going to take it out. Please fund the rest of the arts. Like that's where we need to be focused. We need more community engagement. That's why I'm here really, is that I want to do something it's a disheartening time sometimes. And I have 2 daughters. I know you said you had 5 daughters, I think, which I commend you. I stopped at 2. No, thank you. But I want a community and a world that they can grow up in, that their children can grow up in, that they can be safe in, and not just safe, but happy and flourish, and art programming, and that is some of the things that is desperately needed. Now, it's not going to affect my kids because I am middle class. I can take them places. I can afford to buy something or do this, but it is going to affect kids that don't have that. Kids that are in foster care situations, kids that are in kinship care situations. I am a social worker with hospice, which people say is depressing, but I wanted to be a social worker with kids. That's what I wanted to do when I first started working. Did that for like 6 months, cried every night, couldn't do it because the system's broken. And we can't fix that here, but we can try to help other people navigate that system better, make sure they have more supports, make sure they feel heard, make sure that there is community engagement. I was a little disappointed earlier I think that people should be called out, but I think that calling out the S word and not calling out the N word, like months back, I was listening live on that one my kids weren't in the car yet. I was in Carline, and I was surprised that no one said anything. I get it was probably shocking and but call out that. I understand that's not what we're supposed to do. There's no back and forth and engagement, and that it would take forever because I'm already out of time and I had other things I was going to talk about. But basically just that I think there needs to be more openness between all of us and just encouraging talking with your community before you decide something, like the Charlie Kirk thing, talking to that historically Black neighborhood and maybe, realizing that might not have been the best place. Not that there was a best place, but anyway, it is what it is. But thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Shira Acosta.
Scoot that up a little bit. Going up? Nope, not going up. Good morning, Council. I hope you all had a wonderful Thanksgiving and you're all still working off all the food and all the time with family, because sometimes that needs to be worked off as well. Shira Acosta, resident of DeLand, love it here. Here again to ask for the arts funding to be restored. The residents of Volusia County clearly find this issue important. And we're hoping that you choose to continue to represent your constituents We aren't sure which constituents you're representing by continuing to withhold the funding. As you've heard, I know nothing I'm saying is a surprise, but that's at 2 minutes and 14, 13, 12, 11 left. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Jalissa McGentry, you're going to have to correct your name when you get up here.
My name is Jaleesa McIntyre. It's like McDonald's.
Beautiful.
So my topic has nothing to do with any of the items on your agenda. I am from an organization called Sunrise Community. We represent people with intellectual disabilities. We provide residential services and adult day training facilities. Commissioner Reinhardt has visited our location before, and so has Commissioner Johannesson. And I'm just here to sort of come speak at the council meeting and spread awareness about what it is we do in Daytona Beach. We have several locations. I feel like I've emailed a couple of you to come out and visit. 2 of you have made it out, and I'm still hoping for the rest of you. And I just want to spread awareness about what it is we do. We always seek support from the community. We are a nonprofit. We are a fairly large nonprofit. I've bought some informational cards, if I'm allowed to give this out. I'm not sure. That sort of just tells you about our organization in all the states that we're in. We are heavily concentrated throughout the state of Florida, and we're over in Daytona Beach. And, you know, we also are a person supported. We also offer supported employment. They do make ornaments. So they sell those. They also run a wood shop. They also work in the kitchen. We provide employment. We provide residential. Yeah, we try to do the best we can for people with intellectual disabilities. So if you would like to visit, please come out. We are seeking support. Some of these guys, we are their only family during the holiday season, so you guys get to go home to yours. They're here with us. So whatever you can do, however you can support, however you can come out, spread awareness, talk to local businesses, we're here. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you would just hand those to the clerk here on your right, she'll distribute them to all of us. Thank you very much for your service. Okay, and that concludes public comments for this part of the meeting. Move into item 1, approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion was made by Vice Chair Reinhardt, second by Councilman Robbins. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the agenda is approved as written, 7-0. Now we will move to the consent agenda. I'll ask 2 questions. First, is there any items that you would like to comment on after we vote?
Yes, Chairman. Just for a comment, item CC.
CC.
And I'll add to that list for comments, Mr. Chair, item V, W, D, D, S, T, and U.
Good grief.
And I echo David.
And what's that spell? VWDD.
Sounded like a cheerleader there, didn't I?
VWDD, ST, and U.
That's correct.
Okay, just
And
for
then
comment.
Comment, and I have one for a vote when you're ready.
Okay. Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to vote on discussion item H and also talk about item L and M. We can make those for a vote as well.
H, L, and M, all for a vote. Okay.
A vote. Okay, I have one for a vote also.
Councilman Dempsey.
Danny got mine. That's all right.
Okay. So we have one item for a comment, CC. We have V, W, D, D, S, T, U, H, L, and M, all for votes.
No.
No. Okay, yours are only for comments.
Mine, yeah, and then
good.
I want to add A. I want to add A in there for a vote.
A?
A for a vote.
Okay.
And Chair, what were the other ones for a vote?
For a vote, we have A now. We have H, L, and M.
Correct. Mike. M is in Mike?
M is in Mike.
Okay.
Chairman, you ready for a motion?
I am.
Motion to approve the consent agenda as presented by staff, absent items A, H, L, and M.
Second.
And the second is by Councilman Santiago. Okay, all in favor of those changes, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And let's start with the comment on CC.
Thank you, Chairman. Council, I just wanted to publicly thank you for your support. This is in the most northern section of District 4, and I believe Ms. Conchin can throw a rock from her house to how close this is to her as well. But this is a safety issue and a realignment. There will hopefully be a single four-way intersection there at Old Kings Road, Old Dixie Road, and Roscommon Drive. And I just want to say that I received an email from Commissioner Andy Dance, County Commissioner Andy Dance, District 1. And just briefly, Council, I'll just tell you, he writes, Councilman Kent, I wanted to send a quick note of support for item CC on the Council's December 2nd agenda. It's very exciting to see the realignment plan for Old Kings Road coming to fruition. I especially want to thank you for hearing me out on this issue numerous times over the years. The agenda item references both the road design and a path that intersects with Roscommon. My hope is that the design includes a path extending from the county line to the new intersection, allowing Old Kings Road residents to walk and bike safely to the stores in the public shopping center. Thank you again for advancing this critical safety infrastructure improvement. With my regards, Andy. And I just want the council to know there is definitely a partnership with Flagler County that will be happening to make this come to fruition. I just wanted to say thank you to you, gentlemen.
Okay, while you're at it, we have two members of the public that wanted to speak on that issue as well. So why don't we do that now? Roberta Pauletta, and then also Sally Arnoff.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I'm one of those residents. I'm also an HOA board member for Halifax Plantation Phase 1, and I'm here representing them. I don't have any written comments to submit, but I just want to say thank you for the meeting that we had earlier this year with Ms. Conkin and conversations with Mr. Kent about said intersection. Whenever there's a major accident on I-95, north or southbound, Old Kings gets heavily impacted. In fact, we have people, because their GPS will take them through a section of our HOA to try to avoid some of the traffic, because that intersection is a nightmare. How it got to be that way, I'm not sure, except to speculate that because it was such a rural area until about 20 years ago, with subsequent development of Halifax and the extension to the south of Halifax and Plantation Bay. And now we have Radiance coming on board with about another 1,600 homes projected just north of Old Dixie, about 2 miles north. It's going to be a cluster, you know what, so I'm trying to keep it clean. But I'm over 60, so the filter sometimes slips, so my apologies in advance. But anyway, I just wanted to reiterate my thanks, my HOA's appreciation for paying attention to this intersection and getting it squared away, and hopefully sooner, as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Sally Arnoff?
Sally Arnoff. I am in Sugar Mill Plantation, which is in Flagler County, and we abut on Volusia County. I would like just to again reiterate our thank you. We have worked on this issue for quite some time, and it's nice to see that I am around when you are solving it. So thank you again for straightening out that intersection, taking the proper way of doing it rather than the cheap way, and rerouting it form a new intersection at Ross Common. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, that takes care of CC. Do you want to start with V?
Mr. Brower,
Pardon me?
you also have a public comment form for item W.
I do. I was going to do that when we got to item W.
Mr. Chairman, if it's okay with you, I think VW, DD, ST, and U are all along the same general topics. I think our engineer or one of our, well, maybe whoever's going to speak about it, let's just say that, can come up.
Okay, hold up a second. In that case, if we're going to do all these together, then let's hear from Sean Finley first, who wanted to speak on item W. And then we'll have his comments to consider.
Good morning, Council Chair and Council people. Sean Finley, Assistant City Manager, Public Works Director for the City of Ormond Beach. I just want to take this time this morning to thank you for the infrastructure grant that you awarded us this morning. This is a transformative grant. This is one that was a long time coming. It's one that's been hung up in the HMGP process for a long time. The size of the project is one that will transform and hopefully eliminate flooding in our Central Park neighborhoods. And beyond that, I want to thank you all for your Transform 386 program, because that is a program that really is working for us. And I think this is a project that really exemplifies why that. Donna and Ben have been nothing but great to work with, and thank you again for your consideration of this grant, and thank you for awarding it to us this morning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On those that I pulled for discussion, I wanted to see if staff, whoever, Donna or Ben and Donna, can give us a quick synopsis of what these 5 or 6 projects encompass.
So we're covering VW, DD, ST, and U.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, so V, Donna Butler, Director of Office of Recovery and Resiliency. V is a task assignment with Half Associates for Spruce Creek Watershed. I'm going to let Ben talk a little bit about it too. There are 2 phases to this.
Yes, sir. So phase 1 is currently underway, and that encompasses the area sub-basin of the Spruce Creek watershed, which is the B21 canal. This phase 2 covers the remaining portion of the Spruce Creek watershed. This is an area that this council identified as a priority. Back when we first started looking at these watersheds, it was one of the areas that has experienced a considerable amount of flooding. So as with all of these watershed analysis, sub-basin studies, not just the ones from the county, but the ones from the city, the ultimate goal with these is to develop a series of projects that are feasible, that have an impact to reducing flooding in these areas, so that we have a roadmap, if you will, to identify or to have projects that we know will work, and we can, once funding is secured for those projects, we can move forward with design, permitting, and ultimately construction.
All right, W is our 3rd round of projects. We just came to you with round 2, found out about Ormond's project and asked them if they were able to apply. Ponce Inlet had been awarded under round 2. They had originally started with 4 pieces of property, ended up buying one very quickly. Right after you all approved their project last time for 3 parcels of property, they had a willing seller that said either buy it now or we're gone. So they had to withdraw because we couldn't modify it after you approved it. The project becomes federalized as soon as they submit it. So we had to do that change. So we gave them the opportunity to reapply for the remaining 2. These 4 parcels are going to create a complete stormwater system across the street and moving out forward. Then you just heard from Sean Finley. This is a substantive project in the city of Ormond Beach. This was their first time coming to us. So almost all of the cities now have come forward with projects in these 3 rounds.
That covers D. D is very similar as DD.
Sorry. So DD, actually I'll let Tad speak to that one, because that's an acquisition of property that was flooded.
Yes, actually DD is not part of the CDBGR. This is actually part of our road project on Orange Camp, where we're making corrections to the stormwater issues that are occurring on that western end closest to 1792, as well as the traffic snarl in that area. We had some willing sellers on the north side of the road, and And so we've been working through purchasing. This is the second parcel that it's actually two parcels, but the second pair of parcels that we've purchased on that northern side. So we're just working with those property owners. Some of them don't want to repair after the last hurricane, so we're taking advantage of the reduced price opportunity that we're getting in that area. And this is a purchase with local option gas tax.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You want to go? Was there? I'm sorry.
There was ST&U.
ST&U, yes, sir. So S is a similar, just what I explained. A lot of the cities come in and requested these flood studies to identify the locations where they experience flooding and develop a series of projects that can address it. This one is for Lake Helen, and then T is a same type of situation for the Daytona Beach Shores.
Awesome.
And it's these two are funded through Transform 386 planning.
Thank you. And staff, thank you very much. Mr. Chair and colleagues and to the members of the audience, I felt it important enough to have at least some information on these projects because, you know, we often get criticized we're not doing anything on flooding, and this is another example that that's not true. We're spending millions and millions of dollars throughout our county addressing flooding concerns, and this is another product that of the continued products we've been doing over almost 2 years now. So thank you, staff. You all are doing a good job. Keep up the good work. And thank you, Mr. Chair. And whenever you're ready for A, I'll deal with that one.
Councilman Johansson.
Thank you. Sir, I'd just like to reiterate what David said. You know, a lot of times folks ask us via email or whatever, what are you doing for the flooding? And here's, gosh, 8 items, 7 items that all have to do with flooding or studies that will lead to projects down the line. So, you know, every time Donna Butler comes up here, she's either telling us what projects are coming or Ben is doing task assignments. So we want to keep up the good work. Our government money takes a long time to get here. It takes a long time to allocate. But we're in the execution phase now, so it's pretty cool to watch these come up every other meeting or so in bulk with tens of millions of dollars. So my hat's off to the staff for working so hard. I know it's been painful, but we're in the execution stage, and it's a beautiful thing. Thanks.
Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. To echo what Mr. Santiago, Mr. Johansson just said, not just the 7 or 8 projects today, what everybody needs to realize, look at the projects we've done in the past with respect to Port Orange, South Daytona. These are major projects, Ormond, and it just continues. And I think it was said best by Mr. Johansson saying we're in the exciting execution phase of this now. Donna, thank you very much because she always brings up good news to the people of this county that have experienced this type of flooding. Ben, Ted, you guys also, thank you so much, you and your teams. Ben, I had a question, and I asked you yesterday. I'm sorry to make you walk back down, but I don't know if you got enough work out at the Turkey Rod Run this weekend, but, you know, we're going to give you a little more. I know you answered this yesterday, but refresh my memory. The area for W, and I'm glad you brought that up, for Ponce Inlet, and I understand now that they did have 3, had to go back, and I understand the reasonings now. But does that help the area behind? I know I asked this, and just will it some way help the area those residents that are behind the Science Center, you know, that have experienced that flooding? I've received many calls during the storms.
I think this is a different area.
It is a different area, and I saw the connectivity, but I saw it was close by, so I didn't know if it would help in some way.
You know, everything's close by in Ponce Inlet.
Yeah, throw a rock.
But I believe this area, it's a South Turn Road just north of Beach Street. They have.
Okay, so it may not help.
It's not directly. I think what they have is a series of closed basins, believe it or not, in Ponce Inlet where they have some low areas in there.
So there's nothing really. I don't know if we can do anything.
I know that they're looking at that area as well. They haven't requested any projects specific for that, but this is also one area where they've experienced it.
And I saw, if you looked at the map, if you had the opportunity to look at the agenda and see the map, I mean, this almost gives, once those properties are purchased, and if you do something with respect to retention, how much it will connect all those current water basins that are there. So
Right, and they're taking advantage of some lots that haven't been built on.
will they have connectivity under the roads?
Yes.
Okay,
the
so that's
ultimate
even
goal.
better. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just thought another thing when my colleague spoke regarding all of the good projects that we've done for the past year that relate to infrastructure and flooding, and I started thinking maybe I don't know George or George's communications team can talk. I know we have our social media presence out there, and I'll occasionally see a posting from Volusia County informing things, and I think they're very informative. So I appreciate the messaging. I wondered is there any investment behind that? And I think the terminology is boosting or something like that. Do we do any paid marketing to get our message out to the public? Because I still sometimes the
Short
narrative.
answer is yes.
We do.
We do boost. We haven't done any print paid advertisement lately, but I think we've done a lot of boosting.
The digital side.
We're
And
gonna have
that's what
Michael
I'm
come
talking
up.
about.
He can explain what he does.
Sure. And as he's coming down, because oftentimes you see social media posts that are half truths, false, completely false, and I don't know where they come from. And I think we need to put our message out there stronger and stronger.
Yes, sir. We do boost. We also have partnered with the cities recently and brought together what you know as the PIN group and invited them to participate also because a lot of these programs overlap boundaries. So, and we recently, I want to say about 2 months ago, launched a dedicated newsletter just to flooding and stormwater.
Good. And I'll expand on this in the obvious attacks that'll come on social media after this, but I don't care. Because, we have individuals in this county that thrive on misinformation to just drive people to view their data, whatever they're spewing. And I think we need to be aggressive in combating the accuracy of that information and putting out the true factual information from the county. So keep up the good work. Any additional tools you need, please, George, get that to us because that narrative needs to stop and we just need to deal with the truth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take the ones now that we're going to vote on alphabetically. So that means we will start with item A, the airport parking rate adjustment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Cyrus, thank you for putting this together. And, when I read it again today, actually minutes before our meeting, I went through that item again. And our airport is doing fantastic, as you know I've said several times. Anytime there's a fee increase, though, I'm a little sensitive to it. So I had a couple questions. Do we track data on who's utilizing the parking, like where they're from, things like that?
Well, good morning, gentlemen. Cyrus Callum, Aviation and Economic Resources. We do track as much data as we can. The majority of people that use our airport, of course, are Volusia County residents that are using our parking facilities. So that is correct.
If you had to throw a number at it, and I won't hold you to it, give me a wag, I won't spell that out.
Well,
completely.
so the parking facilities at the airport are probably going to be for our local residents that are here, that are using the facilities, or people that are coming from Flagler County, for instance, or Brevard County, even in some instances, Seminole County, neighboring counties that will come and use either for long-term or short-term parking purposes.
I know our airports are largely regulated by federal rules also. My question, I guess, as I prepared for that, is do we know if it's permissible to have a Volusia County resident discount?
So that would be a grant assurance violation for us if we were to discriminate or impose different rates or fees based on locations that users are from.
I was afraid you were going to say that, but I wanted to ask it anyway.
I understand.
I do see the fee. The fee isn't that big of an increase. I'm happy that you didn't go up to the top. So
I challenge staff to really do their due diligence and do market analysis on how much people are paying at some of the neighboring airports that we are competing with. And so we are well in line with the median for that. The purpose for needing to increase the rates, of course, this past weekend, we had the pain of progress where we ran out of parking in our long-term parking facility. And with JetBlue coming, beginning this Thursday, we're going to have some continuing challenges with our parking infrastructure. So I do have some short-term plans that we're trying to address, but ultimately my vision is to have a parking facility, a parking garage, and continue to have positive customer interactions. Also in 2026, I will be bringing before this council a new parking operator. And with that new parking operator, we're going to bring in some new technology that's going to help us more effectively collect revenues and find different ways to use our parking facilities more effectively.
And you answered my follow-up question to that, but I got another follow-up to that.
Yes, sir.
The additional fund, is the parking a enterprise style fund, or that just goes into the general coffers for the airport?
It is a part of the airport general revenue fund that is part of the enterprise fund, yes.
And this additional 625,000 projected income, do you all have plans for it? Are you going to set it aside for future parking, or what can you tell us?
Absolutely. So that parking revenue system that we want to bring on board is going to cost us an estimated $1.3 million. This will help offset that capital cost. But I'm also trying to find other ways and working with the state now on trying to find a way to fund the parking garage, also talking to some of our stakeholders and partners that may be using our parking facilities as well to potentially partner up in funding a parking facility or parking garage that could be multi-use. So I'm looking at all alternatives right now. And so that money gives us the flexibility to do that.
Thank you, Cyrus. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Cyrus, real quick. How much do we have in reserves? Reserves for the airport?
For the airport, we are approximately, and that may be a better Ryan Osowski question there. I think with the security system project and some of the grants that we've had to pay matching fees, we're somewhere in the $20 million range.
Yeah, I would say they're all spoken for because he has, like he said, these are good problems. We've got with JetBlue and everything coming on, but we'll be looking at just regular upgrades associated with that. Gates have to be updated and they're old. We got air conditioning that needs to be replaced. So we're saving up for those projects here in the near future.
I understood. And Mr. Santiago, I had the sense at first that you wanted to try to give the taxpayers, a break. And I didn't know if there was something we were looking at that could be done.
We need to get him to change the federal law.
There you go. All right, thank you.
Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. This question may be something George could answer as well. When you hit on that, the fact that, David, that was a great question with respect to how we can possibly assist the citizens of Volusia County since primarily it's used. But I also understand the limitations the feds put on that and that we can't charge different from residents that's similar to what we have with the beach, correct? Because we have to actually buy down out of the general fund to make those.
Well, the beach is a little bit different because the beach issues.
Same philosophy,
Well,
though.
the beach part, right, same philosophy. The issue there with the beach is it's a charter issue.
Yeah, but it's the same philosophy where
right,
we have
but
to
here,
buy
this
down.
is a federal law.
Federal law. Okay. All right. I guess I was trying to think also outside the box a little bit. Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Santiago, I love where you went with that. Thank you for trying to give some more relief to our residents. I knew Cyrus is going to tell us what he told us, but I love that you went there and you asked the question. And, Cyrus, I am appreciative that, of course, you added the information about the survey of surrounding airports and similar sized airports. And I love that we're still, with this rate increase, we're not there where the highest are, not even near some of those, like $29 a day,
That's
for some of those. So I am appreciative of that. And the $20 million, Council, in reserves doesn't bother me as much because you got to have money to leverage money from many groups. I mean, we've heard our state representatives say, don't just come to us asking for help. Show us where you can participate in this as well. And I love that we've got some real dollars to participate and help make positive changes at our airport. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just quickly, I wanted to add, I'm for this vote. I think you've done a good job with a minimal increase, and we say all the time up here that we let it go way too many years sometimes before fees are raised. But none of us like to raise fees because it's really just another tax on constituents. But we have to pay for the services that we're providing. Yeah, $20 million sounds like a lot of money, but the county manager's right. It's spoken for. You have places for that in the future, and that's the beautiful thing about the enterprise fund of the airport is there's so many things that you're able to do that you're not taking general fund money from taxpayers. It comes from your own general fund, from the enterprise fund. It's well managed. You do a great job, and I appreciate the work that you've done to keep this as low as possible, but reasonable. So, Councilman Santiago.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. I just thought of another thing. I apologize to the council too. But it's somewhat related to what we're talking about. I felt I could have brought it up in comments, but I felt that the timing is right now. Because we're investing now more in the garage, right, in the parkings, and what we're preparing for with this increase. But I also felt compelled as we launch JetBlue this week, right?
Thursday.
Yeah, this Thursday we launched the first flights of JetBlue for Boston, I believe, right? It's the first
Boston and New York JFK.
Okay, thank you. And I still think again about the previous hearing that we had when we approved the funding of JetBlue, and even the history, right? That some had legitimate concerns with. I wanted to expand on, Cyrus, I'm not telling you how to do your job, but I just want to throw ideas out there. I hope that all of our friends that are involved in tourism are fully engaged with this JetBlue because it's a big, big deal. And that also should include our hoteliers. I'm a fan of many of them, and I think some of them still have opportunities to step up for this county. I won't name names. But I hope we can have a I hope we could have a dedicated I already get beat up on social media, right? I don't need any more. I hope we can have a dedicated I'll use the word task force with all of those involved groups for a dedicated conversation on making sure that these recent airline expansions, including JetBlue, have an extra emphasis on making sure that it's successful. Some of my colleagues took a bold move and supported this, given the history. So I want to make sure that we don't get to "I told you so." So, whatever you need, George, Cyrus, please bring to this council. Let's not treat it. What I'm trying to say, let's not treat it like we treat any of the previous expansions. I think this one requires additional emphasis. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, just as a follow-up to what David was talking about, you look like a proud mama up there. I mean, you should be. You have every right to boast your most recent accomplishment. JetBlue, like I said last time, was a huge, huge gain for the county. Just to follow up on what David was saying, are we expanding our tourism marketing overseas now? Because we now are basically an international destination. Are we going to expand our tourism board money to London, to France, wherever, to try and lure the international to Daytona?
So I haven't had those conversations with our CVBs quite yet, and they're actually going to be a part of our celebration on Thursday the 4th in bringing on JetBlue. However, yes, that will be a discussion that we will have, and we will definitely try to look at expanding our reach now that we have this access to Europe.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. All right, great. Good news. Thank you.
Deputy County Manager Suzanne Conchin.
To Mr. Dempsey's question, I will just say, because this morning Lori Campbell Baker with the Halifax Advertising Authority shared an article in the London Times. So they are working with international groups to promote our area, and there's a very nice feature on Volusia County in that article. So wanted to share that.
Yeah, it spoke about all of Volusia County. It was a great article. The guy that rode his bike from Key West to Maine. I thought it said he went on to Maine. But anyway, there was a big chunk of it about Daytona Beach and Ponce Inlet, West Volusia, all over. So, okay, I don't see any more comments. Do I have a motion to approve item A?
Motion approved.
Second.
Motion to approve by David Santiago, second by Vice Chair Reinhardt. Any other questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And item A is approved 7-0. Thank you for your time. That takes us to item H.
Chair, I just had a couple quick questions. I just wanted to really confirm that this was renewing our opting out.
Correct. So this item is a proposed resolution that will renew your opt-out of the missing middle certification. This was the item that we brought as a special meeting last year, and at that time, you opted to approve the missing middle tax exemption. At this time, our data has not been received from Schimberg, but we are anticipating it between mid and late December. As long as that supports the ability to opt out, this resolution will enable us to do that by December 31st.
Thank you. Motion to approve.
Okay. We have motion to approve by Councilman Robbins, second by David Santiago. Any other questions? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? And item H is approved 7-0. That takes us to item L. Request to approve and execute a land lease management agreement for the Florida Forever acquired Carter Quail Ranch. 1,339 acres.
Yes, sir.
Talk to us a little bit about this.
This is a Carter Quail Ranch's 1,300 acre piece that came through our program. This council put on the A list as a priority. Our team met with the Florida Forever staff and asked them to purchase this property for us, and they did for $18 million. They have full title of the property, which is typical of state properties. Before they will buy them, there's a jurisdiction or some agency has to be the manager of the property. When we asked them to purchase this property for us, we said we would become the manager. So this is just effectuating that agreement.
Thank you, Brad, and the team for putting this together. I know there's a lot of great things coming about it. What I wanted to ask, and I'm going to support this, but I want to see what kind of leeway we had. I know we were limited. Trying to find my notes again. Of what we can do on the property. Can somebody speak to that?
Sure. So it's resource-based recreation. The way that this process will play out, once we sign this agreement with the state, we have to do some public hearings and have a management advisory group, essentially, that develops the management plan. But we have engaged with Castle Bay Design and have a preliminary list of some of the things that we would like to see on the property, which we have overhead for you. So you can see, looking at some preliminary elements of the site and facilities. This is subject to change, but I think this is a good starting point for the conversation. It's different items than we typically would have on conservation lands. Our outstanding resource stewardship director has also had some initial conversations with FWC about having a small game wildlife management area and hunting area, which is not typical in Central Florida. So it would make us unique. So there's multiple options we have, and a council member will be appointed to that advisory group as well.
And what kind of leeway, if we have any suggestions we would like to make? I see like eco buggy tours, which are the off-road buggies, big tires, stuff like that. Something we talked about is ATV usage on this, and an easement to access possibly other county-owned properties. Where are we at with that?
So we can certainly ask the state to do that. It has to be resource-based recreation. We've had a conversation and strategy discussion internally that constant usage as trails may not be approved, but if we did certain weekends out of the year, it may be acceptable. But at the end of the day, they will be the ones decides, and we will ask as part of the process. We continue as we are evaluating properties we get in the door for Volusia Forever, continue to evaluate them for ATV use as a potential, but using ECHO as the funding source.
Is that something we need to make the recommendation now?
No, we'll include it. We heard you loud and clear.
Okay, I didn't see it on here. Because I see there may be a conflict there with the equestrian area, you know, and in looking at this, I'm just trying to look for balance, because we have thousands of acres where, in Tiger Bay, for instance, where the equestrians have the full reign of this, and the UTVs, the dirt bikes, the enduros, stuff like that, they don't have anything per se. And I know that would be a conflict, even though I support the equestrian use 110%. I'm just if we have to pick one, I'm trying to create a balance here.
Yes, sir.
And I just don't want them to come back and say, well, you got equestrian on here, you can't do it. And then it gets thrown in our
We have some more options. So this is an expansion of Deep Creek Preserve. So we're actually connected to the Deep Creek Preserve by the southwesterly corner.
Okay.
See where the property line is there? We have some more options because we wholly own Deep Creek on that property. So.
And would be able to use that, for instance, as like an easement to access it?
Well, we could. It's very wet back there, so you may need to come across Deep Creek, but the entrance to Deep Creek Preserve. But as the conversations progress with the state, we'll keep you informed. But we've heard council loud and clear about having ATV riding trails.
We'll cross that creek when we get there.
Yeah, and there's a potential, we included as part of the conceptual plan, a potential to have some of those also at the motocross site as well.
Sounds good. Motion to approve?
Second, Johansson.
We have a motion to approve by Councilman Robbins.
I just had a quick question, Chairman.
By Councilman Johansson. And first question, Troy Kent.
Yeah, the preliminary plan, it covers a lot of great recreation uses. I just didn't see number 7, the zip line climbing ropes course. I don't see a 7 on there. So I don't know if you could tell us where it's going to be. It's not on there. I've looked like 35 times.
So I think the plan for that was to, because it is probably the largest facility expense that we would have, is to go to a state model where they hire a concessionaire to run and take on the liability of that. So we would probably designate space for it towards the front and allow them to pick. That's been some initial conversations that we've had.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? We have a motion to approve by Councilman Robbins, second by Councilman Johansson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 6-0. We'll get Matt's vote when he comes back in.
The same, Brad, for the following item.
Item M?
With McMillan Ranch.
Yes.
Just want to highlight whatever you
Sure.
can highlight.
Yeah, so this is actually, we have a PowerPoint, I believe. If not, I have a map for council's consideration. So this is essentially the core of the Volusia Conservation Corridor, and this is the last puzzle piece of a corridor of about 7,000 acres that we have that runs south from Lake Ashby down to Maytown Road. And so it's buffers Lake Ashby, the Lake Ashby Canal, I believe, which turns into Deep Creek. So this is, again, protecting, as you can see, that comes out of the property there, out of the south of Lake Ashby. That is, that's a floodway, essentially. So again, the southern or the northern tip, the yellow property that you see on this map is the McMillan Ranch. So as you can see, we've worked with the Water Management District to acquire the 6,000 acres to the south of that. And then across 415, you see Deep Creek Preserve and other ag easements that we've bought. Interestingly, the white is what is on our A list right now for purchase. So we're really trying hard to fill in those gaps as we complete the conservation corridor that was established 20 years ago using the wildlife corridor science. but this is an essential piece. It's an expensive easement. I will be very honest with you about that. And it's why the McMillans have been very gracious with us. When we got the appraisals back in, we went to the district and asked for some partner funds to ease the burden on our Volusia Forever funds, and they've agreed to that as a good partner. But it's really the last piece there on Lake Ashby that will provide some water resource protection, which is in the ballot language.
And I appreciate that, Brad, and just explain it a little bit. What activities are they going to, just for the public, that they're going to still be able to do? I know they're cattle ranchers, right?
They're cow
And are they going to keep that?
They are. So the ag easement, when we included the farms and forest lands in the ballot language in 2020, that really opened up a new opportunity for us to engage some property owners who want to have a little bit more flexibility than a conservation easement, which if you go into a conservation easement, you are essentially saying, I will be a cow-calf operator forever because it's a low impact. We're giving flexibility. We're following the state's lead in the Department of Ag's easement document, providing some flexibility as the market changes. They can change operations so long as it's low impact. It can't be a concentrated feeding operation. There's prohibitions, but they still have the rights. And again, we're trying to balance both fee simple purchases and conservation easement purchases that will stay on the tax roll and be managed by those property owners.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Councilman Robbins. Is there a second?
Second, Johansson.
Second by Councilman Johansson. Any other questions? David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brad, did I hear you say that it's wetlands mostly?
No, this is properties mostly upland. We say 10 to 20% is wet. 20 to 30% wetlands.
Oh, okay. And then also, I wasn't sure if I heard you correctly. Did you say it's an expensive purchase? That's why you asked for help, or?
It is an expensive easement, yes.
And why is it expensive? Is it because it's more than the appraisal?
No, it's not more than, it's a little bit more than the average of the appraisals. It's not more than, so it won't require a supermajority vote. It's prime for development. If you look at it, it's got extensive frontage along 415. There's utilities within a mile and nearly a mile of shoreline on Lake Ashby. So if you look at the environmental aspects, but also the development aspects, that's why you're seeing it come in.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And why we got two supplemental support letters from Alachua Conservation Trust and Conservation Florida. We asked them to look at it and if they felt it was the price, was right, for lack of a better term, to weigh in, and they've included letters of support in the packet.
Are they going to leave some of the cows behind?
No.
I think you have a stake.
Councilman Dempsey.
Couple questions for Brad. Brad, did you ever happen to find out the percentage of our Volusia Forever properties that we're partners with either a federal, state, or municipality?
Yes, sir. So in the 2000 program, 2000 to 2020, our approach has always been to use partners. And in that, the 2000 to 2020, we used $77 million of local funds and $40 million of partner funds. What we have is a lot of times properties that we share joint title on. We can do that with the Water Management District. We cannot share joint title with the state. So the only properties, and you talk about ones that people would know, the larger properties that we have owned outright as a large portion of Longleaf Pine Preserve, a couple thousand acres, and Deep Creek Preserve. With that being said, it was part of an alternative water supply solution that was proposed. So $5 million came from our utility to support the purchase of Deep Creek as well. So those are the two big ones that we wouldn't have. I think you're concerned about the bureaucracy of, people changing or, if we have partners, it complicates, if needs change. So
Okay, so what percentage of, I think we're at 37% now, the county has through Volusia Forever?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how much of that?
No, so it's been all partners. So it would be federal, state, and local.
So it's all partners?
It is. So Canaveral National Seashore, Woodruff, Hart Island, which is managed by the Water Management District. So it's us and all of our partners. It's 37%.
How much, if you can tell me, how much of that is with the state, let's say? Or a state agency?
So the district would probably, we have the data. I just don't have it off the top of my head. I would say the largest government landowner is the federal. So if you look at Canaveral National Seashore and Woodruff.
Okay, so the majority of our partners are the feds, and then probably the second biggest is the state. Is that fair to say?
Partners in acquisition or partners in conservation? So
well, I mean, contractually in bed with.
State, probably more than federal.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And for instance, in this item M, are the contracts are the contracts on these other acquisitions pretty much the same as the one in item M?
So this easement, yes. So the easement is very similar language. Yes.
So if we wanted to get out of this contractual obligation, we have to get the blessing of the state or the feds, whoever our partner is.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? Okay. That's all the questions I have with Mr. Burball. I would like to make comments. I don't know if you want me to do it now or wait until after David and Danny are done.
Let's finish with questions first, and then
Okay.
I'll come back to you. Councilman Robbins, did you have a question or comment? Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question is, including this one, when we do these acquisitions, do we look at the the fiscal impact to the county as it pertains to tax rolls?
$5,000. This will take off the tax rolls.
Okay, and then we do that as part of every single one. We analyze
Yes, sir.
that.
I will say this one's higher. That's unusually high. Ag lands are typically taxed at a much lower rate.
Well, good. I'm glad we look at it because obviously then the burden becomes more on the remaining taxpayers. So,
yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. For comments, Don Dempsey.
Yeah, guys, I think we got to step back and look at the forest and not the trees. The overall picture of what we're doing here kind of scares me, and it kind of hit me recently. None of us here are in favor of SB 180, right? I think we've all touted that we want local control. We don't like Big Brother telling us what to do. The state, for instance, we don't like them telling us what to do, nor do we like the feds telling us how to run our local business. And we've petitioned the legislature to give us back our control of our own property here. But yet, what we're doing is we're selling off our rights to control our own property. I mean, we've got 37% of the county's property right now entangled with the state or the feds. We're in bed with them. If we want to undo something on one of these agreements, we have to get their blessing. We've just basically sold away our local home rule. 37% of our county we have no control over now because we're in bed with the state or the feds. And what really scares me about this is the word in perpetuity. That's a long time. 400 years ago this year, the Indians sold Manhattan for $24 worth of trinkets. And now I bet they wish they hadn't done that 400 years later. What scares me, and I'd like to hear all your input, Stanford University did an article back on May 23rd of 2019, when fossil fuels run out, what next? And so I'm going to ask you guys, what are we going to do when fossil fuels run out? Their article says that oil will end in 2050, gas will end in 2060, coal will end in 2090. That could be propaganda or it could be the truth. I don't know. But I think we can all agree that at some point, fossil fuels will be gone. And then what's left? Solar, wind, or nuclear? I don't think, you felt the fallback with Belvedere. Imagine a nuclear reactor coming into Volusia County. Are windmills even feasible in Volusia County with hurricanes? So that only leaves solar. And yet paragraph 5116 of the contract says no solar farms, period. No solar farms. So what are we leaving our future generation every time we enter into one of these? 100 years from now, 200 years from now, whenever we do run out of fossil fuels, what are we leaving them to work with? We're leaving them entangled with the state bureaucracy, with the federal bureaucracy. There's an old saying, the road to destruction is paved with good intentions. I think we all have good intentions here in trying to conserve our environment. But are we really doing future generations justice when we're entangling them with the state and federal governments to supply their own energy someday? When fossil fuels are gone, what are we leaving them? I've said this in previous meetings. The word in perpetuity scares the bejesus out of me. I don't like that. In law, in common law, there is the rule against perpetuities. You're not supposed to restrain the use of property beyond a life and being in 21 years. It's a restraint on alienation. It's a public policy doctrine that you cannot encumber property for future generations. I mean, imagine if the Dutch, when they bought this, said, okay, no more roads, they don't even know what a telephone was back then, let alone telephone poles or pavement or cars. Things change. And I understand we're trying to do good for the environment, but the word in perpetuity, are we really that, or are we all prophets? Do we really know what the environment's going to be like in 200 years? That we're contractually binding ourselves to the state and we're contractually binding ourselves to the feds. If we want home rule and local control, why are we basically selling our rights away for beads? And 200 years ago, our predecessors in these chairs may say, what were they thinking? They sold off all our rights to control our own property for $2 million. It's one thing if we want to do this and use just county money for county purposes and only the county. But this idea of taking on partners, I understand, Dr. Burball, you're doing great with our money. You're stretching our dollar as far as you can. But I think the problem is that we're going to be entangled with these other government agencies in the future, and they may really have a mess on their hand when it comes time to find alternative sources of energy. Solar farms, all this green area that we're looking at, a lot of that might be prime locations for a solar farm to give us power. I don't know. I don't know what 100 years from now is going to look like, but we're contracting ourselves against it for the next, in perpetuity. That's beyond Christ's return. We're encumbering this property. So that's why I'm a no on this. I really would like for us to put this on another agenda and really discuss if in perpetuity is really the best interest of our generation and future generations, and whether or not, just to give better clarity, because our goal apparently is 50% of the county to be owned through one of these types of programs. And I'm really worried that if we're going to entangle and give away our local control for half of the county property, I think it's something that we need to really explore. So I would ask that we table this. And I don't know if this is going to make or break us, but I know it's going to come up on item 6 as well. And I don't want to regurgitate this all in item 6, but it's the same thing. It's just, I really want to talk about this at some point before we give away too much. Thank you, guys.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Don, you do bring up some valid points here. But also, too, if you break down the property, we heard that 20 to 30% is wet. It's not buildable. It's probably not feasible to even get wetland credits. So it leaves you with 150 acres out there. It's 5 or 10 acre lots. If it's RC, it's 20. So what are we really getting? 10 or 15 lots out of this that are probably buildable according to the zoning and the comp plan. And that's just off the top of my head and my memory, and I could be a little off, but it just gives a ballpark. That area is not going to have high density. It could be proposed, but it most likely wouldn't be approved because it's not like everything else out there. So, at the end of the day, it is a lot of money. And Brad, I don't know the feasibility to keep it local. What would be our options to keep it local so we are possibly in control a a little bit more in the driver's seat where we're not so locked in if we have to do a Hail Mary 50, 60 years. You got to admit, Don does have some points here. So.
Yeah, we talked at length this morning about this. My response jokingly was, it's called Volusia Forever, not Volusia Temporary. But for this one, I think we would not take the district's $500,000, and we could do it. We have the money in our land acquisition reserves. But one of the things I think that it gives let me back up a little, and just that, number one, if it is a conservation easement, it has to be in perpetuity. There's state statutes that say it has to be in perpetuity. At the federal level, if it's not in perpetuity, the property owner cannot access the tax benefits associated with sales like this. Right. So I will say the Department of Ag is doing some different stuff, and we talked a little bit about that, where they're doing some term easements. I think Councilman Dempsey has some valid concerns, about bureaucratic entanglements and, the practical realities of having to get things changed. But there is flexibility in the documents that we provide. And some things the resource stewardship director can approve. Like if they're changing an ag operation to something and it's not on the prohibited list, then whoever's sitting in Nick's seat, it won't have to go to the district, can approve that. So there is some flexibility for folks. But and ultimately it needs to be modified, it can be by all parties.
So we're still left with perpetuity.
Yes, sir.
There's no opt-out, no way out, exigent circuit, whatever the case, there's no way out, period. Just so we're clear.
I am not aware of any, okay, well, the attorney's standing up.
Sabrina Slack, Assistant County Attorney. Going on with Mr. Dempsey, speaking of, it's a common law. There is the doctrine of Cypre, which, if you want to go deep into your bar review course, Cypre is, for perpetuity, Cypre can set it aside if it is impossible or that it was not predicted at the time. So going on with this Stanford analogy, if it came to the point where you had no fossil fuels and you needed solar power, the common law doctrine of Cypre would then allow you to go to court and ask for your perpetuity easement to be set aside because of the impossibility or the necessity of something to be changed in the future. So even though it is perpetuity, it is the law, so there are lawyers, and there is another doctrine called Cypre, which you can set aside a perpetuity. We don't need to debate.
I have nothing else.
But that would be assuming this was unforeseeable. We can foresee that fossil fuels are going to go at
Correct.
some point. So we can't claim,
Correct.
We didn't know we were going to run out
Well,
of
to
fossil
answer his
fuels.
question, there is the one way out.
Well, yeah, force majeure type of
Correct.
logic, yes.
Councilman Johansson.
Thanks. I think with this property in general that if we can buy it with our own money, that'd be great. But we talk about the fossil fuel, the loss of power. We here at Volusia County don't do a lot of power brokering. That's usually done at the state, and if we're partnered with the state and the state wants to put power somewhere, I'm sure we would find ways to do that. My thoughts. Secondly, it's easy to say no to putting solar, to put wind, to put nuclear, or you mentioned Belvedere. Until there is no power, then all of a sudden some of those things become very considerable. And I'm talking nuclear. So I wouldn't be so scared about people being scared about nuclear as more and more of those smaller energy plants and whatever else we have come available. I mean, there's risk in everything we do. But more people die in the damn highway than they do of nuclear fallout. So I think once once we discuss things like that. What I don't want to do, I do want to get to doing it ourselves, but what I don't want to do is scare people into thinking that we got to stop doing what we're doing. Last thing is 50% is something we've all talked about. It's nothing that I recall that we've agreed to. So that 50% is a goal. Some say we might not even be able to afford 50%. So it's great. Let's aim higher than we are this week, next week. But let's not get liquored up on 50% like we made it a policy until we all talk about our core responsibilities in January or February, whenever we're going to do that. And one of them is that we mandate 50%, but we're not there yet. Thank you, Chairman.
Councilman Kent.
Thank you. And Mr. Dempsey, if you're trying to convince me with this talk of running out of fossil fuels to buy an electric car, I already told you. I will never buy one until their prices come down. And when the batteries catch on fire, they stop burning after 3 days. So that's not happening. But I also wanted to tell you, you mentioned this, and I was like, what is Don talking about, man? Running out of fossil fuels in 40, 50? What in the world? So yeah, when you do a search, it talks about oil, approximately 47 to 56 years, natural gas, 49 to 52, coal, 133 to 139. But then you look a little deeper. This says the United States has enough technically recoverable oil to last approximately 227 years at current consumption rates, according to the Institute for Energy Research. And then it asks, what country has the most reserves of oil? The United States. What state has the most reserves? Alaska. So, Secretary of State William Seward, who, was it William Seward? Seward's Folly. Yeah, it was William Seward. Secretary of State who did that great deal with Russia to purchase Alaska. Well, it wasn't a folly. It was one of the best land purchases ever. Maybe not as good as the New York you talked about there down in Manhattan, but close. And it just reminded me, Council, to bring that up, because then we also have people, and Don, don't take it this way. I truly don't mean this as a fear mongering from you by saying that, but you'll hear people come and fear monger us. They haven't recently about water because we've had a tremendous amount of it fall from the sky. So they haven't been fear mongering us about Florida's going to run out of water. Hey, Florida's never running out of water. And if you want, I'll meet you over at Silver Glen Springs, or any spring you choose, if they'll let you swim at the spring head. And I'll challenge you to swim down to the bottom of the spring head without being pushed out with incredible force of the water being pushed out. And where is that force coming from? Oh, that's right. Because the aquifer is jam-packed full of water underneath of it, and it has to come out somewhere. Sort of like oil spurts out of the ground, water spurts out of the ground. We're not running out of water, and I'm going with the 227 years, Don, not running out of oil as well. But I appreciate your points that you brought up, because you had my buy-in bone there for a moment about not taking the $500,000, but then you listen to Dr. Burbaugh, and it sounds like even if we don't take that, we're still locked in. We're in perpetuity. So, thanks.
Don, you caught me by surprise. I didn't know you were going to bring this argument with fossil fuel. I agree with Mr. Kent and I think with you too. I think you actually touched on it, that we've been hearing this. We're going to run out of gas in 50 years for about 80 years. It's I don't know where we are with that. I'm going to take the other side of what Mr. Kent just said. I think we do have some water problems. But the thing that really got me that you said was that we're selling our rights away. We're not. This isn't our property. It's private property. And when a private property owner wants to sell his land for development, everybody screams private property rights. So when a property owner wants to put his land in conservation for perpetuity because that's what he wants his legacy to be, why is that not private property rights as well? Why? It's a willing seller program. They're coming to us saying, we would like to sell this property or put it in conservation. So I don't look at it as us selling our rights away. We're allowing our residents to do with their property what they want it to do. And frankly, I'm more concerned with water in 50 years or in the next 10 years than I am with fossil fuels. We've got a company, I'm trying to get them to come to Volusia because the owner lives in DeLand. Their station, their laboratories are in Sanford right now. They're making hydrogen gas out of algae. They can do it in a very small footprint. And the hydrogen gas, the fuel cells that they're making can run in, they can fuel cars, tractors, almost anything that gasoline can do. It can be done very safely. They take the fuel cells, they shoot them with high-powered rifles to see if they're going to blow up. The hydrogen doesn't blow up because it's such a stable source. And so I think there is technology in the future. But Troy mentioned go to Silver Glen Springs and look at the water. The fact is Silver Glen Springs already has saltwater intrusion, and it's killing the vegetation in that spring. This is a far west spring. We usually have saltwater intrusion on the East Coast, but we have it at Silver Glen. And our state hydrologist says that the reason that we have it there is because we're pumping water faster out of our aquifer than it can be replenished. And so now we have two cities that are in Volusia County that are looking at injecting partially treated sewage water into the aquifer so that they don't run out of their cup limits. It's an issue. So I look at this land, I said, we need this as our sponge. We need this to help retain water so that we're not injecting sewage water and polluting far more than just Volusia County or being forced to go to toilet to tap water again. So to me, this is protecting future generations. It's protecting water, which is a requirement for life. So I'm a big yes vote on this. Don, I'll hand it back to you.
Yeah. Okay, and like I said, I never claimed that we're going to run out in 2050 of gas or 2060. Stanford University said that, not me. Okay? So I don't know what you think of Stanford or not. If you think they're full of crap, then so be it. When do you think we're going to run out of fossil fuels?
I have no idea. I think it's going to be replaced, but
with what?
It's
with what?
With hydrogen, not with solar farms, not with wind farms. They're not good sources.
By current technology. I mean, I don't know when we're going to run out of fossil fuels, but I think we can all agree at some point we will. We're entering it. Our forefathers wrote the Constitution, and that was supposed to last for future generations. What we're doing is drafting property usage and restrictions on property usage in perpetuity, forever. Are we that arrogant that we really think we know what's going to be the source of power in 300 years from now? Because this is still going to be on the books. Half of our county is going to be constrained by your desires now, when you don't know what the power source is going to be in 300 years. Okay, you might think 200 years or 150, ha ha ha. It's still going to happen. So what right do we have to tie the hands of future leaders when we don't even know what the state of the county is going to be in 150 years? But we have the audacity to sit here and say, well, we know better. We know what's right 200 years from now. I mean, come on, guys.
We have the audacity to tell the property owner, no, you can't do with it what you want.
The common law, that's been the restraint on alienation. The purpose is to restrict freedom of future property owners to deal with the property as they see fit. Okay, what if the King of England, old King George, back in 1770, said all the colonies have to only have one cottage per acre? What if that was the rule? The King George back in 1770 said that's the way it's going to be in the colonies from here on out. I mean, guys, I'm not talking about 100 years from now or 200. I mean, that's the whole purpose of restraints on alienation and rules against perpetuities. You cannot restrict property and tie its hands till Christ's return. And that's what you guys are doing. And what I don't like about this is we all sit here and tout that we want local control. We want the freedom to do with our property. And we're selling off all our rights to determine what we're going to do with the properties, half the properties potentially here in Volusia County with the state's blessing. And we're going to have a contractual relationship with them now. And then whoever that property owner is in the future, they may be able to tie our hands contractually. I mean, water's a big issue. And Part 5.1.11 says we can't do anything with commercial water wells on the property. We're going to restrict half of the county, their right to use that for commercial water source. I mean, who knows where we're going to be in a couple hundred years from now. It really does not set well with me that we are actually defining generational usage of the county's property and encumbering it. If it's 100 years, okay, maybe that's one thing. But in perpetuity really scares me. And in tying ourselves up with the state and feds when we need to change the policy and the terms of these agreements, they may not be the warm and fuzzy people that we hope they will be. I mean, apparently we have problems now with St. John's Water Management getting the stuff that we want done. I mean, when we wrote that letter to the state wanting to reverse SB 180, they didn't just say, oh yeah, sure, you bet, we're going to work with you. No. So what makes you guys think they're going to be so easy and friendly to work with in 100 years or 200 years when we're all dead and gone and there's a whole new clean slate of players? What makes you think they're going to be so willing to work with us the way we want to have them work with us? This is really scary territory that I think we're going into, and that's why I'm against it. I'd really like to have a full discussion at a later date about how we're going to use all this money with Volusia Forever and what terms. And I don't think the voters ever voted to give away local control when they signed the referendum. I mean, if you're saying they wanted to go ahead and buy properties for conservation, okay. But did they also want to entangle ourselves with the feds and basically contract away our right to local control? Because that's what you can sit there and look at it from a telescope or a microscope. Every one of these contracts, we're signing away local control. We're getting in bed with the state and the feds. And now we have to go through them if we want to change anything. I don't like it. Thanks.
Okay. Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Don, you can tell you're an attorney. So, but, no, I'd say very good, very good. Although when Sabrina got up, you two went at it, I was lost. So, but I'll leave it at that. That's why we hire attorneys. That's why I never became one. I do like the conversation. Don, you brought up some very valid points. You did, trust me. But I tend to lean on the other side of having individual property rights as well. And when we talked about the information coming from Stanford, I'm going to bring some levity to it and say, you know, these are the guys on the West Coast that decided to join the ACC. So I'm just going to leave it at that. So, but see, I did make a few laughs. All right, that's good. Technology, you know, the term current technology, what you brought up, but I'm going to bring up one, say future and advanced technology. There are things that we watched on TV. I took my first ride. Now, I'll never buy one, but I took my first ride, or I shouldn't say I'll never buy one. I plan on never buying one, in a electric vehicle. And, you know, you program, I didn't know this, but they program it in and it literally drives itself to your destination. Now, you can take over at any time, but I thought to myself, we're already in the world of the Jetsons. Think about it. They're already talking about having the ability to have vehicles fly.
You're still in the Flintstones.
And exactly. And, you know, and I'm going to, because of that, David, I was going to leave this one out, but I'll bring a little more levity to it. When I say that we all enjoy our trucks, David enjoys his Vega. So the rest of us have trucks, you know, real vehicles. And then, sorry. But anyways, I guess what scares me, and I see why that the perpetuity remark scares you. I get that. I think what scares me is the fact that when Mr. Burball made the comment that this could be open to development, let's read the current temperature in our county. where everybody's all against seeing so much being built. And I guess that's, I look at that as well when I make that decision. So, but I do respect what you said. I really do. But I won't argue with you because I know I'm not the attorney. So that's all, Chair. Thank you.
Councilman Robbins.
Hopefully we can put this to bed here soon, but.
Hopefully. We're still on the consent agenda.
Don, something to consider. State, federal parks, a lot are in perpetuity, right? If you look it up, look what happens. Fracking, oil lines, golf courses, lodges. Look at Yellowstone. Look at all these places, right? Some of this stuff, I get the legal mumbo jumbo, but it's only as good as the paper it's written on. Things change really quick. Let's be honest here. Let's be. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I happen to agree with you. And just to add with it, and then shut up. Hopefully, is we have an affordability issue here in Volusia County, and one thing that I, even though I do support this program for agriculture and preserving that, because we have to have food, right? Without food, we don't exist. But on the affordability, we're buying up so much land as well that's buildable, maybe 15, 20 lots tops here, that in my lifetime, being 40, these prices, just because of supply and demand, I think what scares me long term is we're going to have prices like Boca, where their kids are not going to be able to afford it. The affordability in Volusia County with all its land purchases is going to be out the window soon, in my opinion, and that kind of scares me as well. To add to your argument. But if you want to have a future conversation on maybe set a limit, set a threshold, right? I'd be open to having that. But yeah. So,
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you. Regarding this one, I'm okay with approving it. But Don, I think your points are worthy for more conversation. I feel that way. I don't know enough about the particulars, but generally speaking, I get it, and I think it's worthy for this team to set aside some time to talk about that for a future contract. Because this is just a contract. This is negotiated. Someone put it in there to say in perpetuity. It was someone's idea, and both parties continued to agree. It doesn't mean that we can't discuss it or change the terms for future purposes. So it's all part of the conversation, right? And what I had this one wise person tell me, everything's permanent until you change it, right? So I just want to acknowledge your comments, and I think they're worthy of more conversation. And maybe we can change the narrative and flip the script and put more, lack of a better term, more power on our side. I mean, if they're giving us 500,000 and we're putting 1.5, 1.6, we're putting in 2 million. Why is the powers evenly divided? I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me. I don't think that's good negotiating, and I'm not blaming our team, but for $500,000 and we're putting in 2 million, do we want to put them in equal rights as us? I think it's worthy of a discussion how we deal with these in the future. We're not there today, so I'll be okay with this one, but I think what you've done is you've opened the door for better positioning the county in the future, possibly. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let's bring item N to a vote. The vote is to approve the purchase of 213 acres of the McMillan property. Carissa, would you call the roll?
Mr. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Robbins? Yes.
yes.
Mr. Santiago?
Yes, can we rename it Bedrock for Matt instead of the McMillan Ranch? Okay.
Mr. Dempsey?
No.
Mr. Johansson?
Yes.
Mr. Kent?
Yes.
Mr. Brower?
Yes. And so the approval is, the purchase is approved 6-0 and 6-1, I'm sorry. You're not a 0, Don. Yeah, but I need to go back to item L. You were out, and Matt adds his yes vote to that, so that was unanimous 7-0 on L. And I believe that covers the consent agenda at 11:13. Thank you, guys. Volusia Forever was a great line. What did he tell you? It's not Volusia. Okay. One of those days. Item 3, County Attorney and County Manager Annual Performance Evaluation.
Motion to approve.
And I'm glad this came up early on the agenda, late in the morning. Did everybody lose electricity? Just me? Anybody else lose their screen besides Mr. Kent and I? Okay. I don't know if since I can't see my screen, if anybody wants to speak to this, I will.
Mr. Johansson does.
Pardon me?
Mr. Johansson is the only person.
Okay. So far, I think there'll be several people to speak, but Jake Johansson, if you want to start.
Yeah, did we get a motion in a second? Did that happen?
A motion.
I think Danny made the motion to
Second
approve.
Yep.
I'll make the second.
Yeah,
I mean, that's my question. It's just a presentation, right? Okay, so it's a salary adjustment.
Can you update us on Mike Dyer's batting average? It was 1,000 last year.
Yeah, it's no longer. Yeah. So I'll make comments, Chairman.
Now it's back. Okay.
We've had a pretty, I don't want to say turbulent year, but we've had an interesting year, and I believe that the county manager has navigated some of the barriers we've put in his way, some of the barriers that nature has put in his way, and some of the barriers that that an organization has put in his way, and he's piloted the ship quite well. Same can be said, in my opinion, from our legal help. Now, I know that the county attorney is conservative. He and his staff do the best they can to protect us, even when we won't accept the help and put ourselves out there anyhow. But at the end of the day, I have never, with either one of them, assumed that their best interest or their interest isn't what is best for our community. And they work very hard to make sure that our community is getting all that we can get and being all we can be. Straight up, it amazes me occasionally, being an ex-city manager, how neutral they can stay, and I very much appreciate that. I don't always get what I want to do when I ask if we can do something, but they are, at least in my interaction with them, always working toward trying to get me to yes, or maybe not the way you want to go, Jake, but look at this route over here, and can guide me to somewhere that's a win-win for the community, and gets me where I want to go. Regarding, in particular, the Volusia Values veterans, they unbelievably beat my expectations. So that goes down to the staff and everything they've done. Every division or department director has done a phenomenal job supporting George, our policies, and moving forward with things such as Transform 386, Volusia Values Veterans, Roads and Bridges, Ryan with the budget and others. It's just been phenomenal for me, and I'm proud to be part of the organization. Thank you.
Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. No surprise to you, gentlemen. I like the instruments that they give us to use for their evaluation. I like that it's concrete. I like that it's in the record. They can have it. They can look at it, discuss it with me or each of us individually, and I'm going to go over that right now. First, I'm going to do Michael Dyer's. For the public listening online, the scale is 1 to 5. 1 is unsatisfactory, 2 is needs improvement, 3 is meets expectations, 4 exceeds expectations, 5 is outstanding. Again, this is for Michael Dyer. Legal competency, you have a 5 from me, outstanding. Problem-solving decision-making, a 4, exceeds expectations. Management of the department, a 4. Management of litigation claims, a 4. You were 1,000, batting 1,000, but there's that one. Management style, a 4, exceeds expectations. Interaction with county manager, a 4, exceeds expectations. Relationships with county council, a 4. Community relations and ethics, a 3, meets expectations, and there are notes. Ethics is a 5, but I have asked for 2 years for our county attorney to make himself available to the public to no avail. Communications is a 4. Intergovernmental relations is a 4. Council member comments. Michael Dyer continues to do a great job as our county attorney. I continue to believe public relations with our residents would get better if you met the public in an informal setting at a minimum of 2 times a year. Michael has a solid legal team. He has made very wise decisions with his personnel and legal team. We are fortunate to have Michael Dyer as our county attorney. Mr. Dyer, any questions about my evaluation? You're a public employee, so we have to do this publicly. This is part of it. Mr. Rechtenwald, county manager, he has the same scale from 1 to 5. 1 is unsatisfactory, 2 is needs improvement, 3 meets expectations, 4 exceeds expectations, and 5 is outstanding. His leadership is a 4, exceeds expectations. Decision-making judgment, a 4. Coordination, a 4. Planning and organization, a 4. Legislative, a 4. Budgeting, a 4. Financial management, a 4. Job knowledge, a 5, outstanding. Adaptability, a 4. Interpersonal relationships, a 4. Community relations meets expectations, a 3. I have comments at the end for that. Motivation and leadership, a 4. Section 2, communication skills with the council, a 4, exceeds expectations. With the press, a 4. Access, a 4. Activities, a 4. With his staff, a 5, outstanding. And with residents, business, and the general public, a 4. General member observation comments. George continues to do a great job as our county manager. When community members want to meet with county manager, he always makes himself available. I continue to believe public relations with our residents would get better if you met with the public in an informal setting at a minimum of 2 times a year. George continues to put the right managers in the right positions. And I know this is George's evaluation, and we don't get to evaluate the managers, but Suzanne Conchin, you have impressed me every month that I continue to be an elected member on this wonderful council. You continue to impress me. But now back to George. George continues to put the right managers in the right positions. Your department heads are all phenomenal. The county is fortunate to have George Rechtenwald as our county manager. I'll wait for all the other comments, and council, I'm prepared at the end of the comments to make a motion for a salary increase for both Mr. Rechtenwald and Mr. Dyer.
Okay, Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with Mike. You sure? No, I'm just kidding. I'll go back to something I said 2 years ago, something I said last year, and I have to say it again. And consistency is important to me. You've never varied from that. And this is, I know oftentimes the public may see this as we're just giving all this praise, but I'll be critical where it needs to be, and I really can't in either sense. So we often praise George, and I'll get to George in a second, about the individuals that he brings on team-wise and what makes you look better and what makes him look better. You have the same with your attorneys. So, I mean, I can go on and I can't name them all, but every time I'm involved, whether it be the TDC or some of the other boards that I sit on where we have the opportunities to, and I call it an opportunity to be able to make sure that we have county legal there to represent us, to make sure that I don't mess up. And you have great, great members of your team, and they need to be commended as well. They're a reflection of you and what you've done. You are consistent, and that may not sound like a great word, but it is to me, and I appreciate what you do. What I was getting at before when I said it 2 years ago, and I'll say it this year, I tease when I'll think of something and it relates to legal, and I have an individual that I speak to on a consistent basis about things, and I won't name her, my wife, and she'll say, you need to reach out to Mike about that, and I'm like, I'm not going to bug him right now, it's 9:00 at night. Okay, but don't forget, and I'll tell you that, and you say, well, you can call me anytime, and I think you mean that. So hopefully I never have to put that to that test, but I know some do.
He never answers my calls.
He never. Well, there's a reason. It's you drive a Vega. But anyways, but I thank you for a job well done. And going on to George, some words that I picked: neutrality, opportunistic. I can't even say the words. And a phrase that we use in corrections: firm but fair. Different context with your staff than what we use with the inmate population, but you're firm and fair. With every project that we brought up, and I'm getting my wheels going on things, and I get excited about projects, and I drive Randa and Joe DeMore crazy, I know, and I apologize, not really, about some of the projects we want with the Second Chance. These are things that you always keep in mind, that this is a 30-year dream of mine. And the excitement about it is just that. It's that it's coming to fruition, and that is exciting. So, but you also know how to tell me to pump the brakes and why. So you don't just say, Matt, pump the brakes, but this is why. When we talked about some other projects related to it, and I don't see the activity, and I ask you, or oftentimes before I even get a chance to ask you, say, hey, by the way, this is what we want to do first, and this is why. I love the explanation. And I truly appreciate that. I don't tell you at the time, but I do. I truly appreciate it. And how you work with us and how you work with your staff doesn't stop there. I have 5 cities, municipalities in my district, and I also familiarize myself with other members of the county. I like to go to a lot of different events, it's known. And I oftentimes hear from the city managers about the great working relationship, not just with the county, but with George Rechtenwald and Suzanne. And I'll bring Suzanne also into that conversation because you two work so closely together. So, and if you ever disagree, you're doing a great job by not showing it. So, but I too want to thank you for being the great planner, the person that utilizes IPC skills that others in my former line of work could take note from. And I've had the opportunity to work with you for a lot more than just being on council, for the time that you were at Road and Bridge and as a county manager before, when I was still with the county. So thank you also for a job well done. And I'll leave it at that.
Councilman Santiago.
Wow, following this love fest. Figure this out. Yeah, that's good. I was cheering up there for a second. I want you to know that.
I just called down for tissues, seriously.
Yeah, thanks. Let me compose myself. I'll be brief. Both of you know how I feel. I had to tell you though, Mike, I had my Mike Dyer baseball card, and the value dropped on it when I looked online because it was 1,000 average, and I was like, darn it, I'm gonna put it up for auction. Mike, your legal team, you and your leadership, good. I got no problems with it. I've been fortunate enough to have exposure during my career, many levels of working with legal teams. You guys are top notches, without a doubt. My only thing that I do push you guys occasionally publicly is like, how do we push that envelope sometimes in that creativity space, right? I've said that. How do we get to a yes? You know, I'd love to continue. I'm going to continue to push you as long as people send me back to how do we get to a yes, and obviously still follow the law, right? So I enjoy that research and working with your team. Your team has been very good in communicating with me and sometimes hearing my crazy ideas, I'll say it, and how do we get to a yes with sometimes crazy ideas or innovative ideas, depending who you talk to. So top notch. I don't really have to say anything more there. You guys, the county's lucky that we have you and your team. George, I don't know what much to say. You know, I think Matt said it all. I think we're led well. I mean, we really are led well. I have no worries. You know, I don't really bug George much. I don't call him. He's a good administrator. If he's got a problem, he's got to share with me. I know it's a serious problem because he's calling me, right? Other than that, I let him manage the county, which is what we hired him to do. And I don't worry at night that we don't have good leadership addressing not only in times of crisis, which we've had some, as far as natural disasters. And I think you manage the other challenges that, you know, county government are dealing with, you know, in today's, you know, volatile world. So I think you ride the good balance, and I think you got respect from probably both sides because of it. And you have well intentions and with a very difficult communications world that we're dealing with. So you do well with it. Continue to, not that you're not, but continue hold your head up high and I know you're doing the right thing. So I hope you stay with us for many, many, many more years. Thank you, and I'll support the raise when it comes up. Thank you.
Troy, your name's up again. Was that going to be for a raise?
Yes.
Okay, then
The talk of one, yes.
I'll wait on that. I said earlier, I'm glad this came up early on the agenda, but not early in the day, because what happened this morning in the opening comments not only was untrue, but I'm sorry that, George, that you had to sit here and listen to that. It's a strange way to ask a council for help. What he's referring to is a public meeting with two of your directors there with me. And what I said when he said that's a lie, it absolutely is. In fact, you've heard me talk for, well, longer than you want to now, but for almost 5 years. It's not even a phrase that would ever enter my mind. If I thought you were corrupt, I'd say he's corrupt, or he's taking the candy. Is it's absurd, and but unfortunately, you get that. Mike gets that a lot. We all get that a lot. Every one of us up here is corrupt. And you're on the take, and Mike's on. It's part of the life of service in the public. We ran for it. We invested money in it, and we try and do the right thing. And when a vote doesn't go somebody's way, they think it's corrupt. It has never entered my mind that you are taking cash on the side for your job. However, when I look at how you're paid compared to other county managers, one might think, well, maybe he should, because you're one of the lower paid ones in the state of Florida. And I think that's probably because you're penalized that you didn't come as a county manager you weren't recruited from another county with a high salary, and you worked your way up from behind a shovel in road and bridge to, you worked with your hands, your head, and your heart to get to where you are. I've watched you in meetings with all of your staff, with all of the directors. They respond to you not out of fear, but out of respect, because they trust that when you tell them something, you're going to keep your word. You don't ask them to do anything unethical. You do push them pretty hard to get things done. And so for me, I spend a lot of time on the third floor, and I see how you and Mike operate. And you deserve every dollar that you are made, and the 1% more that Troy's going to suggest here. Nobody wants your job. I don't want your job. It never ends. The calls continually come, and when somebody says he doesn't answer calls, you probably don't answer all the thousands of calls that come in, but I know you answer calls because I hear about it. I know that you meet with the public because you've met with me and the public. Michael Dyer has met with me with the public, not with open groups, but in the office here. And so, I'm sorry that was said in public and that you had to hear that. It's not true for the public that wants to know. I'll get criticized for saying this, that we're all patting you on the heads and making your heads flat. But you and Mike both have jobs that require far more than 9 to 5. It never ends. And the stress level is really, really high. Frankly, I don't know how you do it. I'm glad that you're here. I appreciate the relationship that you and I have developed, that we can be honest and frank, and even when we don't agree. I don't think, I can't remember a time when we really had a heated argument, but we have disagreed, and we can do it honorably and work through it. Michael Dyer, I think I told you when I handed you your evaluation today. I haven't given George's yet, and in fact, I'm going to send them both by email so that it is public record. Michael, I think I've spent more time with you this year than any year that I've been here, because it has been a year with problems and challenges and issues. And most of my last year, I didn't vote for a raise for either one of you, and it was based on just fiscal challenges and pressures, and some issues that we were facing. For George, it had to do with corrections. Well, I've worked through that, and I've investigated it, and I've seen what happens, and as often happens, you were unfairly accused of being a heartless whatever. Sometimes it's really one of the most difficult things that a manager has to do is terminate somebody, or allow them to resign. Nobody likes doing that. Mike, and some of the most pressing things that we have faced this year, when I have gone to you to talk with it, you knew what was coming. You knew I was going to do it, and you had already prepared it. Senate Bill 180, when I went and said, can you write amendments to this? And you handed them to me, basically. You said, I'll email. You had already done it, because you hate this as much as we do, having local control taken away. My biggest, not a complaint, but a point of encouragement, and it's unfair, is that I think you're too cautious. However, I think I gave you a 5 on that, because it's your job to be cautious. It's your job to protect us from lawsuits. And while you're cautious, you did this morning with me, you always give me options for getting to that yes, to getting to where you want to go. And that's all I can ask for, is your legal professional opinion. So I'm glad that you're both here. I've worked with other county attorneys here and county managers. I started being confronted with both in 1975 when we were having issues on the beach. And I still remember their names. I won't mention them now, but you are a vast improvement, both of you, as far as your legal and professional knowledge, but also your willingness to communicate with this council and with staff.
Even Russ?
Even no, I'm not talking about any of your staff. Yeah, that's part of the good that I see in you. You have, how many attorneys are on the 3rd floor? I always tell people there's 10.
Yeah, there's 11.
Okay.
That I
Well,
work
I'm
with.
not including Russ, so. It's, you actually downsized when you.
We did.
When you took over. And you've driven that pretty hard to keep, to operate within the fiscal constraints that this council keeps placing on us for good reasons. So, Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I have the same accolades for both George and Mike. Mike, you've every time we've talked about legal issues and stuff, you always seem to know your subject matter. And Russ is always there to help us with the big words. So nothing but praises for the legal team and as well as everybody else. And then George, yeah, I just have nothing but respect for you. You're a common sense guy. You're very approachable. You're easy to talk to. I mean, you literally juggle chainsaws for a living, and you've got competing powers pulling you from both sides at all times. And I wouldn't want your job, but you seem to be very good at it from my perspective. So I just have nothing but praises for you and Mike. So that's all. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair and members of council. I'd just like to make a suggestion. If you look at all this stuff here, I don't know what the motion was going to be, but I'll just go down this. The current manager's making 271. Let's just say 272. Brevard 297, Sarasota 284, Lake 281, St. John's 347, Seminole 283, and 354 for Orange. But if you look at the population and look at employees and whatnot, you're going to see we're the third highest population-wise out of all these regional counties. The same thing pretty much goes with the attorney. I don't know what the motion was going to be in terms of the raise, but there's kind of a disparity here if you actually look at this, and I'd recommend maybe getting the county manager and the attorney up to speed to probably where they should be. And also, too, if you get a second, I've been seeing this now for 5 years for what they put in. If you put these folks in a private company, they're $1 million+ employees, just being honest with you. 2,500 employees. But go look in a private company, CEOs, what some of them are making. So I don't know how to put that into motion, but the county manager, based with the population, he's making way less than even Seminole and Lake. I mean, our populations are much and demands much more there. So, and look at Daytona, 291, and he's a city manager, you know. So, but nothing's, you know. What can Mr. Kent? Can you help me? Can you help me here? Get these boys and girls up to probably the where they should be.
Well, it depends. It depends on, Chairman, may I?
Yes, are you done? Yeah.
Yeah, it depends, Councilman Robbins. It depends on if this council is so inclined to do a one-time salary adjustment. I can tell you, I don't know that I'm there yet, and I'm going to tell you why. George Rechtenwald and Michael Dyer have never come to me and said to me privately, hey, we're grossly underpaid and we would like to be made whole. We've not had that conversation. So because I haven't had that conversation with them, my belief is that maybe they don't believe that they are. But you bring up a very good point, and I'm really glad that you went through and talked about some of those places. I'm not even going to talk about a city that's going to pay their city manager close to $300,000. Like I'm not even like, we've got other fish to fry, and I'm not even addressing that. But I'll go with Michael Dyer first, and that is with 11 attorneys that he helps run, In any private sector job, you're right, Mr. Robbins, he would be making well over $1 million. His firm would be making well over $1 million. But he chose to be our county attorney, and I'm so glad he did. Mr. Rechtenwald, how many thousand employees? 2,000 what? How many employees do you have?
Around 2,500.
That's what I thought.
What are their names?
We'll start in the A's. No.
And the same thing goes for Mr. Rechtenwald. Him running any type of Fortune 500 business, which he would be probably close to it with 2,500 employees, he also would be making well over $1 million. So I agree with you, Mr. Robbins, but he didn't choose that. He has chosen his professional life to be a public servant and to work in the public domain. And with that, there's some good things and some bad things. And I think that's with any job. I could be convinced possibly to do a one-time salary adjustment. I could if there was enough common sense that I heard from this council about why. But I'm going to tell you where I am with both of them. I spoke with our human resource director just to make sure my memory was right, and we gave all of our general employees a 4% raise. I can tell you there are people in the public who are kicking and screaming going, 4%? They already make a bloated salary. How dare you give them 4%? They need 1% or they need 0%. They make way more than, your public works. Come on. Of course, well, I'll read it now. They'll be videoing me right now and putting me on social media, ripping me apart for advocating to be fair to our county manager and county attorney. And that's what I think a 4% raise does for both of them. Check my math, somebody, but I believe it's a little over $10,000 raise for both of them. But a 4% raise is appropriate. I am totally against giving general employees a 4% and saying, well, you know what, to these two gentlemen, we're going to give you each 18% because we like you. If you don't give the 4%, then you start looking at that compression issue, and you do that enough times, and now you really do have an instance where you have to do a huge one-time salary adjustment, where you got to say, hey, to keep these gentlemen here from being poached from elsewhere, we got to give them a $30,000 increase each just to keep them here. And if they were to ever leave and your salary is that low, you have a difficult time bringing in some good qualified people for that position. So my motion is first for Michael Dyer. My motion is, and I know there's other names that have popped up, and I want to remind you, I could possibly be convinced for a one-time salary increase, but I'm not leaning that way. I am leaning towards a 4% raise for Michael Dyer. And then after we get done talking about that one, Council, I will be making a motion for a 4% raise for George Rechtenwald as well. Thank you.
Get a second?
Second.
For you're separating just the attorney, 4%.
They are two different individuals, two different positions, and I don't want to muddy the water, so I'm going to do them separately.
Okay. Troy Kent makes the motion, Don Dempsey makes the second, and Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. My comments are regarding the salaries. In my time wearing the George hat at the city, I never knew, I don't think anybody that sat in that group that would go up to their council, save one, and say, I'm way underpaid. That group of city managers and the county manager, including the one prior to George, was very very humble about what they do, and my mantra was I told my council I'm never going to ask for a raise. and if council doesn't want to give me one, and I can fend for myself elsewhere better, then it's time to go. And my council always gave me what I thought was fair when it was fair, and the budget allowed it. I don't think when you get in these positions, positions of public trust, positions of public leadership, that by and large, they feel comfortable asking for money. How hard is it for elected officials in a lot of places to ask for money on their own election cycle? So I don't want to lay that bar down and say, well, they haven't asked for it, so let's not give it to them. But having said that, your motion leads me in a different direction. It's tough as a leader of an organization that big to take a big raise, a lot bigger than your staff is, especially when you got the 7 of us up here talking about fiscal responsibility and being good stewards of the tax dollar. But part of an effective organization, and we all just talked about the evaluation, is to pay people what they're worth, and that's the biggest problem in public service, is we can't pay people what they're worth in private because we don't work private sector. We don't demand a price for the goods. We force people to pay for them, so they get paid a little bit less, and hopefully we make it up for them with the pension and not a guarantee, but you work hard for us and you'll be fine in the long run. So going through both of these, I think we're close to the right place. I hate comparing because every county is a little bit different, but we have to make sure we're aligned so neither one of these two gentlemen leaves us. That's all I have. Thank you.
Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Thinking, and Mr. Johansson brought a few words that I had written down thinking about that. Used the word humble, and that's true. I don't think Mr. Rechtenwald or Mr. Dyer are going to come up and ask council because they're not met fairly in the salary department. So I think back to the 2,500 employees that we gave the 4% increase to, which I thought was awesome. And I think about what are their specific duties. And everything from a guy that operates machinery to the officer at the jail that turns keys, to the deputy that protects our streets, which that could be a different story because I think that they're worth a lot, to how we operate the Ocean Center, I can go through them all. But remember who leads all of them. And he sits right there. So his responsibility is a lot bigger, if you ask me. That's how I view it. Than what, not diminishing any person, one person, employee, their responsibility, but the buck stops with him. If they have issues with the way a department is run, normally he's the one that gets the email. He's the one that has to respond. He's the one that takes the heat in the media. So that's why I lean more to that, and not comparing to what one person does. I'm sure that they've also, when you talk about they had opportunities, you're right. They are in the public domain. Mr. Kent, you're 100% correct. They chose that position. But we have all said, and I think yourself included, has said, it's like running a business. I'm quoting you. Myself too. I said it too. It is like running a business. And they could turn that road and run a business and get paid a lot more. You're absolutely right. And I'm sure they've been headhunted on occasions. They're not going to tell you that. When I was in and working for the county for 30 years, I never asked and went in and asked for a raise. Not once in 30 years. I was appreciative of the fact that I got 1%, 2%, 3%. Very appreciative. I took the advancement opportunities, not for the money, 'cause let's face it, they're not paid enough, but because I enjoy being in that leadership position. I enjoy teaching other people. And when you talk about teaching other people, that's what George is doing. He's not just a supervisor. He's a teacher. Same with Mike. It does bother me when I've looked at it before, when you think about comparing counties, Seminole County, for example, making a lot more. But, I'll play devil's advocate here a lot more. Their tax base is a lot higher, from what I read. Smaller county, but it is a lot higher. But there are others that get, and I'm with you, I don't want to compare it to an individual city, because that's a whole different conversation. I agree with you 100% on that. But with other counties, yeah, I think the argument, I think the conversation needs to be had. So I'll be waiting to hear what the rest of my colleagues say with respect to myself and where I believe Mr. Johansson's going and Mr. Robbins.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike, I'm waiting. The value of the baseball card is still going up and down. I'm waiting to see where that lands, see where I'm going to vote on this. But no, with funnies aside, I bet this is uncomfortable for you guys. I get it. The way I look at it, I'm okay with a salary adjustment, and I think we should do one versus just a flat rate. I look at the value of the individual and what they bring to the organization, and having the wrong person in that role, what the expense could be or the exposure could be. Any bad decisions these guys make can cost the county millions of dollars. Right? But we have a lot of trust in them, given the review that we gave, that potential risk is minimized. So without going too much on my soapbox, I think both of them should be as close to $300,000 as possible that this council would support. I think that's a fair salary, not just because of the comparisons, but considering the comparisons also, but the work and the responsibility they have and the professional experience they have, that's a bargain, in my opinion. If I was running a business, that's a bargain, and I think we should get close to that as possible. And I think I could defend that decision. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Troy, I agree with your proposal on 4% for each of them. We're really just talking about the county attorney right now, but I can speak to both, as I think everybody is. I think it's appropriate, especially since they negotiate with all of our employees every year, especially first responders. And I think if we gave them what they would perceive as a giant pay raise, I can't imagine how that would affect negotiations. Well, you're trying to give us 2%, and you just got this big. But I think to be fiscally conservative, if they were, George and Mike both serve in a capacity of a Fortune 500 company. They would make a lot more money somewhere else. But this is where they chose to work and serve, and they do it well. I just think it's appropriate to give them the same 4% that all their employees got. Councilman Robbins.
Yes, Chair, your favorite councilman.
Quit winking at me.
Troy, Mr. Kent, I just did some quick math here. Difference between 4% and 5%, you're looking at 2,700 change for George, 25 and change for the attorney. Would you be willing to amend your motion to the 5%? We'll come back, we'll look at this, maybe workshop it or think tank it to get those guys maybe closer here in the future. But also, too, and Chairman, to what you had kind of hit on and some others in terms of keeping it in line with the employees, you have to remember, too, that we just approved additional days off for our employees. And if you look at the or the numbers and compute that, that's 3 days off is huge. I've been in those shoes. I've been on those midnights. It's horrible, especially when you don't have employers that don't value you. So, our employees are getting taken care of, and we've made great strides to get everybody up to kind of industry standards and some sort of balance. Mr. Kent, I'm throwing it out there. I think we might be splitting hairs, but I believe $2,700 and another $2,500 would be a solid place to land in the meantime, and then we can come back. If you're willing to amend your motion, you'll have my vote.
County manager and the county attorney's names are both up. Did you want to preempt Troy or let him finish?
Chairman, I was going to ask that I yield to both Mr. Bechtenwald and Mr. Dyer. I want to hear from them.
Yes, thank you. First of all, thank you very much. I mean, this kind of conversation and my evaluation, Mike's too, and Mike's going to jump in here and say the same thing. We've discussed this. I mean, we would be uncomfortable taking anything more than what the general raise was for everybody else. And while I appreciate the sentiment, and it does mean a lot to me, and I know it means a lot to Mike, that's not worth the risk of what you're talking about. I do think about everybody from road and bridge and solid waste and out of the jail and all the various places. And, I just am blessed to be able to run a team as great as the team we had today. And my evaluation, and I know Mike feels the same way, and he can speak, my evaluation really is a reflection of the entire team here. And I just appreciate that. Thank my team, thank Suzanne, thank Gus, and all the department heads and everybody on down that does that. But I would be uncomfortable taking anything more than the general population of 4%. And I'd be, I know Mike, I don't want to take all the thunder, but it's, I know we've talked, he feels the same way.
Mike, are you mad now?
No, I agree. I mean, George said it spot on. I agree with him wholeheartedly, and I do appreciate the comments today. I have a great team that I work with that I would not want to do the job without, and I think we have a great group of people that we work with that are committed to their jobs, happy to be here, enjoy it. I couldn't ask for anything better, so thank you.
I just canceled the auction, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Kent.
Thank you.
Keep in the card.
Councilman Kent,
Thank
we're
you.
discussing the
Yeah.
attorney.
Thank you, Chairman. And I'm not surprised by both of your comments. You both this past year especially have taken it on the chin, as many of us elected have as well, from some members of the public. And guess what? That's part of this deal. But I'm not surprised by your comments because you're both excellent at what you do, and you're top-notch managers and leaders and lawyers. And this county is fortunate to have you. David, I am not against the idea of workshopping this specific topic, and I'll make a separate motion after we deal with these raises to have a workshop to discuss specifically these things. A one-time salary adjustment for our manager and our attorney. I want the last time we did any type of salary adjustment for any of our employee groups, I want a comprehensive list of what every manager and lawyer are paid in like-size counties, counties nearby, and their total package, from the car to retirement, I mean, health, everything. So we have a real opportunity to look at that before we make a decision on that one-time salary adjustment, which may or may not come. And looking at these gentlemen, they don't even want that. They don't even want us to do that. but there are times when it's needed. It's happened for police and fire in the past. It's happened for general employees. Sometimes you have to adjust things because things get out of whack. Sometimes you have elected leaders who go for 10 plus years and don't want to give a raise, and things have gotten out of whack. And or elected leaders that don't raise the water and sewer rate. It's gotten out of whack, and you've got to adjust it. So I'm not against that. And I'll just say, Mr. Reinhardt, he is the one who answers the calls, but he's also the one who makes the top salary in this county. Volusia, this part of it. So I just didn't want that to go by without saying that. And Mr. Santiago, if we got to about 300,000, if my math is right, that would be somewhere of like a 12% increase for Mr. Rechtenwald and about an 18% increase for Mr. Dyer, just so we have those numbers out there. But this Mr. Dempsey is going to go next, but my motion, because of what they said, Mr. Robbins, I'm not going to increase it by the 1% because they're right. It would create problems that we don't need. And I think this is fair.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear you say that, Troy, because I'm good with the 4%. And just to kind of put it in perspective, we all took this job to serve the community, not just for the money. And I think George and Mike did the same thing. And, God will honor that someday. And but just to put it in perspective, in the legal field at least, Mike at his now will be, 265, something in that neighborhood. He's making what a Supreme Court justice makes in Florida. He's making more than a DCA judge over in Daytona. They only make 223. A circuit judge only makes 196,000 a year. My wife, a county judge, gets 186,000 a year. And so, Mike, you're at the pinnacle of government attorney pay, I should say. And so the state attorney, I think, manages 70 some attorneys and countless staff, and I think he makes less than 200,000 a year. So I think you're right on pace. You deserve every penny you get. You do a wonderful job. This is not a slight on your worth. It's just you've chosen to be a public servant in your capacity. And so I think looking at your cohorts, the Supreme Court judges and all that stuff, I think you're paid in proportion to what they're getting. George, I have no idea what other county managers are making, but you, again, deserve everything that you're making. You do a great job. I'm really appreciative of both you and Mike saying you're only wanting 4% and nothing more out of fairness to the rest of the county employees. So I'll just leave it at 4% with that. Thanks, guys.
Okay, we have one member of the public who would like to speak to this before we vote. John Nicholson.
As one member of the 600,000 bosses that you have that put you in your seat, we expect you to hire the best to run our city, our county, all our public properties appropriately. The idea of giving a raise to the city manager and the attorney to $1 million is a bit much for most of us. We are not that rich of a county that $1 million is chump change. 5% I'm fine with, but I understand the 4% concept because everybody gets 4%, which is minimal. I mean, I would be embarrassed if you did not give 4%. All right, you have to do that. I'm wondering, well, because let me just say, I'm extremely happy with the both of them. All right, and you brought up my city. My city manager admits he's way overpaid. All right, and that's a problem in my city. We are not a very wealthy city, but our commissioners have no concept of money. So they just spend. They don't care. They just open up the books and say, we'll just raise taxes. So we don't do that in the county. You're very fiscally conservative, so I would not imagine you giving $1 million or the 5%. I believe both of them are extremely happy with the way they're being treated. The 100% batting average is a bit high. But both of them, yep. But both of them do extremely well for us as citizens. The comment made that they are not approachable, I have not found that problem. I speak to Mike rarely, to county manager all the time. Just walk up and talk to them, just like anybody else. They're very, very approachable. They're very, very knowledgeable. So we, the public, and I wish there were 100 more people behind me coming up to speak. I don't know how much you would hate that. But we have to know how well everything is going. And I believe the county knows that. And so your vote, I would ask you, if it's possible, give them a cruise. It's not a raise. So they both go to the Bahamas or wherever. They and their wives, they take, as a bonus, you're not giving them a perpetual easement. This is just a one-time gift for their running the county. Thank you.
I'd like to hire John Nicholson to negotiate on my behalf for any
interesting idea.
type of negotiation I have for my salary in the future. John will talk privately.
We're going to talk about John's salary?
Okay, one more member of the public. I think it's a T. You spoke before, didn't you? Yeah, Itana.
I'm sorry. So I'm a social worker. I wasn't even planning on talking about this at all, but hearing the debate and everything, the thing that gets me is that we say this a lot. You chose this, you know? You choose this. You do this because you love it. We do that to social workers. We do it to teachers. We do it to nurses. They have to, I mean, they seem happy. That's great. 4%, like you said. Definitely give them 4% because that's just like the minimum. Like, as long as you're not bad at your job, you should get a raise because things cost more money. Because even though 265, like when I heard that, I was actually very shocked that it was that high even. I'm happy. It's not $1 million. I don't think it's ever going to be $1 million. But you have to be competitive. So like, I think what you were saying, like getting a team together and saying, what are the benefits? What are the extra things? Like why does someone choose this? It can't just be you love it. Because people also have to feed their kids and take care of their house and aging parents and life. Everyone thinks that they're closer to being a millionaire than they are to being homeless. And the truth is, we're all closer to the other side than we would like to admit. It takes one tragedy, one major illness, one problem that pops up for you or for someone you love that can derail things. So we can't not pay people what they're worth, especially if they're good people, if they're great. And I've been to these and I don't understand half of what goes on here, but it seems like and honestly, it seems like some of you guys don't, but they do. They're the ones who know this is what we're supposed to do now. This is what we have to do now. We have to do this part because there are rules, which we need rules. And I agree with a lot of you who are very stickler with like the rules. Yes, that's the Constitution. When you start stripping away rules, that's when we get into problems. So anyway, that was all. I'm sorry. I just wanted to say, give them 5%, even if they don't want it. That's just, I mean, what?
Thank you. The motion on the floor is a 4% raise for the county attorney. I don't see any other questions or debate. All in favor of the 4% raise for Michael Dyer, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Chairman, I make a motion at this time to for our county manager, George Rechenwald, to receive a 4% raise.
Second.
Okay. Any questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the county attorney and the county manager both are awarded a 4% raise.
Chairman, I make a motion to break for lunch.
I didn't hear a second on that. Okay. We will take, it's 12:12. Let's come back at 1 o'clock. Well, we got a lot of other stuff.
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Go sit down. Okay, we will resume the county council meeting at 1:02. We are at item 4, which is the non-ad valorem revenue bonds.
Chairman, before we begin with that, I know this is a little out of order, but before our our break for lunch, I had said that I was going to do something and I did not do it, and I like to be a man on my word. If you're okay with it, Chairman, I said I was going to make a motion and hopefully get a second. My motion is that before the month of August is complete, we will have a workshop, this council will, to possibly discuss a salary adjustment for our county manager and county attorney.
Second.
Comment on that, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Troy, I think your comments also earlier, may be wrong, included, I think, some other positions. And I feel that if we're going to do it, we probably should consider that.
No, what I had said earlier was that I know in the past there have been some salary rate done for other positions. I haven't had any of those come to my attention that they need to be looked at right now. So I was specifically just going to keep it to these two positions because of the conversation we had earlier today. I didn't want today to get away from us without having an opportunity to see if we wanted to discuss it. And if we do, I think before August is an appropriate time to make changes there. And if there's a problem with anybody, any other unionized group, that's George's responsibility to bring that to us and say, hey, we may want to talk about a salary adjustment for this group or that group. So
Oh, thank you for that clarification. And if I may, would you be open to, in the motion, giving George latitude to, when we have that discussion, any positions he feel that may have any vulnerabilities or challenges to bring up, added to it? Does that make sense? Like, or director of X, Y, and Z?
will it get you there with me on this? Yeah, if it'll get you there with me, I will. And George, it's entirely appropriate for you to come to that meeting and have no group that needs a salary
Correct.
adjustment.
If he
But if
feels-
there is one, yes, I think it would be an appropriate time to discuss that as well.
Perfect.
Yep, I'll make that change if the seconder will agree. Yes? Yep, good.
Thank you.
Danny was the second?
Yes.
I had Matt down. I'll change.
Matt, are you okay? All right.
Okay, Councilman Robbins. On what he just said? Yeah, your name was up. I thought you might have you
the
had a
next
question
item.
or an addition. All right, we have a motion on the table that before August, we would have a workshop on possible salary adjustments.
Yes.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 And any opposed? Aye.
Thank you, Chairman.
I just think they made it clear this morning what they.
Chairman, that I'll make a motion to approve item 4.
I'll second it. I think we have the presentation in our packets.
Okay, item 4, what the motion was made by Councilman Robbins to approve. Second was by David Santiago. Are there any questions? Comments? Told you yesterday this is what was going to happen.
I'm here for any question.
Okay. There does not appear to be any. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And item 4 is approved unanimously. Item 5, contract with Ajax Building Company for the construction management and general contracting of the mosquito control services facility.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Councilman Robbins. Second was by Councilman Santiago. Any questions for Mr. Bartlett?
Good job, Ben.
Any comments? All in favor of approving item 5, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? And that motion carries also 7-0. Item 6, resolution authorizing of reimbursement and preliminary matters of limited tax general obligation bond issuance for Volusia Forever lands acquisition.
To approve.
Second?
Mr. Santiago makes the motion to approve. Second came from Councilman Kent. And we have one member of the public who would like to speak. Tana Danansky. Pardon?
In response, I didn't even know that this was happening until Don brought it up, and I actually was very happy to hear a politician talk about climate change and actually being concerned about it, because I feel like we've moved away from that recently. And I keep coming back up here because I care deeply about the future for not just for my children, but for their children. And locking it into perpetuity. I mean, I don't even understand why that ban is even in there in the first place. It seems ridiculous. Although it also seems like, it's like legal speak, it can be undone. But that's like asking for the crisis to happen and just continuing to kick the can down the hill, which is what we've done with climate change. It's what we continue to do. I have family that lives out in Vegas. The lake there, that's their primary source of water, Lake Mead. has receded so much that they're actually uncovering like mob hits from like the 70s. I mean, that's how much water is gone. No one wants to talk about it because talking about it means change. Talking about it means probably increasing taxes, which no one wants to do too, because everything costs money. As you see here, like what was 100 million, whatever that was a lot. I don't want this job. This sounds awful. Like trying to manage that much money is stressful. But clearly we have it to do things when we need to, when there's support from above. So I just feel like that was an important thing. And it's important too, to when you're looking at statistics, you know, Stanford, I didn't get a chance to look up where the other one comes from, but it's not about finding the outliers that match what you believe. It's about going with consensus, because science changes. I'm not a scientist, but it changes. You go with what the consensus is, what the majority believe today. And sometimes that can change. It changed with like Alzheimer's. We thought it was plaques and tangles. It's not plaques and tangles. That was like years of research down. But we know that something is happening. We know that changes are coming. These are not things that are really being argued about in the scientific community. Scientists aren't going, oh, do we think this is really going to happen? No, they're going, how many species are we going to lose before somebody does something? Like there's species that are done for, like the polar bears. Like there's no bringing them back. Like, I mean, they're not gone yet, but they will be because the damage has been done. So let's stop that for our kids, for the future, if not for now. And even if it's 200 years from now, slavery was like 5 generations ago. Like that comes faster than anyone thinks. And it's your kids' kids. So.
Thank you. There's 2 names on the board. Is that for this, for
Yes,
item 6?
Yes, sir. I just have a couple questions.
Okay. Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. For this bond for land acquisition, do we have pieces of property that we're targeting to use this on, or I didn't see any in there?
I'll let Brad address that.
Yes, sir. We're in a position now where, you know, we've spent conservatively to this point in acquiring properties, but we have about 5 in the hopper that we could use these funds for.
Is there some sort of exigent circumstances to take out? Because and the reason I asked Brad, and I'd like to see the figures through the duration of the bond, whether it's 15 years, I believe it's what the agenda item said, you know. But if you look at the bond in the same rates, like we did for the sheriff's office, which was like a core need, the mosquito control core need, some of these tickets will double, if not triple, over the course of the life of that bond. So even if we pay it off early, it's still going to cost a lot more. Do we have, is there anything putting these properties in jeopardy to justify spending that kind of bob to
Yeah, so I think that if you look at the rapid rise in land prices, you know, the Dean Stewart or Saunders Real Estate, you know, they are the big conservation player in the state, and 72,000 acres was lost of ag lands or future conservation properties to development, residential, solar, or commercial development in 2024. So if you look at the price of ag lands, USDA tracks 13.4% last year. It's the number of the increase in cost per acre for ag lands, the highest in the nation in Florida. And, you know, the census tells us there's 1,000 people moving to Florida a day. So there's lots of pressures that will continually, you know, they'll have escalating prices. These are ones that are approved and are on the A list.
I get it. Do we have any exigent? We can't control the market. We can't control the amount of people that move here. And really, you know, we had that study where the whole county was about 6,000 people per year per Clay Urban's study a year or two ago. But what I'm interested in is seeing making sure that if we're paying premium, right, premium for this, that we're getting something that's environmentally sensitive, right, and that and that we have to have if there's a road going through, if there's something else. But I'd like to see a list, and I didn't see it in there. I'd like to see that a chance to see that list of properties we're looking to use this money for, because to council and David, something that you had brought up several meetings ago. As you can see, we're taking property off the tax rolls as quick as you possibly humanly can. But we want to diversify, or this council has set some goals to diversify our tax base with commercial, industrial properties and future development. And I mean, we're not really planning for future development. There's going to be no development. Prices are going to be sky high. So I think Don kind of hit the nail on the head earlier, where we got to look at this possibly a little bit closer, and make sure this is the direction we absolutely want to go, because we are creating an issue, in my opinion.
One of the things I will say, if I may, when I sat down earlier, my team corrected me that the $5,000 will not come completely off the tax rolls because it's still privately owned. So they will still pay a majority of those taxes. Whereas if we were to buy it fee simple, they would completely come off the tax roll.
If I can ask a follow-up question to that, I know Danny still has the floor. Because, if I may, Mr. Chair? Because it's a conservation easement, basically,
Yes, sir.
right? Okay.
So to answer your question, Councilman Robbins, this is something my team presented that is working through the hopper right now. So we have a very large piece that is 1 square mile of conservation that this council has put on the A list. That's the Talmadge Gardens project, inclusive of 2 through 7. So Riverbend, this is basically the keystone piece of the Volusia Conservation Corridor. When we looked at the map earlier, and I said the white pieces are the ones, excuse me,
Yeah.
the white pieces. So this is that 1,300 acre piece that is directly next to our Deering Preserve. So it will expand our preserve, and it's on the river on Maytown. So that's a keystone piece for us because it completes the southern end of the corridor.
Does this have to be done right now?
I'm afraid we'll lose these properties if we don't do it.
If I may, this is the preliminary matters resolution. This is not the actual approval of the bond. I do realize, just like the last one, that we build like a series of things. We started with the preliminary matters on the $100 million, and then you just approved the bond issuance. The plan right now is to bring back the bond resolution at the second meeting in January. We believe that we have a major property purchase lined up for that same meeting that would be what's using the majority of that debt. There's a reason that you have not seen this bond until the 5-year mark after Forever was authorized, because we don't want to take out debt and pay interest unless we actually have properties that are lined up and ready to be purchased. So if you were to get to the point where we actually do, this is more like the concept. Are you willing to take out debt if we have the properties lined up? When January comes, we'll have the property agenda item at the same time that uses up the majority of this debt, and then you could make that decision at that point in time. But this is more of like the concept. Do you want to go ahead and use that authorization that the voters gave you and have staff do a bunch of work? Because there's a reason I bring this preliminary matters. There's a lot of work, a lot of staff time goes into putting all these bond documents together. The last one was 200 pages of documentation that a majority of it involves my time putting together and reviewing, as well as staff time. So this is more the concept as opposed to actually taking out the debt. Are you okay if we have those properties lined up when we bring it together, do this?
Thank you. Council, I'd need to see a little bit more detailed than a couple stars and some round circles to vote on this personally. I'm not saying I'm for it or against it, just to make a decision to go forward. I don't want to put these guys through all this 200-page paperwork with bonds and all this stuff. So I'd like to see what it's going to cost over the duration of the loan or the bond. And to Mr. Burbaugh's point too, yeah, the land value could increase, but it also could decrease as well. Record foreclosures, I won't get into comments, but there's 100 different variables here that I think we need to consider, and I'd need a little bit more information on this before I can vote.
Okay, Don Dempsey.
Ryan, I don't know if you can come back up real quick. How much do we generate a year on our Volusia Forever Village?
At the current property tax base,
Yes,
it's about $12 million a year.
12 million. So we're borrowing roughly three years into the future, approximately.
The proposed financing would be for 15 years. It's about
Right.
3 years worth of revenue, but we wouldn't want to use. You want to spread it out so you still have revenue coming in the future years for other purchases that come in.
And is it possible that we could be issuing the same type of bond for road construction or stormwater management projects?
This bond here is a limited general obligation bond, which means we are pledging up to a certain millage the full faith and credit of the county, which is only allowable when you have a bond referendum, which is what was approved by the voters 5 years ago. So you could not issue the same type of debt for roads unless we held another referendum vote.
It would have to be by referendum, not by council vote?
If you wanted to do a general obligation bond. What we did 2 items ago was a non-ad valorem bond. And those are a covenant or a promise to pay from available non-ad valorem proceeds, because due to Constitution, you have to have voter approval for ad valorem bonds. So we could take out other debt related to roads if necessary. In fact, I believe at the road workshop it was discussed the possibility of taking out debt against impact fees like we did 21, 22 years ago. So there are other options for taking out debt that don't require voter approval.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I made the motion for this, if I recall, and I'm reconsidering my support on it. I think that's why it's good that we have this dialogue and debate and conversations, because new things come to light. That being said, with this map that was put up, I asked staff to focus in on that yellow. What is that? Is that what you were talking about, Brad? And what is the price tag of that? Does that say 27 million?
Yes, sir. So it is it's a council approved project. So all of these are on the A list.
No, I get it.
The is $27 million. It's 660 acres on the urban rural fringe. Has 27,000 cars go by it each day, so it'll be highly utilized. We have actually partnered with the city of DeLand and the school board to make this deal come to fruition, essentially, to present it to council.
Development rights or purchase?
So it's a fee simple purchase.
It's a fee simple purchase. One thing that struck with me, Danny, what you said was, and I know it was your words and it wasn't necessarily staff's words, so I want to repeat them so I get some clarity. And that they're sensitive lands, I think, things that we should protect. And when I think of those things, I think sensitive is it's environmentally sensitive, right? Whether it's wetlands or something of that nature. But we have ordinances that protect us from that being utilized anyway, right? Because if I remembered when Clay gave us the last presentation on wetlands, we had almost no wetlands that the county had approved to be developed on. The area that we did was in the landfill, because we had to do it to expand the landfill. But outside of that, Volusia County generally doesn't allow almost no development on wetlands. So why would we pay for wetlands, saying that we're concerned with conserving wetlands, if we don't let people build on wetlands? So it brought another thought to my head, Danny. So somebody help me here. I'm stuck right now.
So I think when you talk about environmentally sensitive, this is a piece that is a basin essentially, and Northwest DeLand has over 2 miles. You can see the little Lake Talmadge, or the Talmadges. So 4 lakes, mostly uplands, over 70%.
This is surrounded with development, Brad. I know it's on our list. I'm not beating up on you. I'll just say hindsight or second thought, whatever you want to call it, whatever the criticism will come with it. But I don't see this as a corridor connector. It's buying a piece in the middle of development.
So it's green infrastructure is the way that we look at it. So water resource protection, it's protecting the area from flooding, essentially. So all of those lakes that are all of the water bodies that go up and down Taylor Road are connected to this piece as well.
But
This
those
is
areas
connected.
flooded already, didn't they? In the
Yes.
last storm. So by keeping it doesn't protect it from flooding.
This
And
is
I'm not
relief.
getting into debate.
This is
but
relief.
I'm sorry. I don't want. Brad, you do a great job. I have no issues. It's not a Brad thing. But to my colleagues, the conversations that you mentioned earlier today about, we really need to hone in what we're buying and why we're buying and what the terms and conditions are, along with some of the comments that Danny made. And then and hearing the comments about environmentally sensitive stuff, and I'm not an engineer or anything like that, but I'll bet there's probably a lot more environmentally sensitive areas that we could buy that are more contiguous to I think the terminology that's used often by staff, the wildlife corridors, things of those natures. And I know we're not here to approve that one here today because I know it's on our list, but this is a funding mechanism to approve a $27 million purchase that I am now struggling with.
I would ask for the opportunity to sit down with you and talk about how this property serves the objectives of Forever. I think that I would be honest with you, caught a little off guard that we were focused on this property because we have several. But it will
I just
be
think
brought,
it was the biggest number. That's the only reason.
Yeah,
That's the
I
only.
get it.
I don't even know where it was until you pull it up in the map.
Correct. But I think if you look at this is a self-contained ecosystem. So you're going to have green infrastructure benefits, floodwater control, filtering of water quantity and water quality are the 2 things. This property does 2 of those things. I would ask for the opportunity to be more articulate and sit down with you to talk about it.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to receive the invite from Brad. Second to the concerns about this one, only because it was the highest number and it shined to me on the graph. Second to that, I also now, given the thought process, am concerned, do I really want to put Volusia Forever in a position where we're using 3 years of its funding when other opportunities may or may not come up for us to make more quicker decisions? So I'm going to, Mr. Chairman, and I don't know the rules on this, Mike or Gus. I made the motion.
Can I help you, David? Yeah. If you'll withdraw your motion, then I'll be happy to, if you want time with Dr. Burball, I'll be happy to ask that this item come back to us in the next 2 months, if that's okay.
Fair enough. I want to withdraw.
Will you withdraw?
I want to withdraw my motion.
Okay.
I don't support it.
Then, Council, I'll make a motion at this time to move this item to time certain of before the March meeting, so that staff has time to meet with those that would like it individually.
Second.
So the motion on the floor has been withdrawn, and a new motion put on the table by Mr. Kent to table this until March. The second was by
Mr. Chair,
Councilman Robbins.
or Mr. Kent, if we could, if we can get details of all the properties so we can see the full scope of their environmental value or their surrounding, the zoom out on Google to see what's around it.
Dr. Burball, you hearing what he's wanting? He's hearing it.
I like that idea too.
Because, just to buy some of these properties blind, I shouldn't use blind, but just to buy property is probably not smart. But I have two other questions as well.
It's a lot of money and it ties the hands for a few years. So if one member needs some time to discuss it with staff, it doesn't mean it's a dead issue. That's why I'm making this motion to table it so it's not a dead issue, because it could be right now if we voted on this. So I'm trying to breathe life into this by allowing this to be continued before our first meeting in March.
Yeah, I want to take a pause just for a second because I'll come back. You have more questions for Dr. Burbo?
Just two quick questions.
I'd like to hear from the county manager. I have a feeling you just said go ahead.
If you don't mind, thank you. I think we went down a rabbit hole. I think you got to go back to what was said by the CFO, Ryan. We're not here to discuss those properties today. Those are why we're trying to set up for the general obligation bond. You haven't bought anything, you wouldn't be buying anything until they came back. What he was trying to do is have it set up so we could have a deal, if we were to make a deal, bring back an actual sale and have a way to pay for it at a particular meeting. I mean, that could get put off easily, a couple of months of what you're asking for, but it would be nice if we knew, as Brian said, this is the concept that we're going to borrow money, because that is, by the way, the purpose of the Forever 0.2 mils. Really all that is, Mike has explained in the past, it was really the ability to borrow against that millage. So at the end of the day, if you would agree to the concept, each of these purchases would be done individually as they come up. So you're not agreeing to buy the land today. All you're doing is saying, hey, if we go forward with these 5 or 6 major properties, are you okay with us issuing a bond as the way to pay for it? Or, because I've already heard today, he can go on out and start searching for partners, St. John's Water Management and other people like that, and tie the property up. This particular property that came up on there, by the way, I would argue, and I would like to talk with you too, I hear all the time about the lack of use of the property. Well, here's a piece of property, environmentally sensitive, and has recreational value and use within walking distance of a lot of our citizens. So I would say this is a very unique and very good piece of property. It does have flood protection value. No one has flooded along that lake yet. That's another discussion, but you have a canal system that's being studied today, and a system that connects all those lakes, by the way, which makes even more recreational possibilities for that property. Is school board's interested in that property as well, because they'd like to move the DeLand FFA farm over to next to their school, and the city of DeLand also is interested in working with us on that property. So you got a lot of interest in that particular property. We can talk about that more, but that's not the decision today. Today was just, are you okay with the concept of issuing bonds to pay for it, or do you want us to go at it with the other way we've been doing it with seeking partnerships from St. John's and DEP and USDA and all the other ways he's leveraged money.
And Councilman Santiago, after hearing that, does that give you comfort, or do you still want time to meet with staff? Because that's going to make me decide if I'm going to withdraw my motion or not.
I'm still struggling with it. I'll tell you why. And if I may,
Then I'm not withdrawing my motion.
because I want to know why all of a sudden, because it's been in existence for a while, the program, and now are we now just creating a program for specific parcels? Because or are we going to keep the question is, like you said, George, or do we want to stay the current system we've been using for, I'm going to guess, I don't know how many years, 8-10 years?
Well, really, we on the last go around, we borrowed all the money right off
in the beginning.
The bat in the beginning.
Okay, that's good to
What
know.
Ryan's explaining is, rather than pay interest and everything for many more years, he's got the ability to be a little bit more precise in his borrowing and the timing of the borrowing, just like he did also with the landfill project, which is going to save us money in the long run. So again, great work on his staff in figuring this out, and that's what he's trying to do. He says, but you got to know when you're going to make a land deal,
you got the money.
We have the money in the bank ready to go, or at least we know that's the concept, and we'll have it because it'll be pre-approved.
I guess, and I know it's not my turn, Mr. Chair, but since Troy asked, I guess where I'm struggling still. I'm struggling. Maybe what threw me off, George, is that price tag of $27 million in the middle of an urban area. When we often talked, and again, I know we're not here to discuss that property, but when I seen the chart, it threw me off, and then I got scared, saying, "Wait, do we really want to start borrowing money for a property that's in the middle of an urban area?" And are there better properties? I don't know, but so Troy, I don't know the answer, but I'm still stuck.
Okay, is there other questions before we?
I had two questions,
Okay,
very important.
Councilman Robbins, for Brad or for Ryan?
Brad, how does this, if future councils, for instance, because the referendum said up to 0.2 mils, right? What happens if we have this big debt, because it's going to burn a hole in our pockets the minute we approve this, right? The money's going to be there, got to spend it. What happens if future councils don't fully fund that 0.2? How are we going to pay for this? Is this going to now hit the general fund? Are we going to sell fairy dust? How is it going to appear?
This is this form of debt, limited general obligation, and general obligation in general, it's set up with specific statutes, and probably even the Constitution has some things about this as well. Bond attorneys could help us if we need further clarification, but there's definitely statutes that are in play. You are setting up a separate millage. When we had Forever before,
right?
You actually, if you go back and look at your tax bills and your trim notices from 5 years ago when the old program was in place, you actually had two different levies for Forever. You had the debt service levy and the operating levy. They added to 0.2 mils, but you don't have an option anymore. If you actually issue the debt, you have to levy the exact amount of taxes. There's no rollback calculation. None of that comes into play. You've committed to the bondholders to pay them and levy the right amount of taxes to do so.
So, in other words, in just simple Samsula terms for me, it locks us in. It locks in future
to that
councils.
Debt service millage portion, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, George, you were done. We're actually still in questions. Did you have questions, Don? Are you ready for debate? Then I'll start. I'm disappointed that I agree with George that we kind of got ahead of ourselves. I understand the hesitation on the price tags, but we'll all get to look at those when they come back and those properties and decide. What we have done in the past, as we were just told, is that we borrowed all the money up front. If there's any staff member worth our trust and respect, I think we all agree it's Ryan. We've already evaluated the attorney and the county manager, but Ryan Osowski is extremely fiscally conservative with our taxpayer dollars, and he's doing it this way so that we're not paying more than we have to pay, but so that we also have money in the bank, so to speak, so that when these guys come back with land, we can actually buy it. And it's funded by the most popular program we have in Volusia County, Volusia Forever, that 72% of the voters voted for. And it said in that ballot initiative that we could borrow money through bonds for this. That's all this is trying to do, is set that in place so that Brad and his staff can go about their work and have money to purchase land when it comes up. We're not purchasing any land right now.
It's a little bit of a change from what's in the presentation, but
Okay.
I do want to, I consulted with bond counsel, and I want to put something out there just for thought. This authorization of a reimbursement resolution, there's actual IRS regulations that we're utilizing so that you can use tax exempt debt ahead of the actual issuance. You actually have up to 2 years from the date that you declare your intent to reimburse to do the actual bonds. So what we could do, as long as you have this intent declared from the IRS's perspective, tax exempt bond regulations. As long as you have the intent declared, you have up to 2 years to actually issue the bonds. So we could accumulate property purchases to the point, borrow from the general fund until we get to the point where we've accumulated enough to justify taking out the debt. And then you could wait to actually issue that debt until you've got all those purchases lined up. You, in theory, could, you'd know exactly what you're using your debt for at that point. You'd be reimbursing yourself out of the general fund. But this authorization for reimbursement resolution is what sets that up. It sets that 2-year window up for the IRS. Doesn't have to be done today. It could still very well be continued until January. I don't want to make it sound like there's an alarm or anything. But that is really what the reimbursement resolution is about. It's about starting that clock. Everything you buy from here on out would then be eligible for that future bond issuance within the next 2 years to be the use of those proceeds. You can't actually, with IRA, and sorry for the details, but you cannot reimburse yourself for expenditures in the past prior to a bond issuance without this resolution.
So that brings up two questions for me. You just said we could borrow from the general fund, but we're borrowing from the general fund money that Volusia Forever millage rate puts in the general fund?
The Volusia Forever millage, while, and I don't want to get confused between the things that Mike has talked about, that legally this is like a general fund type millage, but we still account for it separately. Everything you've ever seen that uses the 0.2 mils we have today goes into the Volusia Forever Land Acquisition Fund. We do not commingle those two together, while legally they might be, as Mike has mentioned before. The Forever funds are not commingled with general fund right now.
Okay. So instead of borrowing from the 12 million a year that from the millage rate on Volusia Forever, we would borrow from general fund?
Yes. And in fact, with the previous Forever issuance, there was a long-term advance from the general fund that was repaid over at least 10 years. That's not what I'm proposing here. What I'd be proposing here would be you accumulate some purchases till you get to the point where you need to, you absolutely have enough, you've borrowed enough from the general fund, and then we issue the official debt for that.
And
when you borrow from the general fund, that's not free. There would still be an interest rate that would be in play because you'd want to pay back the general fund the interest that it's losing from being able to invest those funds. But it does avoid the formal debt if you wanted to go that route.
Okay, and I like that, but you said that the motion right now is to table into March, that we could do that and it wouldn't hurt the process you just described?
It just starts, approving this starts the 2-year time frame where everything that you buy within that 2-year period would be eligible for a future bond issuance to be reimbursed.
And Chairman, just for clarification, I said up until March. If Mr. Santiago meets with staff tomorrow and he feels good about it, I'm expecting staff would bring this back in January. I just wanted you to know it doesn't have to be March.
Yeah, I know you're trying to save it because you saw it fizzling out in flames, and apparently you don't want it to. I don't want it to. I'm hoping that this would fail and we could approve it to start it now, and under the explanation that Ryan just laid out for us. Yes, sir. Tell us who you are.
I am Ken Arton. I'm with the law firm of Bryant, Miller, and Olive. We serve as bond counsel to the county on all of your financings. The reimbursement concept was put in place by the IRS to allow you to use cash to buy something. Okay, in this case, environmentally sensitive lands or police cars, garbage trucks. But if you use your cash, there's rules in the Internal Revenue Code that says, well, then you can't go finance it with tax-exempt bonds if you spent your cash more than 60 days before your bond issue closes. The reimbursement resolution, which is what we refer to, this resolution draws a line in the sand. Okay, it says, hey, we got the intent sometime in the future to issue bonds and reimburse our general fund if we should borrow from the general fund to buy those police cars or garbage trucks. That's all this resolution. It does not authorize the debt. It doesn't authorize any acquisitions. It just allows you some flexibility to amass, the sites that you guys approve And then when you're ready, you go and you can reimburse that general fund if you so use your cash that way. That's all this does.
That's a great explanation. You have a question for him?
I got a question, yes.
Go ahead, Don.
So does this all presuppose that we are going to keep the millage at .2?
You are capped at 0.2. Yes, you can
Right.
you can go up to 0.2 to pay the debt service.
So in order to get this type of option, do we have to maintain it at .2? Because we have the discretion to lower this, at this point at least, to lower it to .1 if we
It has
want to.
nothing to do with your millage rates. Nothing at all.
So we're not required to maintain a certain
You are
millage rate
not
to get
required.
this cap?
They are completely unrelated issues. Yeah.
Until you issue the debt.
Yes.
Right, okay, that's my
Yeah.
question. So we spend 27 million on a piece of property. Now we have to maintain the .2 millage and we've taken away, is that right?
I can join this party as
And
well.
another voice.
Council members, Jay Glover from PFM Financial Advisors. So we are the county's financial advisor when you access the capital markets to fund projects. So once you issue the debt, you will be required to levy a millage rate to cover that debt service. The actual debt service on this proposed issuance, I just pulled up for Ryan, is about $2.7 million over the remaining term of the levy. So you will have to levy at least enough to cover that $2.7 million, which is much less than 2.2 mils. So you're not requiring yourself to levy 2 mils, but you're requiring yourself to levy enough to cover that 2.7 million worth of annual debt service once you issue the debt.
Okay, thank you.
What does that equate to in millage?
It's about 0.04 the last time I calculated.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, good questions. Matt, you have a question?
Well, no
Vice-
questions.
Vice
no.
Chair Reinhardt.
No
Well,
question.
Hold on one second. David or Danny, do you have questions? Good.
Good.
Danny, did you have questions or you have debate? Okay. Well, go ahead while Councilman Santiago's
Thinks of
thinking.
his question. Let's cut that off. So, Chairman, I'm with you on this. I like the idea of the fact that the issuance is there. It's protecting us. Ryan gave a very good explanation. Gentlemen, you just brought me home on that. Yeah. So, with the fact that it doesn't authorize the debt, it doesn't authorize acquisitions, it sets some money there. And I like the fact that when these properties come up, we'll vote on it. We can have these long, lengthy discussions about specific properties then. But I don't want to have to go back through this again just to get to there, if that makes any sense. So I'm with the original, but I also totally understand what Mr. Kent did. I thank you for that by trying to keep it alive. So.
Yes. Councilman Santiago.
Question, just to follow up on what Matt just said, of staff. If this is approved, you don't have the authority to decide even if it's on the list to execute on a bond on a property. Is that an accurate statement?
No, council has to approve the bonds. That just like we did with the last one. Your authorization for reimbursement resolution and preliminary matters for the last bond issuance, the $100 million that you just approved, that was done back in October, and that was to set the timeline because we had actually issued the contract for the sheriff's office building. So we wanted to make sure that we were covered for anything we spent on the sheriff's office building up to the point where you actually issued the debt, which was today. Okay. But you don't have to do it in that short of a period of time. You have up to 2 years.
And so the individual properties we will still discuss. So, I'm going to follow up on you. Let's make a deal day here. I feel like I'm on the show, right? I get it that this is just starting the process and make it a tool available for us. Whether we use the tool or not, it's still up to us. And for point of clarification, this is before all the keyboard warriors come after me also again. This is not about getting rid of the forever funding. I think it's a good program. I think we have to just be smart and constantly review what we're doing. That's all part of this. That being said, Troy, I think I can go back to saying, okay, I can vote for this individually. However, I think what this conversation has opened the door that we need to go back and relook at our lands that we've approved. And if you could agree to that, saying bring back the list, and maybe because our council continues to evolve in different ways, right? Some think good, some think bad. But if you could agree to bring back the list for us, and let's have a good dialogue on what we want to do with preserving lands, and this tool still be available.
Sure. Chairman, I'm going to withdraw my motion, which means that motion is now gone, and I'm going to make a new motion to approve item number 6, and I'll add to that motion that we ask staff to bring back our list of priorities that we looked at for this program.
Okay.
So approving this now.
A motion to approve is made by Troy Kent with,
Second.
and that would happen today, but staff would then, in a follow-up meeting, bring the list back, and Vice Chair Reinhardt makes that second.
I want to have a healthy conversation on what we think that should be.
Okay. And I don't see that brought up any further questions.
Well, I got
Okay.
comment
Councilman
or
Dempsey.
question?
Whatever you're the only one that's
Comment. All
that's
right.
up.
Guys, I'm still, I'm a no on this only because I don't like the fact that we can borrow into the future to buy more conservation land. We're already number 2 in the state. It scares me that we're rushing towards a 50% acquisition rate, that we are going to basically encumber half of the property in the county. Again, these are forever, literally, not temporary, forever, in perpetuity acquisitions. And I'd like to hold this off until we could have a full-blown discussion on what direction we really want to go with these property acquisitions. I don't like setting up a vehicle that not only we can buy with what we have or in reserves, but we can borrow onto the future. And this is a vehicle that we're not only creating for ourselves, but we're creating it for future councils. And I just don't, it's like giving a teenager a credit card. You know, the first thing you teach your kids about fiscal responsibility is you only spend or buy what you have, you know, what you can pay for in cash. And if you're going to use credit and live on credit your whole life, that's just it's not a way to go and be fiscally responsible. I don't think we should create a mechanism to borrow against future millages for Volusia Forever. I think we should just limit ourselves to buy what we have in our pocket, and we shouldn't be borrowing against future millages that we may or may not get in the future. So I don't like this credit card type of mechanism being put into place for Volusia Forever acquisitions. We just did a huge one for the sheriff's office. That makes a lot of sense because the sheriff needs it. I don't know if we're necessarily in need of buying up to 50% of the county in conservation land. So until we have our full-blown discussion on what we want our goal to be, I really don't like having this in place. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councilman Santiago.
Just comments on that. And Don, that's where I kind of sort of was also. I was just trying to, I don't know where the council's going to lie, but I like your concept, and I think that's probably the best way to go. That's all I got to say.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair, and David and Don. You know, something I want to make sure, and I'm on the same page pretty much with y'all. I'm not saying I'm a no on this, but what I don't want to get in the habit of, you know, there's, me and David get picked on quite a bit. We're opinionated at times and thick-headed at times, but call it the way it is. And I want to make sure that we are buying properties that are really environmentally sensitive. Now, if you got 10,000 homes around it, like some of these things, what the hell are we doing, right? But what I don't want to see is take a good program like this and use it as the easy way out to not put in a development application because people don't want to go through the squeaky wheels and deal with a development application in unincorporated Volusia. And I'm not saying I've seen it happen, but I do have ears, and I've heard certain things like, hey, this is an easier way to do it to get paid and stuff. Not saying, but so at the end of the day, I want to protect this program for what it's intended. Look at these properties because you can bet your last dollar the minute we approve these, there's going to be five properties here that we're going to be told we must approve or the world is going to end. So I want to make sure that we're all doing the the right thing and picking the right properties and doing it for the right reasons to protect this great program. So thank you.
Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. One more comment, and thank you, Mr. Robbins, for that. And I think that's what we're just talking about, what we're going to do for each property is look at each one individually. And to go back to Mr. Dempsey, I love the fact that you're passionate about that and you're sticking to your guns on that. But going back to, like you said, we took bond issue out for the sheriff's office. It was a good idea. He needed it. We don't know if we necessarily need to take those until we see that we do. All this does is guarantee it. So when we get to that point, we can say, yeah, okay, we do need this one. Because we're talking about our individual properties, we can say, yeah, we do need that one. You're right. And this is why. Because there's flooding right down the street from your house. Or whatever. I'm just, I'm using hypotheticals. Or we want to, the development for this particular area is really not a good idea. It's not sound. It's not, that would be a good idea to go ahead and buy that property. Because what do they say? If you don't want to develop it, buy it. Correct? So that's where my mind is at when it comes to that. I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, that's where my mind is at, is we don't want to use that money for buying land up to go to the 50%. Okay, let's leave the number out of it. We don't want to buy the land until we do. So this just guarantees that, if that makes any sense. So, thank you.
Councilman Dempsey.
Matt, yeah, I'm not saying no to this. I'm just saying, can we postpone this until we have a full discussion on what direction we really want Volusia Forever to go? I'm not poo-pooing having this. I'm just saying, let's do it all in one big conversation so we can have clear direction. Do we really want to hit that 50% mark? Do we really want to buy everything up? Do we still want to have partnerships with the state and entangle our land with them? Those types of discussions, along with having bonds available for the reasons that you're talking about. So that's all. I'm not saying no. I'm just saying, can we postpone it into one general discussion? That's all.
Okay. Councilman Santiago.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, but real quick, now that we're at respect for Troy too, trying to be a deal maker and me trying to deal back, I think we should honor Don Dempsey's request. He's just asking for time, like where you were initially, Troy. For me, I feel enough respect for him to let's give the time, because I kind of have those similar questions. That was the foundation of my position shortly ago, but out of the interest of trying to make a deal. But I think we should honor Don's request. So if the motion stays, I'll vote no because of that reason.
Okay, yeah, and that's the way to do it. We've changed the motion 3 times. Let's vote on this. If it fails, and you can make another motion, I think it's really essential to approve this today and give them the tools that they need to carry this very popular program forward and be ready. So Carissa, would you call the roll, and let me restate the motion one more time. It's just to approve item 6 and then bring back to a later meeting the list of properties that are on the A and B list, all the properties. So that's the motion for today. Did you
don't let it up.
Have a question about it?
Just if I may, I know that we want to bring them back, and we'll certainly bring them back for a council discussion, but the evaluation criteria that's approved by this council aligns with the ballot language. So, water resource protection, environmentally sensitive land, public access, all of those things, the way that we've evaluated the properties to date are using the ballot language. So if we add additional, that's certainly fine, but we've got to keep in mind the ballot language.
Correct. Councilman Dempsey.
So if I could ask you a question, Brad, the ballot though doesn't say that we need to partner up with other government entities, does it? That's my concern.
The ballot does not, but the resolution that implemented the ballot language talks about partnerships. Okay. One of the criteria, we talked about this morning, was for it to be on the A list, is there has to be a potential partner. Now, if that policy, there's a separate policy direction, we're here to honor the policy direction of this council.
Yeah, I for one would rather see no partner and have the county have complete control of their own property in the future, as opposed to entangling ourselves with the state or the feds in the future and then having to untangle that web we have with them for some other purpose in the future. So
That's all.
Mr. Chair,
Okay,
just
Councilman
to,
Santiago.
just to clarify what Brad was saying was, yes, I get the ballot language, like you said, but we still have to ratify the actual properties, correct? The buck stops with us with the decision on the properties.
Yes, so you have initially approved them to go on the A list, all of these properties, but we bring back every contract to you for final decision.
Gotcha, yeah, so
Yes,
we
sir.
still have the authority to say yes or no?
Yes, sir, actually.
Thank you.
Okay. Carissa, the motion is to approve item 6 as stated, but to, at a future meeting, bring back the list of properties, A and B list, for the council to reevaluate. Okay. Carissa, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Reinhardt.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins.
No.
Mr. Santiago.
No.
Mr. Dempsey.
No.
Mr. Johansson.
No.
Mr. Kent.
No.
Mr. Brower.
Yes, and the motion is lost, 5-2.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move that council direct staff to put on the agenda sometime soon. I hope they get that message. I won't say a date, but for discussion on the bonding process for Volusia Forever, to include before that a discussion on the properties on the list for acquisition, and to include discussion on accomplishments that we want to accomplish with spending this money. If that makes sense. I think staff can put that together.
Accomplishments for Volusia Forever?
Correct. To have discussion on it, so we're all clear.
Okay, that's the motion by David Santiago. The second, I think I heard from Councilman Robbins.
Is it second? Okay.
Brad, aren't the accomplishments, I thought we were locked in by the ballot language.
We are, and we also, the advisory committee presents an annual list of accomplishments to this council and a plan of work for the next year.
Mr. Chairman, just to bring clarity for you, I think I know, and maybe it wasn't clear. I want us just to have the discussion so we have an understanding of what we're trying to accomplish. Just a discussion and an overall briefing on it.
Okay.
Not that I want to change it. I want to make sure we understand it.
Okay.
Does that help you?
Yes. Yeah, it helps me. Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, and in this motion, David, are you talking about us being able to reevaluate how what the criterion are for the A list or the B list? Because I personally would like to see the partnership with another state agency or federal agency to be a negative as opposed to a positive, because I want whatever we buy to be completely within Volusia County's control under the home rule type of theory that this county council controls future use of that land and for whatever reason. But so that I'd like to be part of the discussion.
That is part of my intent. That's
Okay.
what I mean about the what we want it to look like.
Okay.
What should it look like?
Thank
the
you.
goals.
Okay. Any questions on the motion? Motion is to bring back at a soon future agenda to discuss the funding process and the what is the intent and what are we trying to accomplish with Volusia Forever, just so we can all understand it.
Yes.
And then the properties on the list for acquisition.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Questions, comments? Is there an idea when that can come back on an agenda? This is the only meeting in December.
Probably the second meeting in January or the first meeting in February.
that hurt your process at all?
I just want to reflect, Mr. Chairman, for the record, Brad said no to that question.
You didn't hear his head rattle?
No, well, the public didn't. That's why I did it for the record. It doesn't cause any delays for him.
Okay. Yeah, and the public had no idea who I was asking. So, yeah, I asked Dr. Burball, who's oversees this program. Okay, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? And so this will come back to us. Item 7, purchase on sale agreement for 1680 Dunlawton, Port Orange for the property appraiser.
Motion to approve. Second.
We have a motion to approve by Councilman Robbins and a second by Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Good afternoon. Larry Bartlett, Volusia County Property Appraiser. And I heard somebody move to approve already. That's great. So thank you for that. I'm talking here today with Jim Corbett. We can talk to why buying this building in Port Orange is a good idea. Our planning team had thought this would be a good idea. And as part of the plan, this would allow us to close our 3 satellite offices in Holly Hill, Orange City, and New Smyrna Beach. So I've got a slide presentation, not too long. I guess it's not queued up yet. There it is. All right, that's the building. And it's going to allow us 4,000 square feet more than what we have now in our satellite offices. So it's we think it's a good idea, and hopefully I can explain to you folks why it is. You know, it's been my experience that most people don't know what we do. And typically they confuse us with the tax collector, and especially they would confuse us with the tax people before we had a tax collector. But now we have one, and everybody knows that we write our checks to Will Roberts and not me, so that's good. So in a nutshell, what we do is create a tax roll. And the tax roll is made up of my house and your house, public shopping centers, gas stations, car dealerships, even railroad tracks. So we value all that, and what we do is we create a pie of property in Volusia County. And then you gentlemen decide how much of that pie you're going to need to provide roads, police and fire protection, and all the things that we know as civilization. So oops. Okay, so here's the tax roll. And as you can see, it's a lot of different things, mostly residential properties. Of the residential properties, a little over 50% are homestead properties. And we have commercial and all the various things you see there. And what we do is we value all those things, 383,000 parcels every year per statute. And we down? Okay, so this is a comparison of what we call just value as opposed to taxable value. And the difference between the two is because of the items on the right there. Most importantly, the homestead. We've got a lot of exemptions, and part of our job is to make sure that people understand what they're entitled to, and we make sure that it's applied fairly. Because nobody likes to pay taxes. I don't like to pay taxes. But I'm okay with it if everybody pays their fair share. So our core mission is the tax roll. And as you can see from this chart, we have a certain amount of appraisers, commercial and residential, that help us put that tax roll together. And you can also see parcel counts have steadily risen throughout Volusia County. And we are now looking at Deering Park, Avalon Park, and Ullman Crossings, adding another 30,000 commercial and residential parcels. And we expect we're going to need 20% more appraisers to do our job. So we need the space. And we think that the building in Port Orange will meet the bill. And we can close the 3 satellite offices with the associated savings from private landlord rentals and the maintenance problems that have developed in Holly Hill and Orange City. And frankly, we'd rather have Jim Corbett and his fast reaction team come take care of our problems rather than landlords people. So with that, Jim is here, and let him take over. Jim, you here? Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Council staff. I'd be happy to answer any specific questions you have about the property.
Councilman Santiago?
No questions. I just wanted to thank Mr. Bartlett. He and I had a productive meeting yesterday, so appreciate your time. I'm ready to vote.
Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Just a comment. I think I was particularly interested in the fact that you can close all 3 satellite offices. Those are the only 3 that you have, correct? So that closes all 3 of them and just keeps everything centralized and we keep the land, but yeah, okay, very good. All right. So nothing else. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. All right. There's no other questions. Any debate or comments? The motion is to approve purchase and sale agreement for this property on Dunlawton at $3,500,000. Councilman Kent.
Yeah, and it is a brief question. Mr. Bartlett, what kind of savings did you say this was gonna, when you and I met, you mentioned an amount of money. I think that by closing those 3 satellite offices, this is gonna save $250,000. And then you found this location in Port Orange. I mean, nothing in Ormond? Couldn't find the building you needed in Ormond? Thank you, that's all.
Well, as you know, I'm an Ormond guy myself, and we looked, but, you know, this place is centrally located, and, you know, it's got good parking, so, yeah, we like this building.
I have a follow-up question to that. Since Deering Park's going to be closer to Deltona, did you look in Deltona?
We looked all over the place. We're the property appraiser.
Okay. Let's vote on item 7. The motion is to approve the purchase. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
I
Any
just wish it was in
opposed?
Ormond.
Who opposed it? Oh. Okay, it's approved 7-0.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Item 8 is proposed vacation of a portion of the second addition to Carnal.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Councilman Robbins, and so far no second. And a second by Councilman Dempsey. Any questions for Tad? All in favor of the vacation? I always wonder if the public hears us talking about vacations, if they think it's
He takes a lot of vacations.
the
this
vacation.
guy.
I love vacations.
I'd certainly make a motion for that.
Yes. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And item 8 is approved 7-0. Item 9, off-beach parking and beach access fee revisions.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilman Kent and second by Councilman Robbins. We do have a member of the public who would like to speak to this, unless there's any questions from council to staff.
Nope.
Okay, John Nicholson. John's feeling bad because one other member of the public has spoke more times today than he has.
And she will be.
So he's trying to catch up.
Well, both Jake and David lost. They bet 3, you know. So no, I'm way more than that. No, I'm just worried about the fees. When we hiked it to 30, we had a problem in Daytona Beach with the hotels. They kept racking their rates up. So every bike week, every race week, the fees kept going up. The fees kept going up, and eventually, those people staying in hotels stayed in DeLand. They stayed in Orlando and bussed in. So I'm very aware that we think there's a tremendous value to our beach, and it is, all right? But there's a tipping point. So I'm asking you to be wary of the tipping point so we don't get to the point where we no longer are affordable, because we're known as an affordable beach, an affordable vacation. We don't want to tip that scale. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Not seeing any questions or debate from council. Then all in favor of the revisions to the beach parking and beach access fee, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And item 9 is confirmed 7-0. Item 10 is a rezoning from neighborhood commercial B2 to the general commercial B4 for 2.4 acres on Glenwood
Motion to approve.
Road.
Morning, Council.
You didn't think you were going to get to speak, do you? Hold on one second.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Robbins, you had the motion? And the motion was to improve. David Santiago seconded the motion.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. Ray Tyner, Growth Management Director. This is a rezoning, as you stated, from neighborhood commercial B2 to general commercial B4. The property is located off the corner of Glenwood Road and North Spring Garden Road. It's right there in the square on the southwest corner. It's currently vacant. It's surrounded by commercial to the north, to the east, and the property right here is to the south. What they're proposing to do, and the reason for the rezoning, is that the existing zoning of B2 allows for only 5,000 square feet of commercial, and the owner of the property desires to have a little bit more. They have a preliminary site plan that showed about 9,500 square feet of commercial. It's appropriately located on a hard corner. It's surrounded by commercial. And on October 16th, the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission unanimously approved 7-0 to forward to City Council for their approval. We did have one speaker that was opposed to it. They expressed some concerns regarding some environmental impacts and traffic congestion. Our environmental team did review the property and found no significant environmental impacts that would occur on the property. And as far as traffic congestion, as you know, when a technical site plan comes in, we would require a traffic analysis, and that would be reviewed at that time. But I can tell you that the level of service on the roads will not be impacted for our adopted level of service. So the motion is recommended for approval. And we're here for questions, and the applicant's representative is also here if you have any questions for him.
Okay, thank you very much. I should also say this is a quasi-judicial hearing. Does any council member have any ex parte they need to declare? None at all.
Spoke with the attorney for the applicant.
Pardon me?
Spoke with the attorney for the applicant.
You did, okay. Okay, 2 members spoke with the attorneys. I don't have a question for you. Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to add to it a little bit. I'm really familiar with that area. I'm there probably every day. And from what I see of the plans to this point, it still seems like it fits very well into that neighborhood center because it's really retail that neighborhood can enjoy. So I don't have an issue with this. There's been failed businesses in and out of there for a long time. Not in this exact property, but on that corner. So this could be a good improvement. So. All right. Any other questions, comments? All for approving this rezoning? Yes.
The applicant does want to have a few words. So.
I'm sorry. Okay. Don't talk yourself out of it.
I'm not going to do that. I don't want to talk myself out of anything. It sounds like you're going the right direction. I do want to correct one thing. We're looking at a 12,000 square foot facility. The I think it's 9,200 is the shop that my client wants to open and have a little bit extra for a coffee shop or something like that. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. All right. All in favor of the rezoning, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And item 10 is approved, 7-0. Thank you. Item 11 is also a quasi-judicial hearing on a rezoning from the rural residential zoning classification to the rural agricultural A2.
Motion to approve.
We don't usually see them go this direction of a less
And second.
less dense, less. Okay, and while I was rambling, I think Councilman Robbins made a motion to approve, and Vice Chair Reinhardt made the second.
Thank you, council members. This is a rezoning from rural residential zoning classification to a rural agriculture. It is located, it's approximately 9.81 acres. It's located just south of Mud Lake Road. You can see it's a vacant piece of property, approximately a little bit less than 10 acres. Right now, the purpose, the existing zoning right now for rural residential does not permit for standalone farming animals or agricultural uses. So the owner of the property would like to change the rezoning to allow to have farm animals on that property without having a primary structure. And that's the primary reason for the rezoning application. It should be noted that the existing zoning of the property allows for 1 unit per acre. So technically they can probably do about 9 residential units. So some would call this a downzoning, that the proposed zoning would call for only a half acre. So they're going from 9 units to basically 1 unit if they wanted to build a residential development there. The planning board recommended approval at their October 16th, 2025 public hearing. We did have 2 speakers in opposition. They expressed concerns regarding potential agricultural impacts such as noise and maybe odor issues. And they're located just to the east in a cul-de-sac at a 1 acre piece of property. The planning board commission voted 6-1 to forward the item to county council with a recommendation of approval. The one, Mrs. Bush, was opposed to the project, didn't think that it met the comprehensive plan, that it was out of character for the area for this type of use. And I'm here for any questions you may have.
Okay, before I open it up for questions, does anyone have any ex parte to declare? Item, none. Okay, for questions, Councilman Santiago.
Thank you. The intent of the owner is to be able to put livestock on the property without the residential property. Is that what you said?
That's correct, sir.
To what extent?
What I understand is maybe cows on the property and maybe some sheep. Or goats,
Did you have an aerial of the property?
What's that, sir?
Do we have an aerial of the property?
Yes.
Chris is bringing it up.
The property owners here?
So what's around it? I see to the right there. Looks like a
To
house.
the west, you have the Lake Woodruff National Wildlife Refuge. Right there, it's to the left, and then to the east, you can see that's where you have the cul-de-sac of some 1 acre lots. I think there's probably 8 or 9 1 acre lots just to the east. Those were where the two residents came from. To the south, you have agriculture as well.
Okay.
And then to the west, you have a mix of residential and
You
agricultural
answered my question.
uses.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. You said, or didn't say, that there are other uses being in the neighboring area as far as not agriculture, but farm animals of any type?
Yes, sir. If you look at the existing zoning map, you can see the agriculture 2 and the green allows for agricultural uses.
So that individual, if they don't already, could have farm animals on that without bringing anything for approval?
They can, yes. On the A2, that's just south of the property, and what you see in the green, the A3, they are allowed to have agricultural farm animals without a primary.
And it was just brought up, we can't distinguish, we can't discriminate for individuals for agriculture. My understanding, or Paulo, can you?
So, if they get, if their property is classified as agriculture by the property appraiser, then we cannot, any of our regulations that are in conflict with best management practices of agriculture fall away, so they can do agricultural use. The issue with this property is it's not zoned for primary agriculture.
Gotcha.
You can't do commercial, and it doesn't have an agricultural classification yet.
But
So
like
it's-
was just said, some of the adjacent properties already have that, so. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Any other questions? Any debate? And the owner's not here, didn't care to speak? Okay, then all in favor of the rezoning, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? David, did David vote? Aye. Okay, then it's approved 7-0. Item 12, ordinance 2025-26, reasonable accommodations for certified recovery residents.
Yes, sir. Recently, the state enacted some legislation formerly known as Senate Bill 954. Do you want to go ahead and get it?
Sure.
Okay, I was going to do it for you.
Morgan Swank, Assistant County Attorney. Senate Bill 954 requires all local governments to implement a process for reasonable accommodations for certified recovery residents by January 1st of 2026. These residences are for assistance with sobriety for individuals. Group homes are permitted by right under most classifications. This would just set up a process under which individuals who are seeking to set these up in the county could request accommodations from the land use and zoning requirements. It does set up the process by which they would apply to the county to do so. And it's, we've limited it to ensure that we are not contravening Senate Bill 180. So we have limited to what's required under the statute and just to allow them the process on how to do so. And this did go before PLDRC on November 20th. There was no public participation. The members did discuss the appeal period being longer. I believe 90 days was what was suggested. And so it has now been forwarded to you all for approval.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilman Santiago?
Questions? Yes, Mr. Chair. When the legislature passed this law, there's some levels, correct me if I'm wrong, of preemption here that pretty much allow these facilities to go up almost anywhere. Is that a really big exaggeration?
So this recent one is a little bit different. So in 2018, 2019, we're already preempted. So there's a preemption that basically said every single local government, you must allow these recovery residences as an allowed use in all of your residential zoning categories. Now they've taken it a step further, and but otherwise you can regulate them in terms of like zoning, parking, height, all sorts of the things, but it's an allowed use. This is taking it a step further and saying for those recovery residences that go into the state's voluntary certification process or program, and they get that certification, you have to have another process that allows for a reasonable accommodation for these certified facilities to all of your other land development regulations. So, parking standards, setbacks, height provisions.
You can't make any accommodations. You can't make any extra steps because of that.
It's a little bit like you can regulate, but it puts the thumb in favor of the recovery residences to the extent that our regulations conflict with the best management practices of these certified residences.
Describe to me, anybody that can from staff, what is one of these facilities?
They're sober houses, so they're for sobriety. So it's for
How many people typically in this average sobriety house?
It depends. I believe anywhere from 5 to 16. There are various levels under certification. There's up to like 4 levels.
Okay.
Where it ranges from they're just there for a few hours to they're there 24/7 with 24/7 kind of help. So there's a range of certification.
5 to
levels.
16 could range from there.
Yes.
And my interpretation of this law, by the way, folks, is that you could be in a residential neighborhood and they could sell your neighbor's house, and guess what? Tomorrow, if they get the certification, you could have up to 15, 16 people there, depending on the size of home. That is a recovery house. And again, I'm sensitive to the individuals that need the help. But I think this law also went too far from the legislature, amongst others. I don't like it. My question to staff, I know, what are the consequences if we do not ratify this right now?
We're not following a state mandate. A certified recovery residence who seeks reasonable accommodation, they can challenge and sue, potentially get attorney's fees, potentially we could get a mandamus order from a judge saying, hey, the state has mandated you to pass an ordinance, you didn't do so.
Understood. Figured that'd be the answer. To my colleagues, I don't like this one.
Yeah, you made a comment earlier that I forget the term you used. This is an example of preemption.
Yes, I know.
Very much so.
I know.
And I would say that we've had local governments are all racing trying to meet this January deadline to adopt this. This is one of the bills that came out of the last session.
Yeah. This has, it's in its infancy, but this has some far-reaching individual community consequences that I don't think our legislature really thought out.
No, and it may be one of those that they have to make changes in the future to react to what some of
They're going to
this
have
could be.
to. It's going to happen. I'm voting no.
His questions brought up 2 questions for me. One is, if I understood his question and your answer, the preemption is that this could go in any house anywhere in Volusia County.
They're considered group homes. Group homes are treated the same way as residences. Now these only apply to certified recovery facilities, so that's an entire state process. It's pretty onerous. There's 3 certified facilities here in Volusia County that we can track on the state website.
But now knowing this process, sorry to cut you off, Mr. But now they're savvy. They know that this process is eligible for them, that they can just go in anywhere, any neighborhood. They're going to go get certified. And they know you can't do nothing about it. Right. Because only having 3 right now is not
they can do that now as an allowed use. They just have to meet all of our other regulations.
But now they don't have to meet all of our...
There's an analysis involved in it because we have to have a process. So the analysis is, okay, does your regulations conflict with the best management practices of these certified recovery residences? And because they are certified under the state's program, we would look at, okay, is there a reasonable accommodation we have to make for you to comply with that state certification?
Would I recommend that, and this is probably a discussion for a future meeting, but if you want to take a position on this and ask for some changes to what's adopted, it can be added to your legislative platform request. I know there's been a lot of focus on Senate Bill 180 this session because of the huge impacts, but let's face it, the legislature passes a lot of laws each session, some of which the consequences aren't very apparent until you're at this stage.
Well, that brings up my last question was, if we don't approve this, did you just say, were you saying that we should approve this and then go back and ask them for changes, or not approve it and tell them
my
we can't
recommendation,
approve it until you make these changes?
I don't think we have a choice. I think we have to adopt it. I think seeking changes to that state law and working with partners to articulate what the real concerns are, that's what I would recommend.
So this is why I said this morning you're very cautious, because that's your job, to keep us out of trouble. So if we were to not approve this, what happens from the state?
We could get, Paulo mentioned that probably the most readily thing we would face is you get somebody that wants to open one of these that sues us, challenges a decision to not comply with the statute, which frankly we would lose. The other is it's possible the state brings enforcement action, sues to enforce state law. I think, option one is probably more likely just because there's so many local governments out there.
But that would come before us anyway if anybody wanted to have concerns with the bill, with our inaction, I'll just say. It could. You would bring it to us, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, I was asked this question at a charter review meeting. Sometimes we're told before they sue us, sometimes we're not.
Gotcha. But you'll get the letter either way. Mr. Chairman, I move to deny this item.
Okay. Okay, the motion is to deny by Councilman Santiago, and the second was by Councilman Robbins for that denial. Jake, your name was up. Did you?
I took it down.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions? Debate. Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I just, Mike, actually I'll ask, or Paulo, either one. Would this subject us to a lawsuit, if we went and denied this, would this subject us to a lawsuit for ADA violations?
I think it's a separate cause of action for recovery of residences. Reasonable accommodations are typically associated with ADA. You make reasonable accommodations for disabilities. Here, it's for the use of the recovery facility itself. So I'm not sure.
Somebody might try to twist that into an argument. I think the biggest issue we're facing is we wouldn't be non-compliant with state law.
Okay, because my understanding is that drug addiction is a disability under the ADA. And if I'm wrong,
no, they may certainly try to use that to buttress an argument for a violation. It's possible. But I think, the biggest thing is the reason why Morgan presented it here is this is one of the things that was passed by the legislature. It's state law that we're obligated to follow until changed.
If it was an ADA violation, that could end us in federal court and potentially paying their legal fees, correct?
Yeah. This is, I wish I had a different answer. This is one of those cases where we don't have a choice.
But that ADA standard applies right now.
That's state law.
No, I know that, but that ADA standard applies right now regardless.
Yeah, but all my point is somebody may try to use that to buttress their argument. I think the big thing is you have a state law that says we shall do this.
I know what you're saying. But I wanted Don to know that ADA concern applies right now because we currently have rules around these homes on where they can go. So your concern
My
applies
concern
today.
is if we tell them, okay, tell a homeowner, you cannot convert this to a rehab facility, that might subject us to a lawsuit from the homeowner saying that we're violating the ADA.
And I think the denial today, as it stands, would keep our current ordinances in place.
So I want to clarify, our current ordinances allow this type of facility.
Correct.
It's a group home in every single zoning category that we
I understand, but there are additional
Yes,
steps
there are.
they have to go through today.
Mike, do you think that could still get us caught in the web?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure, we can get caught in the web today. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm out of order. Under today's ordinance that we have, let's say it doesn't come to it, we're in the web anyway. So by denying this, in effect, what's happening in the legislature is they're taking away those additional requirements that we have. Could be parking, so the setbacks and things like that. That's all that this ordinance does. It strips away those additional things on, yes, you can go there, but you have to do X, Y, and Z.
This to me is, and I've had conversations with each of you, many of you, I should say, separately, but, Paulo is kind of the master of a list of preemptions that we're subject to by the legislature. And I think Paulo, it's over 200 and counting every session, from big to small. This is a smaller one. Big one, this last session was Senate Bill 180, huge preemption. So, I wish I could sit here and tell you that those changes in state law that we are not comfortable with or we object to on very valid policy reasons, that can excuse us from following the state law. I can't give that advice to you. So, and I think you know that. So.
I don't want to jump in front of you.
No, I was just going to say,
Councilman
I'm
Dempsey.
real uncomfortable with just not following the directive of the legislature. I think we need to fall in ranks.
I get it.
Councilman Santiago.
I get it. And it might sound different from my previous comments in the past, right? I just see this one as a real direct hit to potential homeowners. I mean, I'm going to guess one goes up right next to you tomorrow, whatever it is, your value of your home just dive bombed, right? And is that fair to you? I don't think so. I think the legislature in this one just overreacted to a problem similar to others. I'll say 180, right? That was an overreaction. And didn't see the potential consequences of this. Now, if an individual property, business owner that wants to come against us, we'll hear about it one time or another. Whether they notice us by court filing right here to the chairman, he'll be first to know because you sign all those. Or someone to contact this county attorney, then that doesn't prohibit us from acting at that point if we want to. We can always act at that point and make a decision. Are we willing to take the risk to go further? And I understand your concern because I've made that same comment. But this one hits homes, individual homes, potentially could be bad. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, that's what makes this one so difficult because there's a consistency standard that, and Don is being very consistent. I'm wavering on this, apparently like you are, because this is egregious to neighborhoods, but so was Senate Bill 180. It was could be just as harmful to neighborhoods, and yet the argument not here on this council, but I think in Deltona and Edgewater was that if you don't go along with it, if you don't withdraw your moratoriums, then you're not upholding your oath to the Florida Constitution. And we did, all of us up here, swore an oath to follow the Constitution, and that's why our county attorney can't tell us to do anything different than that. So I hate it. This is a horrible preemption. So anyway.
I think Mike doesn't want his batting average to go down. That's what I'm concerned with.
I just, there's got to be a legislative fix to this, and I would say.
Did you write the amendments yet?
We can. But, I mean, I've been practicing now 26 years. This is the worst
Really?
I've seen it on preemptions of local government authority. So, yes, and there's a lot of other issues coming. So I wish I could sit here and say that we have the independent authority, but we are subordinate to the legislature by the Constitution.
We are. So either way this vote goes, I think this council is in agreement right now that, well, we'll find out in a minute. I'll ask that we let the legislature know that here's the changes that we think would be accomplish the same goal. There's obviously a need for this, but so it accomplishes the goal without ruining entire neighborhoods. So the motion on the floor is to deny item 12. We have, yes, thank you. We have one member of the public that would like to speak on this, John Nicholson. This is his last chance. So.
Yeah, I think, David, you need to know it. Daytona Beach had a problem with a property called Peabody House from Peabody Auditorium. All right, the owners rehabbed the house to historic standards. All right, the neighborhood was decreed by the city to be an historic neighborhood. A gentleman came in, bought the house, said he went on honeymoon with his wife, and his partner turned it into a halfway house. All right, 24 people in a 3-bedroom house. All right, the cars were parked all over, blocking driveways. People were missing things when they needed to buy liquor or whatever. They would take them, pawn them, etc. So it became an absolute zoo, and it took 2 years to get them below the amount that they're supposed to have. So it's not an easy thing that people like to have in their neighborhoods, and it does destroy neighborhoods. So if there's anything you can do, because right now we're stuck with it, all right? Don't make it any worse than it already is, because it's horrible as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Carissa, would you call the roll on this one, because I have no idea where it's going to go. And the motion is to deny, so a yes vote is to deny, a no vote is against denial.
Mr. Reinhardt,
No.
Mr. Robbins,
A yes vote, it means we deny it.
Ms.
It means the motion fails and we'd have to start over if you wanted to approve it. So it's yes to deny or no that it ends this.
So the motion on the floor is to reject the proposed ordinance in front of you. If you vote yes, you're voting to reject the ordinance. If you vote no, you're voting to keep the ordinance, but as the chair mentioned, you have to have a new motion to accept that.
Mr. Santiago,
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey, Mr. Johansson,
No.
Mr. Kent,
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
No. I didn't hear Mr. Robbins.
I have yes.
You said yes? Okay.
I'm buying houses next to everybody that voted for this. I'm joking.
So the motion fails by one vote. Does any council member wish to make another motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve item 12 is made by Vice Chair Reinhardt. Second comes by Don Dempsey. I don't think we have to discuss this all again. Would you call the roll again and see if it reverses?
Mr. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Robbins,
No.
Mr. Santiago, Mr. Dempsey,
Yes.
Mr. Johansson,
Yes.
Mr. Kent,
No.
Mr. Brower,
Yes, and Mr. Santiago, the motion is to approve the ordinance.
No.
Okay. And it passes by one vote.
So how many houses I gotta buy? 2, 3, 4. Okay. I'm doing a
And
GoFundMe.
then
So the motion passes.
the motion
Right.
passes.
And I guess I just would mention, you can mention it, or you don't have to, but do you want to have a discussion about directing staff to update your legislative platform and take a
Yes.
position on that bill?
Yes, absolutely. Is there, Danny, before you step out, I don't know if you heard the attorney's question, but is it the consensus of the council that we bring this back for discussion on telling the legislature how they need to correct this?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Yes. Okay. It's 2:40.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I just see Paulo there. And I wanted to expand it. Since staff is bringing back stuff to us, can Paulo, since he's the preemption king, bring back to us other pending legislations that have preemption consequences?
Sure, the session hasn't started, but we already have a list.
Yeah, because the bill's already being filed, right? Yeah.
Yeah. There
Yeah.
are.
What we could do is send it out, study it between now and January, and we'll be ready to discuss it.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, item 13, we've discussed before, and the council, this is the beach driving opening up between Speedway and somewhere on the north side down towards Auditorium Boulevard. The council approved first step, which was to speak to the property owners in that area. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so today, we've done that. I'm hoping that we will take it a step further. So if you want to just kind of bring us up to date, and then also if you would tell, I believe there's 3 options that we could take today.
Sure. So this is the chair's request. This is basically the presentation that you saw back in April. So I'm just going to go through that really quickly. So just history lesson, 1996, there was an ordinance to take away beach driving upon meeting parking space standards. In 2000, that condition was met because 1,500 parking spaces were met with the parking garage. So the public beach driving is not permitted in that area. So there are 4 legal issues that we previously identified. One is the statutory prohibition. Beach driving is illegal in the entire state of Florida. Volusia County operates under an exception to that statute. The second one is the ITP HCP, which isn't so much of an issue here because this is considered an urban area where under that permit, beach driving would be allowed under the federal permit. It is disallowed by other means. The third one is contractual issues. There's a reason why this area was removed and 1,500 spaces were removed. There is a development agreement between, I think, Ocean Walk and the previous Adams Park, Hilton, and the city of Daytona Beach that was conditioned upon the removal of beach driving from ISB all the way to Seabreeze. The fourth one is customary use. Customary use is the mechanism that we have to regulate the beach. The beach is technically private property, but because of customary use, it's a public beach, right? You can't use the normal private property rights to keep people from the beach. So for all intents and purposes, it's a public beach, but it's technically still private property. So this is the area we're talking about. It's an urban area under the HCP. It's from ISB, International Speedway Boulevard, to Auditorium Boulevard. So because it is unlawful and illegal to allow beach driving, even restore beach driving under the state law, you need a legislative change to remove that prohibition. So this section, 16158, provides a mechanism to remove beach driving by 3/5 vote, but specifically does not provide a mechanism to restore it or to add new beach driving areas. So what we would need is actually a new bill, a special bill or general bill, allowing county council to restore beach driving in a specific area on a permanent or temporary basis. We've already done something like this for the Legends Beach Parade that operates under a special local law that allows for beach driving in an area where beach driving is not allowed for the purpose of reenacting a historic race event. So these are the other two issues that I briefly mentioned, the contractual commitments that, is contract-based. So, you have protections of contracts under the U.S. and state constitution. And also we have customary use. So customary use, as I mentioned, is an exception to the traditional property right to exclude others. It is specific that it has to be, ancient, reasonable, without dispute, and free from interruption. So those are the criteria. A local government can always abandon customary use, and once it's abandoned, it cannot be restored. So this is the kind of the if you can read it, not really, but these are the parcel maps for the proposed area. It shows the potential underlying fee simple owner of the public beach all the way to the mean high water line. Majority owner is actually the city of Daytona Beach. So here's the updates since our last meeting. So the county manager staff did reach out to the property owners along the proposed area. They received 5 letters of opposition, 1 verbal opposition to the concept of expanded beach driving. They received 1 letter of support and 1 verbal support to the concept of expanded beach driving. So that's where we are. That's kind of where we are. And so your proposals are, or your options are, we can continue to proceed forward. I don't think we met the deadlines for this legislative session, but you can start on some of the other aspects, such as potentially gathering easements, because you need to satisfy all 4 criteria, and if any one of them fails, then you can't restore beach driving.
Tell me the 4 again?
Sure.
The 4 criteria?
It's the 4 aspects that, so these are 4 independent legal issues, and you need to satisfy every single one of them. So one is a statutory prohibition. It is currently illegal, so you need to change the law.
Right.
Second one is pretty easy. It's the ITP and HCP. So whether or not that's just a tweak or updating the service, that's done. Third is you need to address the contractual issues, and the 4th is you need to address customary use, and that's what I mean by establishing, gathering easements is the safest conservative way to address that.
And you're saying that's required?
These are the way to handle all of the identified legal issues to restoring beach driving.
The customary use, asking the property owners. And why is that?
We do not own the beach. We don't
Neither
own
do they.
Yes, so it's a public beach. Customary use has been interpreted under case law to be kind of specific types of uses. So you can separate a specific customary use and you can abandon a specific customary use. So you can abandon beach driving, but still have the pedestrian or surfing or sunbathing or things like that. So
Okay.
that's what so the safest way to address the customary use issue is to buy or get easements, specifically saying, okay, we're restoring the public vehicular uses.
Okay.
Kind of the easiest way to, probably all of you have heard me describe it this way before, so I apologize. But if you look up and down north and south of the beach and you look at a survey of all the properties, they call them upland properties, but the properties up on the sand dunes along the beach, they may vary on how far east they go. There's not a uniform line. Much of the beach that we're used to, parking on, maybe sitting on that soft sand, is actually private property. But Volusia County, City of Daytona, probably have had litigation over the years to establish customary use. Customary use is a judicial construction that allows a public to have access to property they don't own if, as Paulo said, certain conditions are met. And we have that here. So, but it's unusual in that it's still private property, but the public has a right to access it. And So that that is what Paula is speaking about.
Right. One other question sort of related to that is when we did this successfully for the Turn Parade, that happened very quickly. Within a couple meetings, it seemed like. What allowed us to do that then?
That actually did get a special local law.
It did? Mm-hmm.
That, you'd have to get you'd have a legislative sponsor, and you had.
Was League a sponsor or just?
You have to get a House and Senate sponsor from your delegation.
And you need outstanding community support for that activity.
Okay. I wanted the people that are here to listen to that too, because this isn't going to get approved today. There's some hurdles that we have to continue to jump through and have been for a while. And I appreciate the work that staff has already done to get us here. We have, I'm going to open it up to questions for staff, and then let's listen to the public, and then we can debate this. But Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, sir. Paulo, so, we've talked a lot about customary use, like, for the time I've been here. How long do we have to do something for it to be considered customary use?
The standard is ancient since time immemorial, which is 20 years.
Got it. 20 years.
There's actually case law on that.
How long was there beach driving in that area before it was removed?
Quite a while. There's
112 years.
Over 20 years, right? So
112.
So they changed their customary use or took away that right when they took the cars off the beach, correct?
Correct.
So,
well, I want to say that maybe.
Yeah, okay. Maybe.
Of the elements.
I won't hold you to it. I won't deduct his evaluation next year if you're
No, and the answer Paula has given you, he's trying to be cautious.
Sure.
We all are, because we don't want to concede anything.
Yep.
So when he talks about easements, getting easements, that would be a way around the customer use issue.
Right.
Or you duke it out in court.
Well, so based on the input we saw so far, there's some people that don't want it, so I wouldn't think they would say, but I'll sign an easement for you. So then my next question is the parking or the on-beach parking hasn't been there for how long?
Since 2000.
Which is 25 years. So now, do we have a customary use that there isn't driving? Is that now a customary non-use, if you will?
We do put cars on the beach in that area.
Yeah.
You have a lot of our concessions, our emergency,
right.
Our beach cleanup.
So cars in that area, we can't use that argument, correct? Or
That
it's
would
a little
be-
more of a stretch.
yeah,
Would defend
that would be the argument
I gotcha.
used against us.
Yeah. All right. And my last question is, I think somebody said, and if you measure it, that the city of Daytona is the largest landowner.
Yes.
And if I recall, I didn't hear you said a couple people were for it, a couple people against it. But in our packet, one of those people that haven't responded is the largest landowner, which is the city of Daytona, or have they subsequently?
We have not heard formally from the city of Daytona.
Well, they're a little preoccupied these days. I get
So on this map, this ownership map, anything in light pink, that is owned by the city of Daytona. In fact, this map is actually slightly outdated. They have purchased the Senior Frogs parking lot. I believe they own that.
Okay. All right. Is that something that we expect? Like we'll get back to you, or non-responsive?
We have communicated to them. They have not relayed a date when that's going forward.
But they're definitely aware.
Oh,
It's not like our
absolutely.
email went to junk and they haven't read it. Yep.
No.
All right, that's all the questions I have. Thank you so much, Paula and Mike.
Thank you. Councilman Santiago.
Yeah, I don't know who can answer this, but remind me or share with me, what's the, I know we have, from my recollection from the last time we discussed this was we had small business owners in the area that were very supportive of doing this, and then some of the bigger hoteliers and others were against it. Is that an accurate description?
Yes, that's what we in this area, we've got limited responses. We have 5 letters from owners in that beach area who are opposed to it. We had 1 letter who is supporting the idea, plus a verbal on each side.
Does anybody have any information on the economic future investments in the area? Anything in the pipeline, things like that are that I may not be aware of? Actually, I'm not aware of anything in that area. I mean, I think those are things we should consider in the decision making.
We're aware of potential development in that area, yes. So
Nothing that can be shared yet?
I don't know if we can share it, but I mean, there's definitely people that are, I think representatives here, he can talk
Let me
to
ask
it.
a direct question. Is there any hotel investments, additional hotel investments coming to the area?
Yes.
You're going to hear from Rob Merrill.
Okay. Then
There's also an existing hotel that I think changed hands that intends to invest in an upgrade as well.
Okay. Thank you. I look forward to hearing. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple questions. Paulo, I think one of them Jake just asked with respect to the city of Daytona Beach hasn't responded at all as far as formally responded.
That's correct.
We've heard, actually I know I've seen it and heard it, where the mayor himself, but he's only 1 vote, has publicly stated that he's not in favor of it. He did that at a public meeting. But again, he's just one person. Are we currently working with the city, and I know this answer to this question, but for the purpose of education, George and I had discussed this. Working with that being said, are we currently working with the city of Daytona Beach to supply more parking on Main Street?
Yes.
A property we own on Main Street.
Right. We have property on Main Street.
Have we received local delegation support, whether it be formally or orally, or
John Booker,
at least the ones I've talked to have not.
We have
They
not
have
received-
not. So, and I'm not going to name names, but the individuals that I spoke with prior to the local delegation meeting over here in DeLand were not. What would be, and you said we've already passed that threshold, if we did find somebody to support it, both on the legislative side and the Senate side, we have passed that threshold as far as filing a bill for this session.
That's correct.
Okay. What would be, and maybe our beach director up there, Ms. Malfors, could answer this. What is the busiest part, you would say, of the beach? In other words, could this benefit?
That area certainly could be a very busy area. We do have a lot of pedestrian traffic in that area, but you have lots of areas in Daytona that are the busiest.
Depends on the time
yeah.
and what event. That
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah.
How many?
Near ISB to Silver Beach usually.
Okay,
fills
so
up
from that
fast.
area that we're
Yeah.
asking to go
Yes,
towards
those
Silver
areas fill up the first.
Beach. And then for you as well, and I don't expect you to know an exact number, how many incidents where driving is available now? How many incidents involving incidents with pedestrians versus a car?
Well, that depends too. I don't have an exact number,
Yeah, I
but
wouldn't think-
usually they occur in areas that are driving as opposed to non-driving areas.
I know that we've received a lawsuit just recently with respect to that, so that's why I was asking the question.
Yeah, I mean, that usually happens in the driving areas.
That could
opposed to
happen anywhere.
non-driving.
Though in all
It can
fairness,
happen
that could
anywhere.
So
Right now, a lot of the e-bikes.
I want to be fair
accidents.
to this, you know. I mean,
Yeah.
and to bring it to everybody's attention, I know it looks like the direction of questioning that I have shows that I'm veering in a certain direction. That's not true. I'm asking these questions because they're tough questions, and they're questions we're going to have to ask in order to make an educated decision. And to be honest, I think I was the one that asked this to motion to bring it back. So, so thank you for your answers. I appreciate that. And I understand you can't give the exact, but I got an idea. Thank you. Yep. Thank you, Chair.
Just one more question, Paulo, for you and clarification. I think Matt had just said that we missed the legislative session this time. The reason for that is because the Volusia legislation has their own rules, and
There are also constitutional and state
Right.
rules to get a special local bill.
Right.
You need to advertise that you receive that. You have the legislative delegation is seeking a local bill to
Right.
the legislature. That's what occurred through a lot of coordination to get the Legends Parade going through. So
and that's where I was going. We had a sponsor for
Yes.
that, so it still could be done. I don't know that we have a sponsor. I know what I'm told, but till you see it in, see them here raising their hand. If we had a sponsor, it could allow something to be done this session.
I'm not an expert on the state legislative
I think it might be too
rules.
late, Mr. Chair.
Right, because you have the special legislative delegation rules for the Volusia County delegation, and then you have a constitutional and state statute timelines where you need to advertise that you're seeking a special local
Right.
bill, advertise in a general newspaper, and then there's an entire
Yeah.
process for that.
By the letter of their rules, it's too late, but it worked for the first term parade because we had a sponsor. Is all I'm saying. Are you here to add something? Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna.
Nice tie. Councilman Reinhardt.
Yeah, I saw Mr. Booker come up, so I didn't know if you had more information with respect to that. And I know that, I know, sorry, John, I didn't want to put you on the spot, but you walked up, so you're fair game.
John Booker, Government Affairs. I will say that the process for the Legends Parade was probably a 6 to 8 month
Was it?
time.
Okay.
And it was only for a specific time of the year, and this, we're talking about something being sponsored for indefinite.
Correct.
So, and I don't know, I can't speak for the person that sponsored it, but that may have been the reason why they entertained the idea, because it was for a specific event and not for opening up like we're talking about now.
I couldn't.
We don't know. We don't know. I don't want to speculate.
But we could do this like we do a lot of
Yeah.
other beach things. Say we'll do it at trial for a year like we did the Dog Beach one time. But anyway.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Appreciate the
interrupting you. Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. When was the last time we heard this? Do you remember? Was it a year?
August?
Last April.
Thank you, Paulo. Council, I'm just wondering, before we propose this stuff or put it on the agenda, why didn't we garnish this support prior, if that's what wanted to be accomplished, and also to get some hard commitments for easements. The last thing I want to do is waste anybody's time, but we know the issues. We've heard this issue 4 times. We know it has to be done, and I feel like here we are in the 4th quarter with the shot clock's already and the buzzer's already gone off, but it doesn't look good. And now we're trying to ram it down people's throats. And this is more than just like the special one-day parade. This is something permanent, and where we need landowner support and state support. And I don't, hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I don't see it. So, thanks.
Okay. No, there's no ramming down the throat, Danny. And there are people, and not just me, but some of the people in the audience that have been gathering support from local and successfully from local representatives. So Let's go to the public, and then we can hash it out and see where we are. For the John Nicholson, I was going to guess where you were, but I don't think you've changed your mind.
John Nicholson, 413 North Granbury Avenue in Daytona Beach, a block from the beach, a block from the no drive beach. We fought this several times, all right? What I wish Pablo had done, it says, receive 5 letters of opposition. Who were the opposition? Are they 90% of the property owners on the beach? If they oppose it, 90% is a high number. If the 7-Eleven and one other small property owner said yes, they're very minor. The people that are asking for this are down Main Street. They're 2 and 3 blocks away, and they're not involved in this. The people that are involved do not like driving on the beach for specific reasons, all right? Besides the development. Now, development, if you go over Main Street Bridge or any of our bridges, if you look between Main Street and Seabreeze, all those 7 tall buildings were all built after driving came off the beach with TIF funds. Then we got a city manager who had no interest on the beach side. And if you look to the right, all those tall buildings, all 2 of them, were built in the 50s. So we've had nothing in that area because of the city manager. Now we have the possibility of having 2, 3, or 4 hotels going in that location. We haven't had that in 20 years. And if they did, we did have people come in the last 20 years, and they were voted down. We had 9 buildings voted down from that area because of the city manager and the commission at that time. All right? This is a very volatile issue. They're saying there's nothing happening. Well, because we voted it down. All right? So if you put the driving back on the beach and the 2 people that are talking about putting hotels there walk away, when are we ever going to get development in that area? Now, it's unfortunate when that approach closed, it was the highest grossing revenue for the county on that approach alone. What brought everybody there is no longer there. There are only 3 buildings of those 17 buildings are left. So if you have 3 of 17, why does anybody want to go to that location? There's no draw anymore. They're hoping to bring back something that's been gone for 25 years. People are not going to come back just to park on that beach to walk down Main Street. What Main Street needs to focus on is getting the city to give them the money that should have been given to them 25 years ago. That was their moneymaker. People driving down Main Street to go to the beach. When they stopped, nobody drove down Main Street because there wasn't any need to go. So I'm asking you to oppose this.
Thank you for your comments. Gabriel Wozniak?
Chairman Brower, members of the council, I stand before you today as the chairman of the Libertarian Party of Volusia County to speak in favor of item 13. We are here to discuss restoring beach driving from International Speedway Boulevard to Auditorium Boulevard, but fundamentally, we are here to discuss who owns the beach, the people of Volusia County or the corporate interests that line its shores. From a perspective of liberty, the removal of beach driving in this corridor in 2000 was not an improvement, it was an enclosure of the commons. For generations, driving on our sands was a customary right, a unique tradition that maximized public access to public land. When the government severed that right, trading it away for parking garages and developer promises, it effectively privatized the public access. I have read the agenda packet, I have read the letters from the opposition, Boardwalk at Daytona, Ross Hotel Partners, Portman Holding, and the Hilton. Their message to this council is loud and clear. And frankly, it's chilling. They are essentially threatening to withhold investment if you do not maintain a sanitized vehicle-free zone that benefits their bottom line. This is the definition of crony capitalism. These entities want the taxpayer-funded government to enforce a restriction on the public so that their private developments can enjoy exclusivity of a private beach atmosphere without paying for the land. They are asking the state to act as their private security force, keeping the locals in their cars away from the tourists in their hotels. The libertarian position is simple. Public land should remain accessible to the public. When you ban cars from the beach, you are engaging in a soft form of discrimination. You are barring the elderly, the disabled, and the young families who cannot haul coolers and chairs hundreds of yards from a garage to the waterline. You are telling the citizens of this county that their tax dollars pay for the beach, but their access is secondary to the aesthetic preferences of a developer from Atlanta. We hear arguments about safety, and the tragic accidents listed in the agenda packet are heartbreaking, but in a free society, the answer to risk is not prohibition, it is responsibility. We do not ban cars from International Speedway Boulevard because there are accidents. We enforce traffic laws. We do not ban swimming because of riptides. We advise caution. To ban vehicles entirely is the lazy authoritarian approach to risk management. It punishes the law-abiding majority for the actions of the few. The opposition claims that the 1996 ordinance was a deal. Driving would cease if parking garages were built. But civil liberties and public access should never be bargaining chips. Just because a previous government sold our rights for concrete parking spaces 25 years ago does not mean this council is bound to perpetrate that error forever. Item 13 represents a choice. You can bow to the pressure of the traffic-free lobbyists who view our beach as an extension of their hotel lobbies, or you can stand for the individual. You can restore the historic customary rights of the people to access their coastline in the very manner that made Volusia County famous. Do not let this beach become a gated community for corporate elite. Vote to engage the legislative delegation. Vote to restore access. Give the beach back to the people. Thank you for your time, and please, vote with your conscience.
Thank you. Ricky Garris.
Hello, council members. My name is Rick Garris. I live in Daytona Beach, and I support the idea of reopening driving on the beach from ISB to Auditorium. Some of the reasons I support beach driving in this area are as follows. Number one, it will be easier. It will provide easier beach access for many of the people who cannot walk far and those that would prefer to park on the beach and not have to carry their belongings across A1A, which is a far greater safety concern than cars driving 10 miles an hour on the beach. It will help to stimulate the local economy like it used to do back in the 90s when that area was packed full of people parking their cars in front of the boardwalk. They would walk up and down the boardwalk, patronizing the businesses in that area. Number three, I don't see one good thing that has come from closing the beach driving in that area, and most of the small businesses are struggling as a result. We have tried this experiment of closing the driving on the main core Daytona tourist area, and what good has it brought us? Many of the small businesses have closed, and that area is dead most of the time. I have fond memories of being able to drive on the beach both day and night. I remember when we could park on the beach until 10 p.m. and visit the boardwalk, bandshell, and the bar, restaurants in between. Those were the good old days, and now we have a chance to bring that back. Please share with me one success that has come from closing the beach to cars, besides giving a hotel developer what they want at the expense of the residents that enjoy beach driving and easy access. Removing driving in that area has been a huge take. There are plenty of non-driving beaches that people can visit. What brought visitors to Daytona was beach driving. Getting rid of it has brought us to where we are today, a hollow shell of what we were. Please help fix this problem by not keeping the status quo. Please vote to restore the world's most famous beach, similar to how it was. Thank you for your time, and God bless.
Thank you. Tom Caffrey.
Oh my Lord. Eyeballs are going. Hi, everybody. Tom Caffrey, Daytona Beach, owner of World's Most Famous Brewery, current president of the Main Street Merchants Association, and Realty Pros Assured. I'm here on behalf, and I again want to thank Chairman Brower and the entire council for hearing this, as well as staff. I don't really know where I'm going to go with this because I'm kind of a loose cannon, as many know. But I want to start with maybe the Hilton. You know, when the Hilton was built, they vacated Ocean Avenue, and that was their ask. They didn't ask to remove beach driving, so I don't know where that may have gone after the 1992 resolution to remove that. But the Hilton was required to have retail, commercial, and everything else on the boardwalk level as part of the requirement to vacate Ocean Avenue. They're required to keep that. They were required to have playgrounds, and they don't have any of that any longer. They were required to not have suites. They are all suites now. Those were not allowed in the original agreement. So I don't know where that stands as it is now, but that's an important aspect of where the things fall. But to that point, the new owners now bought the Hilton. The reason why they bought it is the past owners were going to lose the flag because Hilton was going to take it. So now this new owner's invested the money, and hopefully they will follow that commitment to do that. And that would be great if they did. I remember the Hilton, swimming underneath the swim out pool, going into the Hilton, walking up into the spa. It was one of the greatest places. They also allowed, without band access, to walk up to the Hilton, enjoy the bar, all of the other things that were there. It was one of the best pool hopping places around. It was a fantastic place. I loved it, but they didn't try to remove beach access. So I don't know where that's come from, but that wasn't part of the original moniker of that place. The beach access removal came from the Ocean Walk. The Ocean Walk was designed, that's where that came from. So maybe the Hilton jumped onto that in 1996 or 2000. I don't know, but their contract with the city and the county was only to remove Ocean Avenue and vacate that. The other things that I was going to touch on is just, I wasn't notified, and maybe it doesn't matter to the governing list, 100 feet, 100 yards, whatever that number might be, but I don't know of anybody on Main Street or A1A for that matter that was asked about the beach. And so as far as the stakeholder comment, 5 things, 1 the other, I don't know of anybody that was asked. So I think that that's important. One of the other things that I really lose track of is this section is so important to this community. It's the only section that there are no hotels on that are massive. You can enjoy the beach, enjoy the sunlight, and enjoy all of that. And if we get more hotels there, I think it'd be a mess. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Mike Dennis.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Dennis. I live at 177 Blue Heron Lake Circle in Ormond Beach. I have lived in Daytona Beach a long time. I was in the 6th grade when Lee Petty won the first 500. Yeah, Richard's daddy. I dare say I've been here longer than any of you guys and lady. The history I want to open up to you is, in the opposition letters, there was several of them that talked about the potential of an investment. And a lot of the discussion earlier was about other topic was actual contracts. We have had more potential investments that probably the best one was Van Avenue, where the property owner owned both sides of the approach, came to the council and said, hey, if you abandon this, I'll build an approach over here. Sounds good. Those 2 properties are still empty today, 20 years later. Now, my pet peeve is original Hard Rock. I lived on Lenox Avenue at the time the approach was abandoned. Angered me. I was going to use a different word. And that's still an empty lot. And then you go further north, the Longboard project. But that was a result of an earlier project that started like in 2004. That's more than 25 years ago, when Vermont Avenue was abandoned. And then the one I like is the George Anderson family's parking lot. Every 3 to 5 years or so, the city of Daytona Beach extends the temporary status of their parking lot. Why? Because it's a placeholder for the super duper potential snazzy hotel. We're talking about potential, and I can, show me one example of where the potential became reality. I don't see any. With that, I would wish that you would approve the furtherance of this process, and look it up. Lee Petty was the first guy.
Thank you. Doug Pettit.
Good afternoon, Doug Pettit, 129 Magnolia, Ormond Beach, Chairman Brower and council members. I'm here today to add my voice once again to those residents in the county asking to restore beach driving on that portion of the beach between International Speedway Boulevard and Auditorium in Daytona. I guess the theme of my comments this afternoon would be, what do you got to lose? As all of you know, the beach in Daytona was once the hub of tourist activity and economic energy for the region. As an adolescent, I recall my family coming to Daytona Beach from Maryland on family vacations, bypassing much closer Ocean City and Myrtle Beach to come to Daytona because my dad said you could drive on the sand in Daytona. As a college student in the mid-'70s, I remember planning all year to make the annual spring break trek to Daytona Beach. It was a vibrant and exciting area, nothing like what we experience today. There can be no question from anybody with an ability to rationally evaluate cause and effect that the decision to close beach driving in this area led to the dramatic economic downturn. Blighted, rundown buildings and transients now occupy an area that once teemed with tourists looking to participate in the experience of the world's most famous beach and spend their money in pursuit of that experience. We only have to look at the decision of the County Council in 1996 to close beach driving as the genesis for the current decline. Since that time, we've witnessed campaign after campaign from marketing experts and the convention and visitor gurus to revitalize the area, to no avail. There have been all sorts of taxpayer-funded gimmicks to bring back the economic vitality of the area without success. The marketing people, while trying to justify their existence, will tell you to look at the hotel occupancy statistics to see the value of their work. I say that events like Bike Week, Biketoberfest, the NASCAR races, and the Turkey Rod Run are organic events that generate their own tourism. It's what's happening when those visitors go home that leads to the blight and decay we see in the beach area today. The county's investing significant funding in the reimaging of the Ocean Center, a county facility that has never fulfilled its true potential. This creates a prime opportunity to allow this investment to pay off by re-energizing a vital destination area where people want to come. Restoring beach driving in the questioned area is a key step to achieving that success and keeping with the theme of my comments that we've tried about everything else. What have you got to lose? Recently, you had the courage and the foresight to take the chance on Dog Beach, a hugely successful venture. Why not demonstrate that same courage again by opening up beach driving? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Rob Merrill.
So it looks like I'm on an island with John Nicholson today. Not the first time. I actually believe a lot of things John tells you guys. Rob Merrill, for the record, with Cobb Coal, 1 Daytona Boulevard and Woodland Boulevard in DeLand. I'm here representing the Anderson family, late George Anderson's family, and the folks who were referenced earlier who are looking to, in answer to David's question, who left, hopefully bringing you guys a new hotel on the beach right across from your Ocean Center. We've been working with the county staff, city staff for several months now. In fact, what's being talked about here is, I think, given rise to a lot of the hesitation that's been happening both from our financiers and others on this project. I know I sound like the bad guy to some folks out here, bringing you maybe hundreds of millions of dollars of investment. You guys have said consistently for the Ocean Center to succeed and for this area of town to succeed, we need good hotels. And that's what we're here to bring you, both hotels and other, what they call experiential retail. So dining, retail, things that involve activity, people to be outside and doing things. That's what we're trying to bring for this piece of property. It's been part of George Anderson's vision for many years. There were some questions about why it was never done. I think some of you may know there was a lawsuit that lasted for many, many years that just was finally finished and settled within the last year and a half, I think. That's why we're here. We're back now able to bring forward his vision. And I think what I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, is you said that you couldn't say yes to this today, and I would agree with that. There's a lot of things that need to happen. But I would suggest that you could say no to it. And to me, a lot of what's happening is perception, not reality, as far as the way it's affecting the economics of this project I'm telling you about. If you say no, then at least we know you guys are not going to continue to let this fester. You do have that opportunity, and that's what I would urge you to do today. There were several letters, as some of which were mentioned, that came from folks that had lots of good reasons for this, including my partner, Jessica Gao. Some of those were legal reasons that have already been discussed. Others are, I think, reasons that you guys already know, sitting up on the dais. I'm not going to go through those. I don't have time. You guys don't give me that much time. And so I will say that if you have any questions about the project, be happy to talk to you guys about it so you understand what we're doing. But David, in answer to your question, there is the potential for private investment coming to this location that will be threatened by a decision to move this forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Bobby Gudotti, you sent, while he's walking down here, you sent the best written letter on this subject that I've read, but I didn't get it till we had all broke for lunch, so I didn't know if anybody else, I don't know if the rest of the council got to read it, but you, line by line, express probably what you're about to tell us.
I don't really have long to talk today because I have to hurry up and pick my kids up. So, but what I would say is I live on Main Street. I am there 24/7. I have a family that I raise on Main Street. We are blocks from the beach, whether you're a block or a block away. Our heart's in that area. And I've grown up here. I went to Seabreeze High School, lived in Port Orange, ended up going to Seabreeze. I've watched the area go from a certain point in promises and so forth as time went. And it just doesn't seem the same. I remember sitting in my car driving down A1A, going all the way from Bel Air Plaza, excited to come down to Main Street and coming all the way to get to Main Street. And it was vibrant, it was full of life. And it's just felt like the economy, whatever is happening here, has just gone down. I am highly involved within the community. We are involved with the Main Street Merchants. My wife is the vice president for Main Street Merchants. We've hosted huge events out here trying to bring back a light to the area. Daytona's invested all kind of money to bring back this beautiful entrance into the beach for what? We're known as Daytona Beach, the world's most famous beach. You take that right from the people that deserve to drive on it. What's the point in having it as a world famous beach? We'll just be like Tampa. We'll just be like anything else in Fort Lauderdale and all these other areas. I think the surrounding businesses, if you've watched how the businesses have come from skyrocket in the 80s, early 90s, it was fun. And now I'm even living there and above my business. I'm not struggling too bad. I don't even know what it's like to lose 45 to 50% of a revenue. And I've talked to the Humphreys, who are right across the street from us. They've been there since '78. She said bringing back the beach would be awesome because, yes, you get to drive down Main Street. You get to come down that street where it's pinpointed if you look it up on Google, and it comes right down to there. And if we could bring that back, I believe that the areas, the surrounding businesses, whether you have a hotel that gets built or not, to take the beach away from us isn't right. Who's not to say another hotel wants beach driving that will be put there? Senor Frogs, if you allow these people to park on the beach, it helps people get there and be a part of whatever else is going on. You have all these events, Bike Week and all these things that bring all kind of money into the town. But if we allow to bring back during the summer, I'm sitting at Disney World and I'm chilling with my family. It gives us an excuse to come down and enjoy the beach just for a day. That's why we're the world's most famous beach. Help the economy, help the people that are around it, and help us bring back what rightfully we pay taxes for. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you all for coming and speaking. Gabriel, you did a good job. I want to meet you afterwards. Okay. Oh, good. I wasn't fast enough getting my name up, so we have several people that want to speak first. Michael Dyer, I want to start with you. You've been up there for a while.
That was an old request. I apologize.
Okay. Moving right along, Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. You know, whenever you when you do any type of experiment, you eagerly await the results, and you want to make sure there's only really one variable, of course. And I think that we can honestly say, after 25 or 30 years, if you want, to say after this decision was made, there are two words to describe the results of this experiment. And those words to me are epic failure. I was born, as you all know, you've heard me say, in that Halifax hospital, and I can remember surfing Main Street Pier and having to park over a mile away to walk down and surf the pier because it was so jam-packed full of people. We have had Main Street merchants come in here and tell us that their business dropped 50% the first year. Who in their right mind in 1996 would have made the decision for your busiest approach in all of Volusia County to strangle and cut off the financial lifeblood? It blows my mind that that happened, and we're hearing about a possible investment. Well, let's not talk about possible investments. Let's talk about real investments that people have put in the Main Street who are struggling every day, and they're just asking to say, open up that section of beach. I am completely for this. I will continue to speak with our legislators if we get approval from this council. I disagree with the one comment from the podium about, you're right, you can't make this happen now, but you can kill it. I don't want to kill this. Back in 1992 and 1993, Taco Bell at that location had the #1 sales in all of North America. It was jammed up from lunchtime until 4 a.m. Taco Bell's not there anymore, as are hundreds of other businesses, because a group of people decided to basically make a private beach. And that's what you do. When you shut off access to the beach, you basically make a private beach for the landowners that own that beach. And they'll come in here and say, no, it's not a private beach. People can come there. But they can't, because there's no real parking. And people aren't walking a mile to go get some good waves and shoot the pier at the Main Street Pier. Epic failure, in my mind, as a result of this experiment. It has not fared well, and you heard individuals say it earlier, but they are constantly trying to, in a gimmicky type of way, throw money at this problem, come up with a new idea. Let's do a drop the ball at Main Street. We're going to try to make people want to come down there. Open up the beach and let that thoroughfare continue. And it's not going to change overnight, but give it some time. And Taco Bell may come back also. Thanks.
Councilman Santiago?
I don't know if the applause was for Taco Bell, but I favor Del Taco. I want you to know. I like Del Taco better. I don't know if it was a Taco Bell applause. I may not get applause for this afterwards, but Troy, I appreciate your perspective, and I don't think opening the beach is the solution to their problem. No, I don't. I think it's economic investment. I'm fortunate enough in my day job, I get to travel throughout this state, and oftentimes near beach towns, popular ones, and I see the investment that occurs in a lot of beach communities that make it vibrant, make it active, make it businesses be successful. I wasn't here in the 80s. But I'll tell you what, my personal opinion, and no insult to anyone, but when I drive to the beach, I feel like I've gone back to the 80s. When I go back in the area, I feel like I'm going into a slight time warp, that there hasn't been much investment in that area. I think that's why it got stuck in the 80s. I know the gentleman, he had to go to get his children, but it got stuck in the 80s because investment hasn't come. And I think there's other potential opportunities. I'm not a hotelier, but I hear from hoteliers that they want to invest more in that community. Hoteliers bring people to the community, which bring people to your shops. We got an expert over here.
Please, I'm going to have order in the, if we're going to ever get through this.
So if people don't have places to stay, they're not probably going to come. And we hear even from our Ocean Center individuals, our people that promote the Ocean Center, we get held back from getting types of venues and investment here in our Ocean Center because of the hotel situation. Not only because of the amount of rooms available, but the caliber of the rooms that people are expecting now. That level has increased. And now I'll just even use the most recent thing. We have JetBlue now, right? Hopefully we bring more people into Daytona Beach. It's going to help these businesses. I hope they go visit the beach. I hope they go buy at their stores, right? Bringing people to Daytona Beach is what's going to help their businesses, in my opinion. Not saying that you can now drive past these columns is going to maybe a slight thing, but I don't think that's the economic success button for them. We need investment in Daytona Beach. I see it all across this state. It's a lot of nice stuff happening out there, good quality. And we have driving today, right? It's not like if we didn't have driving, I'd get it. But we have driving on the beach. These areas, I don't think is going to, I think it's a false hope. It's just my opinion, folks. You can disagree with it. I respect yours. But I think we should favor sending a clear message to people that want to invest in that area. Let's put this situation to rest today. Yay or nay, right? I'm going to vote no. But let's put it to rest and send a clear message to these folks who hope that this is going to solve their business issues, or to the individuals that want to invest in Volusia County so they can now start spending those dollars, if we vote no, to invest in this area and hopefully uplift it. But I've said it before. I've said it probably 20 times since I've been here. Daytona Beach is the economic engine of Volusia County. Investment needs to occur there. And no insult to them, they are stuck in the 80s. We need to find ways to get investment in here. And we're hearing from people in the investment world, a solution to this in the vote of a no is a potential moving forward. So I'm repeating myself, Mr. Chair, but I appreciate the time and everybody's opinions. I'm ready to vote no.
Okay, thank you. That we have been sending a clear message for 30 years, at least for 25 years, because it was in 2000 when a previous county council decided to shut down the beach from East ISB all the way to Seabreeze Boulevard with the promise that that would bring investment. It hasn't come. The investment has come to that area, has come from people like sit before us out here today, hardworking families that are the backbone of Main Street right now, but the backbone of America. Most businesses that hire people and keep our economy thriving are small businesses with 9 or fewer employees. And so when I can't look at these people and say, you know, you're not investing in our community. You don't deserve to have a spot here. You're the ones that have gutting it out. You're the ones that have dug in and are providing good services and fun places for us to come. Can you put those pictures up that I had, that I gave you earlier? I want to go through real quickly. Somebody said, how long have you had it? Long enough to where there used to be, I thought this was the one with horses, but we had Troy's horses on the beach. Those are pretty old cars here. What kind are they, Don? Next picture. And then we upgraded the automobile and we ended up with this. This is in the area that we're talking about. It was packed with people. It was packed with people that could park easily there. They granny, their cooler, their floats, all the stuff they wanted for the day, and walk across A1A from the parking garage and try and find a spot. They're not doing it. They're not investing in this area because we've made it impossible for them to get there. There is nothing like the experience of going to this beach and parking your car, your van, or your truck, and having your own little section of beachfront property with everything you need to enjoy the day surrounding your vehicle. That's what made Daytona Beach the most popular beach in Florida. It's what made us the world's most famous beach. This is the pier. It used to thrive. It's not thriving anymore. Next picture. The boardwalk. I worked on the beach for 10 years. You could hardly move on the boardwalk. There was so many people here. You see a few cars there. It was packed with automobiles that fed Main Street, that fed the boardwalk. They would come enjoy the day and then go up and spend their money on I spent my money on Main Street. I don't think any of you were there then. Next picture. The Rat's Hole, one of the most fun places on Main Street was there. It was always full of people. Next picture. This is what it looks like now. Not because they're not investing, but because we took their customers away. We told them we don't care about you. We closed the doggone beach. We closed that Coquina Arch that we just invested. I don't know how much money Daytona invested in that says, welcome to Daytona Beach, no entrance. It makes no sense at all. That's why it's that way. And Rob, I'm sorry. I have a lot of respect for you, but for you to come in here now and say that 2 weeks of having this on the agenda is what's holding up investors, that's disingenuous. I hope I misunderstood you, that if we go through with this, it will hold them up. And if it holds them up, I say so long, goodbye. I would like to have motels here that respect our history, that respect the people that live here, that respect the people that are putting their hard work and labor into this part of the beach to make it a successful, thriving community. We got to give them their customers back. And yeah, I want, just like David said, I want to see another motel there. I want to see somebody come in and revive the plaza before it just completely deteriorates. We need both. But I'm going to save my time to get to what the ask is today. But to say we're stuck in the 80s, I wonder, when was the last time you went to Flagler Avenue? I mean, Flagler Avenue is what Main Street used to be. It's all mom and pop stores that are a lot of, you can't even go there on the weekend I don't as a resident because you can't find a place to park. It's so visible. Go to Cocoa Beach. I go there twice a year. And you go down the street there's plenty of mom and pop stores and John Surf Shop. So let's respect our history. Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. So I asked a while back if we could bring this back, getting more information at least from those stakeholders, from the state, from all those things that needed to be met. You know, we've received a couple answers. What was it, 5 of the 6 of the actual property owners that are not willing to do it. And then, of course, nothing really from the city of Daytona, which is concerning. At least I'd like an answer, you know, one way or another. But I also do understand why maybe the state hasn't taken it. They have bigger fish to fry right now with property tax issues and what the governor's asking them to do. I get that. I kind of want to know because, like, we could go through all this work and then the state still has no interest in pursuing it later. Troy, I hope you're successful, you know, when you talk to them. I've talked to a couple, they're not, but that's now. You know, that like anybody's mind can change. I like the pictures, by the way. They were awesome. I remember that. You know, I grew up here in Volusia County, been here since 1970. I said it before, graduated from DeLand High, but I spent more time over here in Daytona. But yeah, David, I was allowed in Daytona back then. So the old boardwalk pics, you know, that pier, that nothing looks the same. It doesn't look that way now. The businesses don't exist. That's very true. The businesses are not. I love the idea, the comparison of Flagler Avenue. I'd love to see it like that. Unfortunately, Flagler Avenue and Main Street are two different business dynamics, completely different. And the businesses that are there, from at least my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, but some of the business owners, the buildings that are there on Main Street right now that are vacant, those people have those, they own those parcels for the purpose of Bike Week, and they make enough money during Bike Week to sustain that building. Therefore, they sit vacant the rest of the year where nobody else can lease it. So until we change that mindset too, how do we bring those businesses back? I know the city of Daytona is working on a project for Main Street right now. I'd be curious as to see what the results of that are as well. You talked about investors, having investors come in. We saw the idea of a big investor and how successful that can be, thank you, from what Hyatt Brown brought to the Esplanade. He wanted an improvement. He has an investment in this area. He grew up here. So he wanted to see that, and he has been extremely successful. He doesn't stop there. He believes in, and I'm not going to get into this question, this issue, Troy, by the way, arts, but he believes in them, you know, and he believes in investing into the arts area. So he's made a major investment. We had the opportunity last night to attend the opening of now what will be referred to as the Brown, no longer the Moaz. And that's from the huge investment from Hyatt and CC. So there is investment. If you can find that, that's great. Going back to the hotel issue, what Robert brought up. I sit and I chair on the TDC, the Tourist Development Council. We meet in the Ocean Center. And from the very first meeting to current, we have said in order to have the Ocean Center be successful is a lot what we're doing right now, and also to have a staple hotel. The Hilton is not it. It's not it. If you know what the Hilton, and it's to no fault of the current or the management that's there, but hopefully they'll get there. But we do not have that staple hotel. So it was said in the meeting, which I thought was kind of unique, is they said, we're not going to have the success of the Ocean Center until we have the staple hotel. The staple hotel will not come here until the Ocean Center is more successful. So I'll leave it at that. Carissa, I have a couple other concerns. If you could bring up the picture. This was taken the other day. These are just legitimate concerns that need to be addressed. This is on a low tide. This was taken yesterday, this picture, 12/1. So in the 22-foot of stretch, which is the widest stretch that you would be able to drive under, which was there and has always been there, you have, I think the highest distance on the south side is 11 foot 4 inches. And then go to the north side if you could. And on the north side, that same 22 span is 10 foot 9 inches. If we get any type of natural accretion of sand, that will change dramatically. So there's less, and we're talking about traveling under that pier in order to get to the area that you're talking about. That's connected, those two sides of the area that you're talking about opening up. That is a concern that needs to be mentioned. So if you want cars to travel, they got to be able to travel up underneath. Now 10 foot 9 inches seems like a lot. Have you taken every one of us up here except for David owning the Vega has a level the size of your truck. See what some of the trucks are. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, my 06 Tundra could make it under that, no problem, just so we're all on the same page. But Mr. Santiago, you brought up the 80s, and man, I sort of wish you wouldn't have. Because I don't know of an era with better music, better hair. And
I had hair back then.
And I believe it. And I'm going to tell you, because I've got 4 minutes and 40 seconds left, one of my favorite restaurants is in Ormond Beach. It's called Mario's. If you've not been, I highly recommend you go. Great Italian food. I recommend the chicken marsala. But when you walk in there, it's like you walked back into 1982. And they were making some upgrades. And I said to the owner, no. Like, this is one of the reasons I love this place. Is I dig that. I kind of like that. But the Ocean Walk happened since this. So why does it look like the 80s? That's what this was about, right? Get rid of beach drive-in because Ocean Walk didn't want it, right? So the Ocean Walk happened, and I can't tell you how many businesses have come and gone from the Ocean Walk. My family, my son and wife and I used to love going to that little movie theater there. That's no longer. And I'll just tell you, that area, Matt beat me by 5 years. He's been here since 70. I wasn't born until 75. So Matt has me on when he was here first. But I'll tell you, before it was the Hilton and then another hotel, it was the Marriott. And that, when it was the Marriott, that place was thumping down there. It had a Sunday brunch with prime rib and crab legs. It was like $17-18 back in the day. But all you can eat. But that area was thriving during that time period. And you could enter and exit the beach at Main Street. And don't take it from me. Listen to the business owners that live there and the drop off in business that they had, and talk to the county about where their busiest approach was. And we've mentioned Flagler Avenue in New Smyrna, what great synergy New Smyrna has. But you take away the beach access at Flagler Avenue and watch what would happen. Hello, Main Street. Main Street, you want to show New Smyrna what they would turn into? Tell them to come down and take a look at your businesses. Have Mr. Brower bring the one slideshow down of the businesses on Main Street currently, the sad picture that he has, because that's what would happen to Flagler Avenue if you cut off that access. And I was screaming and yelling as a city commissioner in Ormond Beach because you couldn't get on the beach in Ormond Beach at Granada. They kept saying soft sand, but I'm like, you're killing the businesses in Ormond Beach because you won't let people on the beach at Granada. There is a direct correlation. I haven't heard from everybody up here, but it doesn't sound too positive, which bums me out. But I think that this is absolutely the fix that's needed. An experiment happened. The results have been tragic. So let's reverse that decision and let's let it slowly grow back to its vibrancy that we know it can be, because it was like that before in the 80s and the 90s. Place was thumping, busy, super busy. And it's because they had access. And if you did that to Flagler Avenue, you would choke out their businesses and kill them, just like this terrible slow death has happened on Main Street. Thanks.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. I think we're hearing some valid points. We've heard them in the past, but I think we can also agree that it's just not one thing, and that's not to offend anybody, but the one major thing that I haven't heard. I'm going to just read off some history here. Daytona's rise to fame. In the early 90s, city began promoting itself as a spring break destination, and MTV took notice, broadcasting live shows from Daytona Beach starting in '86. The world capital of spring break, right? I wish I could have been here. I was born in '85. So, but MTV's broadcast, energetic atmosphere to millions, and network officially dubbed Daytona Beach the world capital of spring break. Might have been Woodstock. Massive crowds by 1989. The event drew an estimated 400,000 to 500,000 students annually, okay, throughout the year. Live music, right? We're working on bringing back live music and live events. Corporate sponsorship. The popularity led to a boom in corporate sponsorships and focus on events like spring games to channel student energy throughout the years, right?
Point of order. We're exceeding our time limit on the 6 hours, so I just wanted to make a motion to extend the meeting till 4:30. So we can hear this.
Second.
Okay. All in favor of extending the meeting till 4:30, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Yes, I'm opposed.
Okay, one opposed.
I'll try to wrap this up. And then it goes into, and these aren't my, I don't, caught some criticism last time we had this. which I respect people's opinions, but then there's reality. So at the end of the day, just looking on different news articles here, the downfall and shift in focus, public safety issues, the massive influx of students in 1989 created significant problems, including extreme overcrowding, traffic gridlock, and a surge in disorderly conduct, amongst other things. Hotel and balcony problems, as many of you know, there's been a lot of rundown hotels that have plagued the area for years. That's why we're obviously having to build back. Chaotic atmosphere led to damage in hotels, several incidents, student falling from balconies, one with several fatalities. City's response, the city's efforts back in the day to manage the situation, such as proposing hotels, pay for police response, and growing perception of a negative reputation, led officials to reevaluate the event, parting ways with MTV. Daytona Beach and MTV could not agree on terms, and the network moved its spring break broadcasts elsewhere, such as San Diego in 1994. That's when you really started seeing the crash. New direction in the years following, the city shifted its strategy to focus on more family-oriented events and spring family beach breaks. The large-scale student party era ended. Right. So, with that being said, we all know, granted, I didn't experience that area, but I did experience late 90s, early 2000s. There's other contributing factors to why this area has suffered throughout the years. And in my opinion, and only in my opinion, unless we get the city on board with their view, right? With their view of what they want their city to be like, because it's theirs, unless we get state legislators on board, unless we get these easements, right now, guys, we're peeing in the wind. For the last 4 or 5 years, we could say whatever we want to what the decline. There's much more going on here. If it was up to me, we would have never gotten rid of it, right? I think we have all fought to make that oath to say we would not get rid of any more beach, which I'm not in support of. But there's other things that happened here. But to put this year after year after year after year, council, when there's other circumstances that were out of our control, that are still out of our control, that are always going to be out of our control, to keep putting that on this council and making us kind of the bad guys, that ain't right either. And that's not right putting these folks that are trying to earn a living here continuously in this role and portray as if we can just wave a wand in the 80s or 90s, you're going to come back. It's not going to happen. And if it was a bad spot to begin with and not a moneymaker, a lot of folks wouldn't be there. I sure wouldn't have a business there if it wasn't going to make money. What I am willing to do is continue to promote what's going to bring people here to fit the county's vision, to fit the Daytona's vision, try to be the best partner we can. But until we get some money there, until we get people back there in that kind of volume, you're never going to see the 80s and 90s again. I got 10 seconds. County Attorney, let's get through the nonsense. What can we get done today if this council so chooses? What can we really vote on today?
Well, I think the agenda item was brought forward at the chair's request, so if he sees a different way, please correct me. But the idea is, do we proceed or not with this proposal? If you do decide to proceed, I know John Booker's here. He can speak to conversations he's had with different members of the delegation. We need to get sponsors for the House and Senate. Do you want to direct your staff to start engaging with the property owners to see if they would consent to an easement, would sell us an easement? That's require funding discussion for a different day. Those would be the first two issues. The third is what is unique about this stretch that is not going to occur in most sections of the beach if we were talking about this is you got a development agreement between the city and the owners of the Hilton, Ocean Walk shops. That is why I want to hear from the city, what their position is, because they approached us to remove the beach driving, but that development agreement is between, I believe, the CRA, the city, and that developer. So do they agree or consent to this? Because I do think you all need to know that to know what we're facing.
Council, real quick, to sum this up, and I appreciate just a little leeway here. This has come up 4 or 5 years in a row. I can't remember and it might have been the chairman that brought it up all 4 or 5 years. Sometimes we have to ask ourselves, why isn't this getting any traction? Why aren't these people coming to the table? Why isn't the city jumping on this if this is the case? Why aren't the landowners jumping on this case? If that's the case, why aren't we getting these easements? Why aren't our state representatives and state senators chomping on this? This isn't old news. It's been all over social media, but it's been the same thing. 4 or 5 years, just doing a burnout. But, at what point we talk about being efficient and effective? This is neither, to keep doing it this way, with all due respect. I don't know what the answer is.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, it's almost like I'm having a crazy dream here because it's exactly what I was talking about these conservation easements getting entangled with other branches of government. These council members, back when they took driving on the beach, had good intentions. But now we all agree that taking driving off the beach was the worst thing they could have done. To me, it's actually worse than Sunrail because this is in perpetuity. I hate to use the P word again, but it's in perpetuity. That council from the 96 council took driving off the beach, and we're stuck with it. And we have to deal now with the legislature and all these entangled partners that they created. And I'm not optimistic that this is going to happen. Like Danny says, this is the 5th year in a row. It ain't going to get untangled because that council back in 96 created that entanglement. And so now here's the later council having to deal with it. I feel bad for you guys because I agree with Jeff and Troy. I used to take my son down to the boardwalk all the time. That place was a boom. I used to be a prosecutor when MTV was there, and that place was flooded with people. It really was incredibly successful at the time. I have my own theories why maybe Main Street has dried up, but I know MTV leaving was huge. I think we contributed to it because we had jails. You might like this, Matt, but we had jails in the Ocean Center parking lot. I used to work it. We used to have, we had around, they just take them spring breakers and arrest them and take their money and then send them back out and arrest them the next day for more open containers. And the next day or that night. And so I think that we were so tough on them that we drove them out. Plus the other reasons MTV pulled out and all that. But, I don't necessarily like Daytona 1. I think that's hurt you guys. I think all this money into Beach Street. Beach Street's been revitalized. Daytona 1 is now a hub to the detriment of the Main Street merchants. I know Johnny from Rock and Ride. I mean, I've known him forever. And he's told me what's happened to his business. I can't solely say, though, that it's because of beach driving that Main Street has suffered. I wish I could sit here and say that and be some great economist, but I can't honestly say that. I think there's several factors that have hurt you guys. And, if Rob's told me what his client's proposing, it seems like a wonderful idea. I hope if we just get rid of this so they feel comfortable. They said the lawsuit's over a year and a half ago. Okay, if we put this to bed, are they going to put their money where their mouth is? Are they going to move forward with this? Are we going to get something next to Ocean Center that's going to be symbiotic and feed off each other? Because I've heard the same thing, that Ocean Center, a lot of these events are not coming to the Ocean Center because there's no hotels for these people to stay And so I don't know if that's true or not, but, you know, if they don't show up, maybe we can have another discussion about driving back on the beach. I hate the fact that the county council back then gave up beach driving, because I really think that did hurt you guys. But now, you know, what's the fix? Or I don't even think we're going to get legislators that are going to support this. I think I'm pessimistic about it, but I'd like to see if we did just put this to bed, that they would act quickly and give us something to give hope so that we can get the energy back to Main Street. And I would love to see some sort of assistance for the Main Street merchants to revitalize the Main Street, kind of like what they did with Beach Street and Daytona 1, or whatever we could do to help them, or, you know, whatever. But I'm very sympathetic to you guys, because I know at one time it was a boom town down there. But I'm not optimistic that we're going to get anywhere, because we're too entangled with all these other government entities and potential lawsuits if we restore it. So I'm for just putting it to bed and hoping that Rob's clients really get on the stick quickly. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. I'm sorry to hear that. You usually are one of our stronger supporters for the public. I did allow you to use the P word. But I think it does a disservice to the people that sit out here and the people that have invested on businesses on Main Street. And I would say, for me, the proof of when we closed down that section of beach, there's some disagreement here, some debate. Did that really have anything to do with hurting the businesses? I don't care about the surveys. Mrs. Fine and all the, you know, she doesn't want cars on the beach. The most accurate thing to me is asking the people that were there that had businesses. And when we closed it down, their customers stopped coming. You know who their customers were? They were us. That was the locals' beach. Everybody went there. We enjoyed Main Street, and it wasn't just a summer source of customers. It was year round, and that's why it thrived. And several of you have said that this is different than Flagler Avenue. It is. It's better. And at Flagler Avenue, you have Canal Street, which is kind of the upper scale, and then you get to Flagler, and it's just fun, and all kinds of crazy shops and some excellent restaurants. Well, here we have Beach Street that is now becoming more upper scale, and Main Street that could be fun again if we let their customers come back. And the boardwalk says the same thing, that it killed them. I've talked to the owners there. So I'm sorry that some of you feel like I'm putting this burden on you. Everybody says I wouldn't have taken the cars off the beach. I wasn't for it and I wouldn't do it now. Well, I'm giving you an opportunity to rectify that huge mistake. And yes, it's a heavy lift. It's going to be hard when you got to work with the legislature. But I still think it's worth a try for that section of beach. It's a small section of beach that needs to be reinvigorated. Bringing more motels there just makes it a private beach. I'm not opposed to the motels coming, but let them respect the heritage of Volusia County and the 125-year history of being able to have real beach access through an automobile. So, Mike, we're almost out of time again. I've heard from several people that they've talked to legislatures and there's no support there. Then they're not telling us all the same thing, because I've talked to legislatures and they said they would support this, but until they put it in writing or come here and say it, then so I'm going to go after some sponsors. Jake Johansson is going to speak next. He's running for Senate. We could ask him to be a sponsor in the Senate. So we need sponsors, and you said we could go go talk to the upland property owners, Mike, and try and, I think we need to talk to Daytona Beach first and foremost, and I'll work on sponsors. If so I'm going to do that regardless. If we need a motion, and I think we do, to allow a conversation to continue with Daytona Beach, do you need that to take another step, Mike or George?
If the direction you have now was what you gave in April, you directed management to get with upland property owners, which they have, engage the city of Daytona Beach, and engage our legislative delegation. They've done all of those things. So they can continue to work on those unless you give a different direction. But that's the last direction you gave.
Okay. Then I think we need to continue, because what are the upland property owners only the ones whose property touches the seawall there?
Yeah, it's basically the beachfront properties. Okay. Yeah.
So it doesn't include all the affected businesses on Main Street and East ISB?
No, not that they're not part of the conversation, but they would not be the properties that would have the potential customer use argument.
Even though they have a big stake in it.
Yeah.
I understand that. Okay. Then I'm going to ask for somebody to make a motion that we continue the efforts. And I know you don't want to hear this, Danny, but I'll bring it back and try it again. I probably have brought it up every year because to me it's that important. I'm asked so often to rectify this situation and give these merchants a chance to thrive. I'll finish with this. I got an email from a guy that I was a fellow lifeguard with. His parents did very well. They had a business that serves small businesses. And he wrote a letter, I think probably to send it to you guys too, that said, we don't need to help these small businesses on Main Street. We need real investors. And I thought, how short-sighted was that from somebody who grew up in a family that was a small business and grew and then served dozens of other small businesses through being their supplier. I want to support the small businesses here and give them an opportunity to expand and grow and be a bigger business and make that section of beach exciting again. Jake Johansson.
So I think Danny's got a question first, and then I'll make a motion.
I just have two quick questions, and I'll shut up. And Chair, I need a promise from you before I ask you a question, not to get mad. We're having a good meeting. But. No, on a serious note, guys, have we, and something to think about, have we approached the city of Daytona Beach kind of like you approach us? Because that's where a lot of this is, and I feel bad that you're kind of being bounced around like a ping pong ball. You know, it really stinks. But the reality, you guys know the reality of this. And Chair, my question, we've had five years for you to garnish this support of the landowners, the whether it be the hoteliers, the businesses, the legislatures. Nobody's touching this. The city of Daytona Beach, which is probably one of those most important. No one is touching this with a 10-foot pole, 20-foot pole, or a 50-foot pole. But we have to ask ourselves, why? Is there a different approach we can do? Is there different things that we can do? I don't know what the answer is, but to keep going down this road, the same thing, and it just drags us through the mud when a lot of this stuff is out of our control, and a lot of this work, Chairman, the legwork hasn't been done before it's been put on the agenda. So I'll help you out where I can. That's the deal I can, but this is getting crazy.
I think you asked me that, so I'll answer real quick before Jake speaks. I have done the legwork, and I have garnered their support. I've garnered this. Well, some of them were here. People are working right now, especially the people that run business on Main Street. But we've garnered the support of the public. It's very popular with the public. So this will put it out before the public again, and then we'll you'll see if it is or isn't.
What I'm asking is, where are the legislators? Because this information hasn't changed in 5 years. Where are the legislators? Where's the city of Daytona Beach? And what else? And where are the landowners handing over their easements? These things haven't changed, Chair.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, but where are these people? We can have everybody and their mother keep coming here, but if we don't have those three things, we're dead in the water, right? But we've had 5 years to do it, and we keep on leading folks on. It's not their fault. I'm sorry. It's getting frustrated. I'm getting really frustrated. Something's got to change here.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Jake Johansson.
Thank you, Chairman. There's been some great conversation here, really. I'm obviously sat over here on the far right and listened a lot to it. Our legislative delegation is not going to help us unless we can get buy-in from all the stakeholders. And when I say all the stakeholders, those are the legal customary use folks on the beach. That's the city, who's one of those landowners, and that's anybody else, which we have some supporters here today. But right now we have a bunch of people that are not for it, that are those landowners. And we have a legislative delegation which isn't going to budge without everybody getting in the room and doing the kumbaya. We have been unable to do that for a couple of years, the whole time I've been here. So as much as I would like to try to make something happen, I'm not going to quit trying. I'm going to quit trying to push a rope. You can't push a rope. So I would like to make a motion to not move forward and to wrap this up with no beach parking or driving in that area until the situation gets better, until our legislative delegation changes, until I don't know when, but not in my lifetime, not here while I'm sitting in this seat. So I would like to do. Does it need to be time? Does it need to be time? Then I vote no, that we don't move forward. And this is the end of the discussion on beach driving. That's my motion.
Second.
Okay, Jake Johansson makes a motion to not move forward, seconded by David Santiago. Questions? Debate?
Am I allowed to ask Mr. Merrill a question?
I don't know what our rules say, but go ahead. If I can ask Tom Caffrey a question.
Yeah. Well, I was just going to.
We have 4 minutes, Mr.
Can
Chair.
you come up so we can hear?
Just a quick question, Rob. No, I just hearing that. I know I've talked to you about your project, and I think it's a great idea. And you had said that this uncertainty of beach driving issue was kind of holding your clients back. Is what we're about to vote on today, would that be sufficient to give your clients the comfort they need to move forward? Because I don't want to see it sit stagnant for another 10 years or so. I'm hoping with this vote that your client will affirmatively go forward and bring us something new to that area, because I think that is what we really need.
I heard you asking about it earlier too, Don, and I can't tell you what somebody's going to do or not do. I can tell you that there has been a chilling effect. And Mayor, to your point about using the D word on me, I hate that, the disingenuous word. I wasn't talking about the last 2 weeks. I was talking about the last 4 years we've been talking about this. There has been a chilling effect for these guys. There are people they're talking about the financial world, about whether they can bring this project forward. This is a lot of big projects, a lot of money. And the answer is, yeah, this has created a chilling effect. That's why I'm here. That's why they paid me to be here. That's why they wrote you letters. Can I say that the project is definitely going to happen as a result of you guys saying no? Of course not. But I can tell you that it will absolutely have an effect. If this goes the way it started to go just now, it will have an effect on them and their ability to finance this project. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, unusual, but I think it was important to allow you to do that. Okay, so we wait another 30 years and maybe somebody from Atlanta will help us throw our locals under the bus, take their beach away from them.
Let's vote, Mr. Chair. We got 2 minutes.
Krista, would you call the roll?
Mr. Reinhardt.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins. Mr. Santiago.
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey.
Yes.
Mr. Johansson.
Yes.
Mr. Kent.
No.
Mr. Brower.
No, and the motion fails 5-2.
Mr. Chair, can I make a motion to postpone the next two items till a future meeting?
Can
Second.
I think we can fit 15.
You want to do
in.
15,
It's
then
one
therefore?
nomination.
No.
All right. I make a motion then for.
We have
Carol
a motion and a second for the postponing.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear the second. Thank you.
Second.
Okay, so you just postponed item 14?
We have a motion and a second to postpone the last two items till next meeting.
I thought he amended it to 15.
I was going to amend it to
There was
just
a-
15.
I don't care.
Okay, either way. That's fine.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to postpone the other two items of January. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. And the motion passes, and we are adjourned at 4:30.
I would. The beach driving? Chair. Mr. Chair. I'd like to clarify that the last motion failed. Passed 5-2, not failed.